Hello and welcome to the Stars and Spikes Smash Brothers tournament. I'm Alexander T. Kresek, and joining me on the desk is Kyle Kip. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been a minute since I've been here in the Shenandoah Esports arena and casting on the desk, but I'm so happy. We, of course, have a high school invitational for in-person, and then later we're going to have a 32-man regional tournament with a lot of the best players in the region in this kind of MVD area. So I'm very excited to see what's going to be happening here today. We did originally have a online high school tournament where we saw some of these players competing. Some technical difficulties meant that we didn't get to see all of them. So instead of just bringing top 8, we got to have 12 or 13 of the players who competed in that online invitational come here in person, and then we'll see them compete live here at the esports arena.
Right, and for an event like this, Alex, it's so cool to see like what kind of like talent that we're willing to see, that we're willing to like step up, because the online, the online tournament, it'll be more of like a testing ground to see like testing the water, see who can rise up. And Wi-Fi might not be the best like demonstration of just showing the true talent of these players, but now that every player from that bracket was invited to come out to this tournament, we can now fully see like their full potential.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we're talking about it, right, Wi-Fi brings almost a different meta when we're talking about Smash. Like you said, it's a little bit of a testing grounds, but also sometimes things work on Wi-Fi that don't work at all in person. So it is a little bit of a skill switch, a little bit of a meta switch to see how these players adjust. And the fun thing that I love to talk about when we're talking about high school students is the fact that a lot of them haven't been to a LAN before. This is their first time that they're competing in person with an audience, with a cast happening, and that adds a whole different level. So it's not just, oh, hey, I'm at home or I'm at my school competing. Now I'm here in an unfamiliar place with a crowd behind me, with a cast behind me, and that just adds that whole level of pressure. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket here before we get into the game number 1. And something I do want to point out here, something that I want to shout out is in that upper round number 2, we have Horseman versus Wayne for Life. Horseman did win that online invitational pretty handedly, did not drop a single set throughout the entirety of online. So will be a player to keep our eyes on. I heard that definitely some very solid, some close games, but at the end of the day, didn't drop a single set, was very dominant in their Luigi performance, which is a character we don't get to talk a lot about. So I'm interested to see how that translates into in-person.
Right, so Horseman definitely the favorite to win the whole tournament, but that's not to mention, I believe the runner-ups are Planted on the, I believe, the Roy, and Llama Amazing on the Byleth.
Yeah.
So there's still some heavy hitters in this tournament, but Horseman, I would say, is still the favorite to win it all, but I won't say it won't be close.
Right, yeah. No, of course. And like we said, being in person adds a whole different level of the complexity to these matches. And you're in an unfamiliar place, you're playing in person, and there's less input lag. What being in person means that you can actually pull off more of those frame-perfect maneuvers, which is super excited. I believe the first match, though, we didn't really get to talk about it too much, but that first match is going to be Dummy versus the Ruhar, which could be, I believe Dummy has got a Link Ganondorf, which is fun. I hope they bring out the Ganondorf. I am always a Ganondorf stan. I hope we get to see some Ganondorf. And then the Ruhar on the other side has got an Ike and a Cloud. So some swordies will be the matchup regardless of what is picked. I guess Ganondorf doesn't really count as a swordie, but he's got a sword.
Yeah, Ganondorf's really a swordie. Like as much as like it's cool that like he uses a sword now, he only uses it in like his smash attacks now.
Yeah.
Like if they like revamped him to have like implement the sword more in his attacks, like that'd be cool. But
we were talking about this behind broadcast before we came on, where we're like, man, Ganondorf has seen some potentially increases in the viability of the character, but at the end of the day, still not the best character in the game. Could use some reworks, could use some changes. Someone mentioned a stance switch, which I think could be really interesting as well. But with Dummy versus the Ruhar, we didn't really get to see a lot of them during that online invitational. Again, we saw a few technical problems. So now we really get to see both of these characters in action, and it will be the Ruhar on the Cloud, and Dummy, they will be piloting the Link. So no Ganondorf for right now.
Right, and Ruhar stepping the gas a little bit, ripping those uppies. Honestly, a lot not just out of shield, just trying to just get a quick option that has a lot of priority, but Dummy trying to play a little bit of a mix of this keep out game and a little bit of this mixed aggression from Link. Link, not the fastest character, but he does have some good frame on some of his normals, specifically that nair and that back air, but he also has some good range and some very safe moves with the forward air.
Yeah, it really does look like Dummy's kind of finding their flow right now. Was struggling a little bit against the specials, but able to pick it up. Cloud not finding that improved down special, unfortunately, and instead will be going back to the up B strategy here. It works, it's quick damage, but it is easily punished on landing, so has to be very careful about that.
Right, and you see Ruhar just stuffing all of Dummy's landings with the up B and catching the mistech with the forward air. Good awareness from Ruhar, just stepping the gas and being unaware that because Link is so slow, he might not have the best time landing.
I'd like to see a little bit more of these vertical juggles. Both these characters, the cross slash. Both these characters do have some good vertical juggling potential here. So instead of maybe the Ruhar going, that's unfortunate. Instead of the Ruhar going for something like an up B, going for some more up airs to really keep this Link in the air.
Right, and you see Ruhar using up B to break out of some potential combos that Dummy is like overextending on. Link doesn't have that many combos. He more so has like two pieces, just hit one move into another.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any of that. So the Ruhar recognizing that Dummy's overextending on these combos, once they hit him maybe like twice, they still hold forward, and Ruhar's just ripping that up to keep them away from him.
Yeah, and again, just tacking on this damage with that up B, as you mentioned before. Dummy really trying to find this kill. We saw that up smash come out there to find the potential. Good avoidance from the Ruhar to avoid that down air from Dummy. Might not be a spike, but it will hit hard if you get caught by that lingering hitbox. Right,
and trying to mix up the recovery with the down air, trading with the up air. Ruhar taking all these bombs, but finally, after like so many bombs, Dummy will take that second stock with the bomb edge guard. Ruhar had no jump, so he had no choice but to get hit by the bomb. Just hope that it would send him in the right direction, but it did not.
I really like what we're seeing here out of Dummy, really mixing in some of these projectiles and then also closing that gap, getting a little close. Oh no. Bomb recovery, you hate to see it going the wrong way. Not what you want to see, but still, I mean, Dummy was able to find some extra credit. That is gone at this point. As I was talking, immediately disappears, so just about even. And then, of course, Link able to rack on 30% more.
Right, and Dummy's starting to catch on to Ruhar, just ripping these up smash too much. With the American air dodge coming from Ruhar, catching it with the up smash. Good awareness from Dummy, playing a really, I really like the reactionary gameplay that Dummy has started to adapt into.
Yeah.
Before, they were trying to do more preemptive attacks, just ripping out forward airs as an attempt to stuff out the Ruhar. Yeah. But now they realize that the Ruhar just likes to just run in, just swing some buttons to kind of abuse Link's very mediocre frame data, with the exception of those couple moves I mentioned before. But playing that reactionary play style has kind of helped them find that edge to close out game one.
And I think that's really the difference when we're talking about Wi-Fi versus in-person. A lot of Wi-Fi is a lot more of these preemptive. You're kind of trying to wall out your opponent, and you can do that on in person, but it's better because you can react more to some of these moves. You can react a lot quicker. Sometimes you'll catch your opponent air dodging consistently and you can really take advantage of that. So we are seeing a switch up here. The Ruhar switching from the Cloud to the Ike. Kip, do you think that this is the answer that the Ruhar needs?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Ike is a lot slower of a character, but maybe because Ike is so slow, maybe might force Ruhar to play a lot slower because Dummy was catching on to Ruhar's fast gameplay on the Cloud. So maybe forcing himself to slow down with the Ike while also trading some extra power on those stray hits might help Ruhar take this set. Oh, catching the bomb recovery with the neutral B. Maybe that bomb recovery wasn't exactly needed, but maybe Dummy was a little scared of a potential edge guard. Not quite getting the boomerang up B, but you see Dummy's now trying to go for these up B that has a shield because Ike doesn't have nearly as many safe options on shields with as much as Cloud, but amazing arrow snipe to catch the up B from Dummy. Dummy's playing amazing right now.
Yeah, Dummy is going crazy. In the Ike versus the Cloud, that up B does have the potential to kill Dummy. Unfortunately, missing the ledge, fast falling through it, does not get the grab that they were looking for. But, I mean, they still have extra credit. They still have advantage here, and they will be able to just keep that advantage for a minute. But again, when we're talking about Cloud versus Ike, that up B does have more of a potential to kill on Ike. The problem is we're seeing it come out so often from the Ruhar that's being staled out, so any sort of early kill option that might come from this Ike up B is effectively being nullified.
Right, Dummy's a lot more ready for it, but Ruhar trying to go for more of those like stray aerials to try to catch Dummy off guard, but not quite get the conversion off the nair. A smash is so unsafe, and Dummy doing the right punish to take that second stock.
This is what you're talking about when you're talking about Ike being a slower character. A lot of these moves have so much end lag. They're so much slower. And unfortunately, if you don't hit them, if you don't get that call out, you're going to get punished for it. And Dummy is taking the Ruhar for a ride right now. Quick 0 to 70 will get in the way, but unfortunately, Ruhar still on stage. Dummy wasn't able to stuff it out just yet and eats a side smash for their troubles.
Right, I do like that mix-up from Dummy, trying to fight back to the stage as the Ruhar was already set up a ledge trap with a 2-frame with the neutral B, but the forwarder will take it. It is Town City, so you're much more likely to get KO'd from the sides as Dummy takes the set 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, very strong adaptation from Dummy. We saw the Ruhar really come out swinging with a lot of these specials, and Dummy didn't really have an answer until a little bit later in Game 1, and then Game 2, they just kind of ran away with it. No contest at the end of the day. Obviously not no contest, but did a great job of really stuffing out any of the moves or the specials that Ike wanted to do, punishing a lot of these very heavy end lag options, and just really asserting dominance with not only their quicker moves like the Nair, but also using the projectiles to keep Ike out.
Right, and like you were saying before, just keeping Ike away from your effective range is something that Ike really struggles with because he doesn't really have the fastest burst options. He does have that dash attack, which is pretty laggy, but very strong.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are ready to Yaya move like that, but Dummy's still doing an amazing job of just keeping Dummy out of, keeping Ruhar out of their effective range. And see, Ruhar had a good start with this set as he was just stuffing out Dummy with Cloud's bigger and faster hitboxes, but Link just has a little bit more power to his moves, as with a trade a little bit of inconsistency.
Yeah, and great hits. We saw several of these little snipes from Dummy throughout the set. Unfortunate second stock to lose there with the bomb recovery. We did see a couple of maybe unnecessary bomb recoveries from Dummy, which ended up leading to stocks being taken. But I appreciate the attempt because if it works really well. You're just not seeing as much edge pressure, ledge pressure from the Ike or the Cloud when Ruhar is piloting it just like this.
Right, yeah, those bomb recoveries maybe not as necessary because the Ruhar maybe not had the, at least for Game 1 where Dummy SD'd with that bomb recovery. Yeah. Cloud doesn't really have the most consistent 2-frame options. You have to just perfectly time a down air, but That's pretty hard for like especially at this level of Smash. Might be just a safe bet just to recover normally with Link instead of not only risking your entire stock or as well as just taking extra percent to make sure you get back. Instead, you just do the normal recovery because Link still has that perfect like I guess height to make it with the uppy.
Yeah, exactly. And to kind of go off of something that you said here, and I really love to hammer it home, is these are high schoolers, right? They have so much potential, and they have so much time to just hone their craft, find their character, and just get better and better. So we're already seeing these players pull out moves, use bomb recovery, able to space each other out, punish, and kind of notice and take advantage of patterns from their opponents that these players just are only going to get better from here. So I'm so excited to see where these players go from that. Obviously, this is a best of 3 for right now. Dummy did win the set 2-0, so they will be moving on. But this is double elimination, so the Ruhar not out of it just yet, still has an opportunity to make a run in losers. And then, of course, we have that regional bracket later in the day where a lot of these high schoolers are also in that bracket as well. So they have more opportunity to redeem themselves, more opportunity to play, to get better, and to play different caliber of players as well. I know that someone is in the regional bracket later. So a lot of exciting Smash action to come.
Right, and like you said, this tournament is more of like a testing ground for these high school players. It's only the start for them, as for I would assume for most of these players, it might be their first like time being in a competitive setting for Smash like this, and like some of these guys might not have went to tournaments before.
Yeah.
So this might be their first tournament ever, and it honestly feels like an honor to have high school players such as these to be at our event for their first tournament.
Yeah, no, it's so exciting. And of course, we have the esports arena here behind us where we are in, but we also have the Hive across the way where we have a lot of Smash setups, stations set up, and just like going all at once. So it's a cool environment to be in. We've got all the like LEDs, you got colorful lights, you got that really kind of tournament atmosphere that makes it so exciting to be here. We're going to go ahead and take another look at the bracket while we're waiting for this next matchup to come up and see where we're sitting, what's next, and potentially who Dummy's next opponent will be. Yeah, so up next, we're going to be watching Falling Utopia and Crusader, which should be a very interesting and exciting matchup. Dummy UC has moved from their win against the Ruhar to Llama Amazing, and this is something that Kyle mentioned earlier. It is the second place player from our online invitational, so Dummy's got their work cut out for them. Could be a difficult matchup, but it should be a good one as well. For Crusader and Fallen Utopia, we're going to see some Pyra Mithra out of Fallen Utopia, and then King K. Rool for Crusader. I think Fallen Utopia also has a couple other characters, Joker Byleth as well. So could be a plethora of characters coming out here, but I anticipate the Pyra and Mithra.
Right, and for a matchup like Pyra Mithra versus K. Rool is really not the best for K. Rool, as Mithra can just run him over. She's just so much faster than K. Rool, and Pyra still has that potential kill power just to kind of rival K. Rool's, while Pyra also has more consistency, as she will have those bigger hitboxes and has a lot more kill confirms leading up to some of those aerials that kill. You do down air into up air, down air into an up smash, depending if you have a platform.
Down air into anything you want.
There's so much consistency with Aegis as a character. They pretty much have everything you could want in a character besides a good recovery.
Yeah, absolutely right. And as we anticipated, Crusader on the King K. Rool, Fallen Utopia on the Pyra Mithra. We're going back to Town and City. Kyle mentioned this earlier, but you got to be careful for these side blast zones. You will get blown away a lot easier, a lot quicker, which really could spell doom for either of these characters. We know that Pyra Mithra does like some vertical kills, but, I mean, not afraid to hit a back air or a side air.
Right, and Fallen Utopia opting to go with a lot of Pyra into this matchup instead of the Mithra. Very interesting choice, but it does seem to be working out as they are stuffing out Crusader with those big hitboxes and just racking up a lot of damage with Pyra. And Mithra doesn't really do that much damage compared to Pyra, but she's able to win neutral so many more times because that just way better stats than Pyra. She's so much faster and has way better frame data. It is honestly feels almost impossible to deal with this character when Mithra is like all like on top of you.
Yeah, I mean, especially with a big body like K-Roll, you are just going to get hit with about everything. Great mash out of Fallen Utopia to get out of that and keep themselves safe. Oh, we're going to see some cannon cheese from Crusader, but a kill is a kill, and unfortunately, if you don't tech those, you will get sent straight to the blast zone. Will catch out the K-Roll coming down, did not opt to go to Ledge, instead went for more of a high recovery and gets called out for it.
Right, and I want to mention that Town is a great stage for going for like neutral beat cheese with K-Roll, as there is no walls underneath, so you just hit them underneath the stage, and especially with a very linear recovery like Pyra and Mithra's, if they like touch the ceiling, even if they tech it, they might not be able to make it back either way.
Yeah, exactly. Great recovery, but this time Crusader, a great mash, excuse me, but Crusader's ready for it, will catch that up tilt, do a little bit more damage. The thing about Pyra Mithra is lots of damage, great options, but K-Roll has such an oppressive amount of damage, and also the armor, which will sometimes get him out, but the neutral B will take that first stock. Fallen Utopia still having 2 stocks left at the end of that. It's just a difficult matchup for K-Roll at the end of the day. You're getting outspaced, out-damaged at times, and your frame data is nowhere near as good as Pyra Mithra.
Right, with a character like Pyra Mithra, this character just has, like I said before, it kind of has everything you could want in a character. Since there's 2 of them, one kind of like cancels out the other flaws. Like, yeah. Mithra doesn't really have the best kill power on most of her moves. Well, not to say that Mithra can't kill at all.
As we just saw, yeah.
Like, Mithra could deal a couple kill moves in the form of S-Match and that Lightning Buster, like you just saw, catching that jump with the Lightning Buster. Very good from Fallen Utopia. But Pyra is kind of there to make sure that they were able to kill a lot more consistently. But a character like Pyra Mithra, like, again, just has pretty much everything you could ever want in a character except for a good recovery. But if I was playing a character like that, I'd be fine having a bad recovery, knowing everything else that they have.
Everything else goes well. Yeah, I think when we talk about characters like this, where Pyra Mithra, they could each be their own character and still great at the end of the day. But now that they're combined into one character, they're just phenomenal, and we're seeing that again. This time, Fallen Utopia opting for this Mithra early. It's working out 81% to kick things off, but has to be careful because K-Roll will rack up this damage quickly, as we said before.
Right, and yeah, like you're saying, a lot more Mithra this time around, trying to rack up a lot more percentage by winning neutral a lot more. You saw Fallen Utopia was going a lot of grabs as Crusader was trying to shield a lot of Fallen Utopia's attacks, and some Mithra's moves are safe on shield because it's just the sheer like amazing frame data that Mithra has. But you know, Fallen Utopia switching to the Pyra to dish out on these kills. Not gonna quite get it with the Flame Nova, but Crusader is just about at the perfect percentage for Pyra kill power, but countering the down air, countering the forward smash, excuse me, not quite enough to reach to hit Fallen Utopia.
Yeah, and again, great work here. This is what we're talking about, where you don't even need to talk about being safe on shield. It's safe on counter, apparently.
Yeah.
Where if you space it correctly, even if you get countered, it doesn't matter. You walk away scot-free.
Right, and Crusader catching a lot of these swings from Fallen Utopia, as Fallen Utopia trying to switch back to the Mithra for a little bit, try to win neutral, drifting into the cannonball. With your Pyra Mithra, you might not have many options to deal with that to begin with, as you might be forced to air dodge, which K-Roll can easily edge guard you with like a nair. So it might just be a check right there. Beating the armor with that fully charged Lightning Buster. I did not know it worked like that. Catching the counter with the forward tilt. Fighting a lot more ground this time around, reflecting the Blazing End dealing about like 40%.
Yeah, if you didn't know or maybe forgot, K-Rool's counter also works as a reflector too. That belly just about does everything. Unfortunately, it won't save you from being knocked out by a Pyra.
And yeah, Crusader trying to play a little more grounded this time around, as both characters could easily spot K-Rool out of the air. They both have great air moves to perform their forward air, and while catching that jump with the down air, not going to quite do it because K-Rool has pretty good vertical recovery, but in catching, oh no, not getting the drag down with the lightning buster, but still racking a ton of damage. Armors through the dash attack, amazing read with the roll in with the down air, not going to quite get the kill though with the up air, with the side B, and there's a little bit of scrambling here, but another down air forward air will do it for Fallen Utopia, as Fallen Utopia takes this set 2-0.
Yeah, we saw the spike. I was hoping we'd see the stars with the star KO to finish us off, but unfortunately just got us flat KO, which is still fun. Yeah, great job from both these players. Really like Fallen Utopia, being very impressive, understanding that their character is just on paper better for the most part, and able to kind of abuse that, throw out a bunch of moves and be safe for the most part. I like what we are seeing at the end from Crusader, being a little bit more patient, using a little bit more of these counters to really punish Pyra/Mythra throwing out so many moves. But at the end of the day, I mean, we saw counter not even working, or even if you hit the counter, you still walk into another move and you take 40 for it.
Right, and sometimes there's only so much that K-Rool can do, especially versus such a dominant character like Pyra/Mythra. It's just such an amazing and broken character versus versus a character like K-Rool who can only succeed in like a certain amount of like scenarios and tournaments or specific matchups.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing some of these overextensions in the replay there. Crusader going for the spike, perhaps an unnecessary option here, and also maybe used to being safe from that armor that K-Rool affords a lot of players, not understanding that Pyra will just tear through that armor or will just hit you when you're least expecting it. Great stocks though, great gameplay overall. I think Town & City was a great place to start for the Pyra/Mythra. Pokemon Stadium seemed like a good option, especially because of how Crusader died for that last stock. That platform there really gave some protection, as we saw a little bit later in this game. But at the end of the day, what are you going to do? These hitboxes are so big, even if you think you're around it, you're still getting hit with it. Great call out here, and then we're going to see a great snipe. I'm Fallen Utopia, what can you do? Your recovery's not great.
Right, and I guess in this this matchup, both these recoveries are very volatile, as K-Rool can easily get two-framed by Pyra down air. That move is such an amazing tool for two-framing. It's such a massive hitbox and still spikes. So catching a very linear vertical recovery by K-Rool as he goes up on the propeller, very easy to get caught. But if you are Pyra/Mythra versus K-Rool, K-Rool has that belly armor, and if he uses Nair, he shifts his hurtbox to where his belly gets showed up a lot more, which means the hitbox will be it'll linger for a while, which is perfect for edge guarding. But even if Pyra/Mythra be swinging in this situation to get back, maybe with like the the Mythra like slash and select projectiles, K-Rool can belly armor through all of that while still hitting them with the Nair.
Yeah, I do feel like we didn't see quite enough nairs from Crusader, which is a weird thing to say, I think, in Smash, but seeing a little bit more nairs, because not only is it, as you mentioned, massive hitbox, comes with armor, but also helps K-Rool set up into some of his limited combos. Like, K-Rool's not really a combo character, but it can help you set up for a grab or set up into something else. Next up, we have Planted versus Yeet. Planted came in third for the online invitational. Yeet, I don't think we saw too much out of them, unfortunately, so I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table here.
From what I remember from the online invitational was that Planted played a lot of Roy, seemed to be very aggressive as a player, as normal Roys are. Though, unfortunately, I don't think we have seen much from Yeet as much as I don't think we're able to see them go far enough in the bracket for him to gone for any stream matches, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so you said Roy for Planted. I've got here, I've got Yeet on the Young Link.
Oh no, I do remember Young Link.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So we have seen Yeet. I think these two have played each other actually on the online bracket. So this will be a bit of a run back, see what happens when it's offline, and the inconsistencies of the online mode. We'll see what's like with the full on, like I guess some would say the most true experience for Smash.
Yeah, on paper, when you're looking at this matchup, do you think that one of the characters has an advantage over the other? Is it Roy?
I would say it's Roy, but I don't think it's that bad because Young Link is also fast, and he also has really good frame data. He has some of the fastest moves in the game and has almost no end lag on any of them. Especially on his aerials, they almost have no end lag to him at all. So if need be, if like Planted is too aggressive for Yeet to zone out a little bit, Yeet can still opt to go for an aggressive playstyle as Young Link has the frame data to match Roy's.
Nice. We haven't really talked a whole lot about maps, picks, and bans. They've been happening off screen for the most part. When we talk about Roy, I think the big stage that comes to mind is Town and City.
Right.
You got a lot of those early kill options from the side. Is this like a must-ban stage for you, or do you think that Young Link can also utilize Town and City?
I feel like for a character like Roy, who has a lot more opportunities to kill than Young Link does, Town would definitely be a must-ban. Honestly feels like a rule of thumb. If you're fighting a Roy, you just want to ban Town immediately.
Yeah.
Because on most characters, he can get that kill off you with a side B on the sides of Town. And I do believe we are not going to Town. So good on Yeet for the banning process. I believe we are starting on Smashville, which is also a good stage for Roy, as it is very small. It lets him have a lot of room to move around in. And it also does still have those smaller blast zones like we mentioned before.
Yeah, I feel like you really got to pick your poison here in this kind of matchup where do you want Town and City or do you want to go to Smashville, which again, small, where Young Link will struggle a little bit to utilize these projectiles to wall Roy out. And again, we're seeing that happen here immediately. Roy rushing in is really the quintessential rushdown character. Just wants to get in, just wants to get those hits and deal massive amounts of damage with these combos.
Right, and you see trying to play this, I guess, zoning playstyle, and it seems to be working out mostly. Just zoning out with these arrows into the boomerang, so the safe pressure that Young Link has with those projectiles, and very good landing option from Yeet. Using the fact that Young Link doesn't really have that much landing lag to begin with, and Planted catching these missed airs from Yeet with the uppie out of shield.
Yeah. Oh, we're seeing the options where Planted is starting to pick up on what Yeet is doing and getting close to punishing them, but not quite there as we see the miss punish on that up B. Oh my goodness, side B almost killing immediately.
Yeah, amazing DI from Yeet. Not gonna quite get the ledge trap though. Jab can hit ledge chains on some recoveries. Such a terrifying move to get hit by in the corner, as if Roy jabs you at that percent, your stock's as good as gone.
Yeah, and that is so scary, especially when you're at 110 on Smashville. Not going to get the same effect as we saw earlier with that side B, but still putting on the pressure, keeping Yeet in the corner. But of course, as I say that, oh no, wow. The death to dash tech, excuse me.
Right, and Planted maybe not ready to DI and move like dash attack. That move normally does not really kill as often. Planted taking that first stock, but yeah, Young Link again has that amazing frame data and sometimes not ready to DI some of his, I guess, more threatening moves like down air, up air, and like forward air.
You're just listing off the kit at this point.
Yeah, this character is something else. I honestly believe that Young Link is very underrated, just a bit underrepresented in this current meta, as not a lot of Young Link players usually play this character anymore, but some have also don't really play this game as much anymore for the top Young Links. But this character I still believe is very good.
Yeah, and maybe Yeet will be the one to show off this Young Link today as they find another stock in the form of a forward smash here.
Right, and just keeping Planted out with these mix-ups on these projectiles. Getting a little too aggressive with that grab. Honestly, the only laggy thing on Younglink's kit is the grab. With it, and you're stuck for what feels like a second of end. Like catching a roll with the side B, very good from Planted. Not quite get the kill, but a neutral B will, as he poorly spaces that up B.
Yeah, again, you can snap to ledge with that recovery. Makes it a lot more difficult for someone like Planted to take advantage. Unfortunately, just went a little high trying to catch Planted out, maybe holding that neutral B a little too long. Didn't quite find it, and instead gets punished for his troubles.
Right, and Yeet playing to the corner, kind of trying to keep Planted away from the corner, and that seems to be working out, but you have to be aware of the rest of that brain, because you won't be having as much stage control, which stage control in this game is so important as you get to control the space around you. And for a character that can zone like Younglink, you can definitely take advantage of holding center stage, keep them away with your good buttons and projectiles. But you're also putting yourself in the corner, you'd be more susceptible to dying off the sides, which Roy just aims to do.
Yeah, we're seeing so much pressure here. Planted playing a little bit safer, knowing that 125 could be a death sentence in a moment here. Again, going for that neutral B option. This time, Yeet understanding what they need to do and goes straight to the ledge. 63% seems like a good lead, but against the Roy could be anything. Oh! The down air looked like a bit of a hurt box extension from the Roy, throwing out a move and getting caught by that down air.
Right, I do believe Planted whipped a grab there, and a little bit of hurt box shifting from Yeet with the jump down air, not going to quite get hit by the grab. And yeah, like you mentioned before, the percentage lead in this case, not really much of a lead for a character like Roy, because especially if you're playing a character like Younglink, his kill options aren't as apparent. You have to confirm it from either like a bomb or a boomerang. He doesn't really get as much from killing from straight hits. There is that forwarder that is very strong, but to catch a fast character like Roy with that move is not the easiest thing to do.
A bit more difficult.
So with that in mind, you're building up a lot of percent for Roy, and when you're doing that, you're building up a lot of rage. And when Roy is such a fast character and already has amazing kill power, it gets even more kill power. When Younglink, who's already a light character at like 60, one good read and that stock is gone. But good recognition from Yeet to keep composure and keep playing that stock like it is last hit, because that honestly what it feels like versus Roy in those situations.
Yeah, and now FD is the pick. This is an interesting choice here, but I guess it gives less places for Younglink to run to. I feel like Smashville was still a good stage, but also could be more of a comfort pick from Planted.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it as maybe this is Planted's counter pick, as he has won game 1, so he has banned the stages and Planted chose FD. So maybe Planted was uncomfortable with that center platform that Smashville provided. Maybe it felt like he eliminated his approach options. Maybe felt a little uncomfortable as when he would be zoning from underneath the platform. So maybe taking away those platforms might be able to get Planted an edge. As with punishing the up smash with the jab back air, not the best DI for me, but I guess he didn't have a jump either. So that will take the stock about like 60.
Yeah, early stock. That's a great win early on for Planted. Yeet, though, still very much in this game, and we've seen some very patient gameplay here, which can just frustrate Planted, force him to approach, and then get called out by some of these projectiles or some of these faster, more likely to kill options. Again, bomb, arrow, boomerang, and we saw a dash attack earlier as well.
Right, and he a little confused on how to figure out this kill. Just throwing out more projectiles won't really help find that kill that often, but you are racking up some percent, and to get some moves off that will get that kill. That grab won't do it. That move is very laggy. Not gonna quite get the boomerang to forward air, but maybe he's just trying to just rack up that percent on Planted. Good attempt.
Wait, that has like no end leg.
Yeah,
what the heck?
right. That's what I'm saying. There's not there's not as much end lag on Younglink's moves as you think, as Planted tried to punish the up B out of shield with the forward smash, and as you saw, he was able to shield it in time.
Yeah, when we're looking at a character like Young Link, any kill throws, I think forward throw kills potentially.
Yeah, but in that position, they're facing away from the blast zones with it, and there you go.
There it is. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for, because we see Yeet going for these throws, and I'm trying to figure out what they want to get out of it, and that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted that forward throw.
Falling out of the up B, very unfortunate for Yeet, as it takes about 20% for that. Not going to quite get that shark with that up B. All the Link's up Bs work very differently, and in that situation, I think only Adult Link works in that scenario. As you saw, Young Link's doesn't really work in that scenario. Almost taking the stock at 80 with the side views. I'm saying that move so devastating to get hit by, and
there it is.
There it is, dying at I believe like 100, 109. Even on like a somewhat big stage like FD, catching that jump with the down air, not gonna quite get both hits, but he trying to fight back with these projectiles. Still has 3.5 minutes on the clock, so you can still camp while you are down. It's still a valid strategy. You have to keep in mind the time, but does not have a jump, and Planted will take this game too.
Yeah, I mean, this series is heating up. I wasn't really sure about the FD counter pick, but it ended up working out for Planted. Gave them a little bit of space, gave them a little bit of space to play a little bit more patient, kind of figure out some of these projectiles, and ended up, you know, doing some dash dancing, doing some shielding, which gave him that opportunity to find the openings and punish Yeet. And then, of course, an unfortunate SD at the very end there. Never fun to see, but it happens, especially in a game like Smash when you're here in person. The nerves are rising. You're trying not to lose that last stock, and sometimes you just forget that you don't have a jump. You didn't touch the ground.
And something I want to bring up is, because it's a lot of these players' first tournaments, they're not gonna, they wouldn't be expecting to feel the nerves that they might be currently feeling.
Yeah.
They might not be prepared for the nerves that come with competing in a level like this, where then they just like don't expect to feel the sort of nervousness. So sometimes these flubs kind of happen. It's only human nature as we get into this game 3.
I mean, hopefully this is the catalyst to get them to start competing in more weeklies or in something else nearby, get them to go to more tournaments, because one great way to start combating these nerves is to just do more tournaments, put yourself more in these positions, and really kind of force yourself to feel that nervousness and overcome it. Understand, hey, this is just in my mind. This is a mental thing that I can overcome. And once you get more comfortable being in that position, you won't make as many of these small mistakes. Again, though, Smash, I mean, you're pushing so many buttons all the time. You need to be moving at the right time. You're looking for the right timing, the positioning, everything. Sometimes you make small mistakes. We even see pros SDing occasionally, so it's not uncommon. It's not unheard of. It's just a little more common at this level when players are competing for the first time.
Right, and like you said, experience is the best way to deal with those kind of bracket nerves. There's no real way to like fully eliminate them from, like, I guess your mindset when competing, but by getting more experience, you'll have a better way of just dealing with them, and you might be able to rewire it into some confidence, depending on how much experience you get. Getting the double bounce with the down air, not going to quite shield poke though. Both of these characters about kill percent this time. It's crazy to say, as Young Link, Yeet on Young Link still at 90%. One good read from Planted will take the stock here, but still, oh, the taunt from Planted. A little bit. You can see the confidence, no matter what the game count might say, with the percentage. Catching the jump in with the up air. Amazing mix-up from Yeet. We have not seen that option from him just yet. And Planted trying to step the gas a little bit, but again, stuffed out by Yeet.
You have to be so careful with these air dodges, especially against this Young Link, who is throwing out these fast projectiles, fast moves, and can react to something that has so much end lag. Again, Planted just struggling to get in. Does find a couple of stray hits here and there, will find the stock, but 47% on that extra credit. Needs a couple of good hits to get themselves back in this game.
Right, and Planted going for a lot of these down throws, maybe trying to get some tech chase scenarios going, trying to abuse some of these air dodge habits. Planted good on Planted just waiting on the platform just to wait out these projectiles, or maybe trying to brainstorm on how to deal with these projectiles as these getting stuffed out time and time again.
I mean, again, you have time on the clock. We've got a little over 4 minutes. So if you need that breather, if you want to slow down the game a little bit, maybe make Yeet a little uncomfortable, force the approach, that's perfectly a valid strategy and can certainly work. And it's, at least to some extent, worked for Planet to force Yeet to move around a little bit.
Right, and Yeet forcing Planted to move around in ways that they're not so comfortable in doing. Roy can play a very grounded, but likes to play like short hop distance with those short hop aerials, with those combos. But Planted, maybe not used to landing all the time from short hop distance, getting the roll in read with the jab, and not going to quite get anything off it. I believe in that scenario, Roy can't get an S smash there. Might not have killed versus Yeet, but racked up a ton of percent and put him in an advantageous position for safe positioning.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those, and Planted opting for the down air. I agree with you. I think I'd rather see something a little bit different, maybe that forward smash or maybe a back air coming out. But still, good pressure, forcing Yeet to get a little scared when getting hit with that grab. Maybe will later force something like an air dodge out.
Right, and getting that nair, again, catching the jump-ins with the aerial nair. It's something from Younglink you might not expect to kill, but again, 140, that they get the kill. Racking up percent Yeet, just stuffing out these, what he sees is now very readable approaches, and Planted are at 80% when losing the stock not so long ago, and which is very interesting to see as Yeet kind of just slowly whittles down his opponent with these projectiles, but it seems to be snowballing a little bit in favor of Yeet.
Yeah, and that's what we see with a lot of these zoners. Will find the kill. Good job on Planted. But again, a lot of these zoning characters, death by 1,000 cuts, I think Younglink is just a little bit different in the fact that has the death by 1,000 cuts, but also has other strong options to kill a little earlier than perhaps some of his other zoning counterparts. So doing a great job. Planted at 100%, needs to be careful. Soon will be in that losing their stock range. 122. What are we going to see here?
Ooh, okay. Getting those tech chases. Oh my goodness!
No
okay.
way!
Not gonna quite kill, but maybe get a down air. Not gonna quite space it. That was Planted's game to take if taking the opportunity correctly, but Planted not quite spacing out the down air in time. But oh my goodness, that side would not kill, but it's crazy that it kills kill screen at about like 55%. This goes to show Roy with Rage, such a crazy character just like that, is just about even, as Planted is pretty much has Yeet into kill power with the Rage that he has, but Yeet racking up a ton of percent to kind of ease his way into that kill, as he's always done.
Again, though, both these players at kill percent. The up B will do damage, but won't get the kill. We do see the sparks, not just enough. I'd really like to see Planted take advantage of these rolls and call out some of these rolls that Yeet has been throwing out all game long. Misses.
Oh my goodness.
No! Again, blatant opportunities to punish it, but Planted will finish it out with that up B. Again, we saw before it got close to killing. This time it finally does so. Wow.
Ooh. Wow, yeah. Good on Planted for recognizing that Yeet was playing a little bit more scared under pressure, realizing that what was at stake for this set. You know, Roy, such a good character when he has Rage, already improving his already amazing kill power, and just how fast Roy is. This makes it so much harder for Younglink, who sometimes has a harder time killing and has way less options to kill than Roy. Just taking advantage that he was catching, he was rolling a little too often, try to stay away from Planted, as, like you said, death by 1,000 cuts is the way for Younglink to get these stocks, but for Roy, sometimes it's death by 5.
Yeah. just death by a couple of hits, and it's game over. Again, going back through these replays, we saw a very competitive series. So far, this is the first series that went all the way to game 3 after seeing several games today. So I'm excited to see where both of these players go, what happens next. Remember, this is double elimination bracket. Yeet is still in this tournament. We will still see more of this young Link a little later today. Planted, though, really planting their flag in the fact that they did make third in that Invitational, showing us why they did that cool under pressure. We saw a little bit of nerves coming out here, but was really able to lock in at the end of this game number 3 on Hollow Bastion.
Right, and just catching these jump-ins from Planted, and Planted after his first 2 stocks was playing a lot more grounded, just trying to just face Young Link's projectiles as he was just sending them out. And so in that scenario, it's pretty hard because Young Link, with the amazing frame dead, he can zone you out from the ground, but once you're ready to jump in, you can anti-air with the up air and there, like we saw from Yeet.
Yeah, what a phenomenal series. We're going to take a short break to make sure that our next matches are set up. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have more of the Stars and Spikes High School tournament. We'll see you in a minute. Hello and welcome back. I, of course, am Alexander T. Kresek, and joining me is a new face, at least for today. We've got Avery, aka Igloo. my favorite Yoshi player, if not my favorite player here at Shenandoah Esports. So it's great to be here on the desk with you. Great to see you.
Oh, thank you very much, Alex. You know, back in the day, the VHSL finals of last year, I believe, was our last cast, and what a fun cast that was. And I don't anticipate this cast being any less fun, as we are going to be looking at the upper bracket of our Stars and Spikes offline portion. At the top, we have Wayne for Life versus Falling Utopia, and a very interesting storyline to talk about with this upper bracket, Alex, is how 3 out of the 4 of these members in this upper semifinal are going to be from Langley High School, which is very exciting because in that online portion of the event, that high school was having the technical difficulties that did not allow us to be able to see what they can display as far as talent. So to see them make a run in this upper bracket is so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw Fallen Utopia a little earlier today really kind of do well against Crusader on the Crusader piloting the King K. Rool, Fallen Utopia on the Pyramithra. We haven't seen a whole lot from Wayne for Life just yet, but still should be very interesting. Like you said, from the same high school, so does have that sort of matchup experience. You can imagine that they're practicing, that they're scrimming against each other's, that they have that kind of experience. So we might see things get a little wacky. On the other side, we've got Dummy versus Planted, and then on the lower bracket, we've got Yeet, Llama Mazing as well, and then Crusader versus Red Velvet. So should be a good matchup, as we've already seen some of these players today, aka Yeet and Crusader, who, I mean, Yeet just barely losing out that last matchup. Will be a good one regardless.
Yeah, that really was a crazy match right there before the break. Really exciting to watch, and this match is just this bracket is so exciting in general. Entering the top 8 here, we are entering best of 5 territory, so another exciting development. We're going to get to see even more time to get to adapt to your opponents, get more time to learn their habits, but I don't expect to need that for the first match because, like you said earlier, we do have 2 members of the same high school, and I do expect Wayne for Life on that Pikachu going up against the Aegis, which is a very interesting character choice because you can avoid really that speed with your small stature.
Yeah, I feel like that is the life of a Pikachu main. You just get around so many options. And when we're talking about characters like Pyramithra, like the Aegis, Pikachu tends to be the character that can avoid some of those easier kill options because of the pancake effect from Pikachu, allowing you to get around some of these moves. And of course, we have the lightning loops from Pikachu as well, so some good combo potential. It'll be really interesting to see these 2 players up against each other. Before we get into the matchup, though, I do have a quick read that I'll do while we're waiting for these players to get set up. So, of course, we're going to shout out the Highschool Esports League, HSEL. They're offering thrilling competitions and a chance to connect with other passionate gamers nationwide. Join a team, hone your skills, and compete for glory on the national stage. Whether you're a seasoned veteran or new to gaming, HSEL is your gateway to the world of esports. Discover your potential and join the #1 high school esports league today. Visit hsel.gg to learn more. So huge shout outs to the high school esports league. I mean, right now we're watching some of the best talent in the area for high school, and I mean, it just gets me so excited. I want to see more high school action.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, there's a lot of developing high school ways for you to enter competition, especially in the Smash Bros. Space. It's really easy to go out into your local area and find ways to compete. But what's really exciting that these high schools get to participate in is that team environment that they'll have to play in if they're looking to play in collegiate esports, because you have to play on a team. You can't just compete by yourself when you go to college. It's a team-based game, and they get that experience in high school. That is certainly going to help you when you enter that team-based environment, when you enter the collegiate portion of esports.
Yeah, I mean, today we're seeing a lot of these like single 1v1s, but when we get into that collegiate environment, it's more of a crew battle situation. But enough about that. Let's get into the matchup here. As we anticipated, Wayne for Life on the Pikachu and Fallen Utopia on this Aegis. Starting with that Mithra to kick things off. We saw a little bit more Pyra against the King K. Rool, but again, against a Pikachu, you need someone fast who can get you some combos to rack up that damage.
Speed is absolutely the name of the game in this matchup. It's crazy that both of these characters have such a strong strength, in that matchup, but yet it's going to be the first person to catch the other that can deal massive amounts of damage, because both these characters can explode from one wrong hit, and the Pyra forward air is certainly one of those strong hits that can put Pikachu in trouble, because Pikachu is only but a mouse. She can fly off the screen and be gone in a jiffy, and Pyra knows that and is trying to make that happen with those big Pyra moves.
Again, we're seeing Pikachu at 107, the forward smash, and yet somehow it's still a bit safe. Able to space it out perfectly, using that side B to really make it difficult for Pikachu to come back. But again, Pikachu's got a phenomenal recovery, able to just make it back to the stage, using those platforms as well to return safely, and now using some of these Thunder Jolts to put a little pressure on the Pyra/Mythra.
Yeah, one thing that Pikachu has that, Pyra technically has with the projectile, but Pikachu's is much better at actually creating space. But you can only create so much space when it's called out by the opponent. And yeah, that's the thing with Pikachu is, yes, he can throw those Thunder Jolts, but if you hit Pikachu while he's throwing them out, he is vulnerable, and that's great counterplay from Fallen Utopia. That's something that you only know from playing against a Pikachu player fairly often, like these two likely do.
Yeah, and we're seeing, oh my gosh, the call out with the Thunderbolt. Not going to be able to connect just yet. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more Nair coming out from Pikachu as well. Putting pressure on this Pyra/Mythra, trying to take advantage of that aerial state. Pikachu has a lot of great aerials. Not quite able to find that kill. 125. Looking for something a bit strong. There it is.
Yeah, that was great pressure from the Pikachu, getting the entry there with the T-Jolts. If you don't get called out on your jump with that T-Jolt and you can land with them as you're following the opponent, that can create a really weird scenario, because now they have to shield the T-Jolt, but they don't want to get grabbed by Pikachu, so do you shield, do you not shield? It's a weird game of rock, paper, scissors, and the game that resulted there was that Pikachu was able to find the up smash, that kill option for Pikachu that is so potent for killing off the top. And now, Wayne for Life finding themselves back in this match.
Again, all it takes is a couple of good combo strings from the Pikachu, trying to catch the recovery, but will just get punished out by this forward smash. I mean, it's such a big move. No matter where you land, you're basically going to get hit by it.
What a great idea, though, there for Wayne for Life, going for the Thunder off stage. It's something you see a lot of top-level Pikachus do, because if you hit yourself with the Thunder, then it gives you that burst upwards, and you can easily recover again. So a smart edge guard there for Wayne for Life, but just barely missing the ledge recovery. That would have made that option safe. So I'd love to see Wayne for Life go for those big plays, because that's what you need versus a player like Fallen Utopia that is trying to kill you at 60 with Pyra Dare up smash, and those kind of moves can do it versus Pikachu, because he is ever so light.
Oh, wow. Still surviving after this down smash, though. Will make it back. Pikachu trying to punish the recovery. Again, we talked about this with Kyle. Pyra/Mythra, a very vertical, very punishable recovery, the weakest part of their kit. And Pikachu, known for some of these edge guards as well as combos. Has to be careful, though. 86 doesn't seem like a lot, but for a small little mouse, it could mean certain death against a Pyra/Mythra.
You have to be ever so careful with these percents, because down air from Pyra now means death. And certainly all of the smash attacks mean death as well, which is why you see Wayne for Life going for these shields, going for these dodges, doesn't want to get hit by the down air, is going to be able to barely avoid the down air up air. That would have spelled certain doom for Wayne for Life, and now they need to find a way to rack up this damage on the board, because Pikachu cannot mirror Aegis's ability to kill quickly unless it's going to be off stage. So that's exactly what Wayne for Life is trying to set up at the moment, but going to get called out, trying to push Aegis to the side. You end up above her, you're going to get an up smash to the face. Excellent awareness there from Fallen Utopia.
I mean, just barely misspacing that rising back air. Gets above Pyra/Mythra, and it's a terrible spot to be in.
It is.
Especially when you're at 80, 90%, you are just gone, even on a stage like Pokemon Stadium. Good match, though. Again, as you said, we're seeing a lot of this commitment between both of these players where they've played against each other a lot. They kind of know what to expect, so we're seeing more maybe strange options come out to kind of throw each other off just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but also at the same time, I feel like the counterplay has been pretty strong.
Yeah.
I see Wayne for Life going for a lot of the shields in the right spots, knowing that you can't get down aired at that 80% window, finding themselves above Pyra. I know they, have died to that many times before. You're going to try not to do
Yes.
it again, but at the end of the day, Pikachu sometimes wants to be in that kind of position, because if Pyra doesn't find that call out, you can land with something like a neutral air and drag down into down smash. It can be a very potent option for Pikachu, especially when you're looking to get that damage, get that kill. Pikachu's a maneuvering character. He likes to move around the stage at quick rates, and it's just whether or not the opponent can call him out for it. But the thing is, Aegis is such a fast character that, and so much range.
Yeah.
It's a difficult game to play.
It is such a difficult game to play. I think you have a little bit more space, a little bit more maneuverability when your opponent is on that Pyra, but because you can just switch back and forth so easily as we're seeing right now, I like this option, punishing the Pyra for throwing out the side B, which we saw really be the bane of Wayne for Life's existence, trying to make it back to stage and instead just saying, hey, I'll make a high recovery and I'll punish you for it, get a little percentage. I really like that option.
Yeah, absolutely. Punishing those side Bs is going to be critically important for Wayne for Life, because that is going to be the main move you can punish Pyra for when she throws that out. Pyra cannot use any more attacking moves once her Blazing End is on the field. And going for that spike on the Thunder, that's exactly the edge guard I was talking about, Alex. And you can see, trying to station themselves under the platform so they can't be punished for that Blazing End. They understand that Wayne for Life is picking up on that option, but they're going to have to pick up on how Wayne for Life is going for these edge guards if they want to continue making these safe recoveries. And speaking of mix-ups, Wayne for Life understanding that Pyra wants to go high in this instance because of how well the Thunders have been working off stage.
Wow, that was a beautiful call out, and it gives Wayne for Life the lead now for the first time in this matchup. Again, though, 111% on that Pikachu, could die to almost anything. We do see Fallen Utopia get that down air. The spike comes in, but onto the stage, so not going to find anything. And now Pyramithra in the blender here. That's Pikachu's specialty. Those forward airs, those back airs, the neutral airs. You just get caught in those moves over and over again.
And look at just the freedom that Wayne for Life is playing with. He understands that he cannot die to a confirm anymore. He's going to die to a straight hit. You can see Fallen Utopia going for these down airs. That's not going to kill Pikachu anymore unless it kills him off the top at a very late percent. He's not going to get a confirm off of this spike hitbox. And that's exactly what Wayne for Life knows. He can safely get hit by these down airs while trying to maneuver Pyra's space because he's just not scared of dying. He is going to land the down smash in that spot, but not before taking 63% of extra credit, finding themselves off stage once again. Wayne for Life is putting on the pressure.
Yes, and this is exactly what we need to see from this Pikachu player. Don't let this Pyramithra breathe, get those setups. We saw last game, Wayne for Life getting hit with a lot of these Pyra side Bs, and now the pressure is on, forcing Fallen Utopia back, forcing them into that Mithra because they know it's the faster option to avoid getting hit with some of these options. But still, Wayne for Life putting out these T-Jolts, throwing out these safe aerials like that forward air, forcing Fallen Utopia to take a step back, play a little bit more patient, and wait for an opening.
And that's the idea with going Pyra here, is that you want to play that patience game. Now that Pikachu's reaching that 60 mark, you can start reintroducing those confirms. Down air up smash might even do it at this percent. Gotta avoid those edge guards if you want to make it back as Aegis in this spot. But yeah, you're liking this percentage range because at this point, Pikachu still needs a strong hit in order to kill you. He doesn't have a lot of straight hits to kill. And if he can't find those edge guards, he needs to find one of these smash attacks, one of these dash attacks just like that. And that's beautiful. You can see Fallen Utopia going for a lot of these aggressive options as Pyra. Not her specialty. You want to do that waiting game, and it's going to get you in trouble when you don't have the Mithra foresight to get out of these combos.
Yeah, and we saw the start of a combo, a little drop from Pikachu, but it's all right because you're just back in the blender once again. Up air, back air. We're seeing the Thunder as well. Pyramithra cannot breathe in this matchup, and every time they do, every time they throw out something like that side B, they're getting punished for it.
Oh, an excellent Pyra forward air there, catching the T-Jolt. That's exactly the idea with going to Pyra here, is at least when you land those aerials, they are stronger than Mithras, but you do have to be a little bit more precise. Going for the confirm there, going to get a little bit of a remix. You don't want to get hit by the back air there, so you air dodge onto the platform, but Fallen Utopia is there to scoop you up, and this is a fine spot for Fallen Utopia. Sure, a lot of aerials will send you off the stage, but you're not going to die to anything crazy just yet. Still a lot of time to get damage on the board as Mithra and find those mid-percent confirms with Pyra. That is indeed the game plan. As the foresight comes out, that's going to be a one-way ticket to getting out of a Pikachu combo.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, that passive from Pyramithra Foresight really gives so much mobility to avoiding or getting out of combos we saw there. Yeah, that was almost death for Pikachu at 55.
Yeah, another one of those, Alex, and that could spell disaster. Might want to go for one of these DI mix-up options. You want to get away from that down air. have to just avoid the down air. In general, you're in big trouble here, Alex. Yup, one down air at 60%. That will indeed do it. The power of Pyra is nothing to scoff at. And when you're at that 50 to 70 range as Pikachu, that is your critical death percent. If you can survive to like 80 to 100, you're actually safer at that point than you are at 50 to 70 because of confirms like that just explode you.
Yo, and I feel like the Waiting for Life fans in the chat got to be hurting a little bit after that. Did such a great job of building a lead for themselves. Got so close. Pyra Mythra was at 140, 130 at the end there and just couldn't quite find that finishing move. And then on the other hand, Pyra Mythra just needs one good hit when you're at 55, 60% and we see Pikachu explode.
It really was a tragic game because Waiting for Life had the game plan on lock. They were doing safer Thunder Jolts. They were playing in a space that was harder to get hit from, and they were avoiding these big confirms from Pyra. I don't know if you recall, Alex, but in those second stocks, Pikachu was living to like 140, and that's really great versus a character like Aegis. You can live to that point. All of a sudden, you're living 3 Pyra down airs that would have confirmed you at 60. So great stuff to Waiting for Life. I would not be surprised if we could potentially see a reverse 3-0 here.
Oh, I'm excited for it. I also did see an Incin hover for a second, and I got really excited because I love Incineroar. But I think we're going to go back into this. I wouldn't change anything. Waiting for Life felt like they had the matchup on lock. It felt like they really made the adjustments that they needed to. They just couldn't quite get across that finish line at the end there. They got so close, but they were doing everything that they needed to, calling out Pyra Mythra when they could, staying safe, and like you said, in that second stock, really avoiding that kill combo that they needed to avoid, and then they were like, hey, I can take as many down airs as you want to throw out at me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the game plan going forward is just to go for those really big plays on the edge guards. That's actually, I mean, we've been seeing those Thunders come out from Waiting for Life, but they have not yet connected. If we can see one of those Thundercloud spikes or perhaps a trade with an aerial offstage, Aegis can die at any percent. And that's a big play for Waiting for Life here in this match, because if you are going to get hit for those confirms, you at least have to take some early stocks of your own.
Absolutely. And again, we're running it back to Hollow Bastion. I love this stage, but I think it does give you a little bit more option off stage as Pikachu to knock Pyra Mythra off stage and get maybe some of those early kills.
I don't think there's a jump here, Alex. Oh, yeah, not quite going to commit there with the offstage. Pyra has to air dodge, going for the back air. Oh, but no tech coming out from Fallen Utopia. Thought it was a miscommunication there on the edge guard. Might want to go for a forward air in that spot. But if you catch them off guard with the back air, they just might miss the tech timing. And that's that early stock we were talking about.
That's exactly what we want to see. Oh, no. And again, right back at it. Pyra Mythra with the early stock of their own. We're back to an even game, 2-2 stocks.
I mean, Alex, Waiting for Life is doing what you're supposed to do, right? We find the edge guards, we find the neutral evasion, but if you can't avoid that down air up smash of Pyra, that's why she can kill you so early. But Waiting for Life still finding themselves in a lead scenario here, going back to the T-Jolt game plan, making sure Fallen Utopia is getting punished here for going too much Pyra. Make sure you go Mythra in order to deal with my speed, and then when I get to mid percents, maybe you're allowed to go Pyra, but now we're entering that range where Pyra's going to start looking for those confirms. How will Waiting for Life adjust as to not get hit?
Oh, has to be so careful with these air dodges. Will be able to punish that up special, but again, I mean, massive hitbox. One more punish on it. The down smash will get the confirm. 67% for Pikachu. If they can outlast just a little bit longer, they will get out of that dangerous kill percentage, and they do. They're able to survive the up special, and now, as we mentioned before, no more of those easy Pyra confirms.
Yeah, big play here for Waiting for Life. Can they get this extra credit during this timing where you don't die to many confirms? This is a great spot for Pikachu. Can you find these early edge guards on Pyra at this percent? Again, still opting for the Pyra instead of the Mythra. If you can find these big combo routes, we don't have that passive, that foresight that gets you out of those really lucrative Pikachu combos. That's exactly what Waiting for Life is looking for with these T-Jolt initiates, but get a little bit too close to Pyra, hit the shield a little bit wrong, you will get upbeat, but we've seen those same upbeats get punished hard by Waiting for Life. It's a difficult move to figure out when you can use, when you can't, and we've seen both sides win out, so the next one may determine who takes the third stock.
I do like what we're seeing out of Wayne, playing a little bit more aggressive, more confident here, willing to throw out some more of these hitboxes and catching Fallen Utopia off guard, throwing out an up tilt here or there to start that combo. Will take a little bit of damage from the Mythra and the Pyra, 50%. Now we're entering the danger zone. Oh, I'm surprised that Win for Life didn't opt to kind of punish perhaps a tech or a roll in.
Yeah, catching themselves a little off guard there. But an up B, Alex, that's exactly the up B I was talking about. You have to hit that up B or else you are dead as Pyra. And speaking of almost dead, as Pyra taking some brutal shield damage to the face, missing the tech yet again. Will they go for the follow-up? No! Fallen Utopia finding their way back to the stage. A miracle recovery from them. Wayne for Life maybe assuming that the Aegis was dead in that scenario, not going for a follow-up on the recovery, sticking to the safe T-Jolt here to create some space, and create space he shall. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to see that micro spacing where that T-Jolt, you think it's punishable with the forward air, but no, I'm just outside of your range. I'm going to punish your attempt to punish my T-Jolt with forward smash. Wayne for Life gets on the board.
There we go, and this is potentially the start of the reverse 3-0, what you were just talking about.
I think it could be, Alex.
I mean, I feel like everything that we've been talking about has been implemented, where Wayne for Life making those adjustments that they need to. We talked about getting a little bit more aggressive off stage, using Pikachu's phenomenal aerial game, phenomenal recovery to punish Pyramithra's lackluster recovery, lackluster aerial game, especially when they're off stage. And we saw that immediately. Granted, we then immediately saw Pyramithra get that early combo to kill percent. But yeah, it's been such a great game. I'd like to see Wayne for Life go off stage a little bit more. We're seeing some of these missed opportunities, but I mean, then again, I'm not playing right now. Who am I to say they're able to punish Pyramithra being hungry to find that center stage at the end of that game there and able to win out their first round here?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly counterplay on the side of Fallen Utopia, but let's talk a little bit about the facts. Fallen Utopia is really preferring this Pyra up B to recover, and that is a dangerous game to play against Pikachu because he can fall off with that back air and stage spike you. Fallen Utopia not hitting these techs at the end of the day, and that's going to bounce you far off into the blast zone where Pikachu can easily follow up with you. Now, counterplay, Fallen Utopia going Mithra instead on the recovery. Now you have option to Photon Edge, that side B, that horizontal recovery that can put a different angle on this Pikachu to have to recover. Now there again, you can down air it as Pikachu, but Wayne for Life has not yet shown that they know that edge guard route. They've only shown that they know how to cover that Pyra vertical up B with things like back air, things like Thunder. Who knows who's going to implement the mix-ups first, but it could be the difference in this set.
What I do like about this set is we're going to Town and City now, meaning that Pyramithra's kill options off the side are so much easier. That they kill much earlier. Granted, we've seen a lot of kills from that down air into up air or up smash, and those will be a little bit harder due to that raised ceiling. But again, something like a back air, forward air from the Pyramithra will just kill so much earlier.
Yeah, the side blast zones are at their narrowest on this stage, and you can already see Wayne for Life going for the big edge guards on this stage. If you can find that kind of back air on a stage like Town and City, it could spell disaster for Aegis at just 70%, but swinging out of the combo is Fallen Utopia and missing the Town and City platform. Wayne for Life trying to disengage with the up B. What a tragedy.
Very unfortunate. You hate to see it, especially to start things off. But that also means that there's time for Wayne for Life to put that in the back of their mind and push forward. Avery, I'm seeing you go crazy right now.
That was such a sad scenario, Alex. Wayne for Life going for a punish there on the Mithra attack, but finding the foresight is Fallen Utopia. Great awareness by both players. I feel like they both played that right, but unfortunately the Mithra was out this time for Wayne for Life. So typically we've seen a lot of Pyra from Fallen Utopia, so maybe some adjustments coming out from Fallen Utopia, be able to get out of those early Pikachu combos. But now that you're at these kind of percents as Pyra, one more hit and you're at those brutal percents. That Pikachu headbutt certainly going to take it off the top, even on Town and City. I feel like a lot of these players' kills are indeed off the top, Alex. So it is interesting seeing them go to Town and City here. I think that Aegis may prefer the wider stage as to not get edge guarded.
That's true. I didn't even think about that as an option, but you're right. Making that stage wider, the blast zone's a little smaller, it makes it more difficult for Pikachu to get those edge guards. We do have the sort of semi-tri-plat formation here, which should allow Pikachu to maybe get some of these combo extensions, and potentially Pyramithra some of these combo extensions as well if they want to go for that up air.
Yeah, you can see Fallen Utopia gaining some confidence here on these up B extensions. If he can call out Pikachu for going a little bit too high, Pikachu will explode, and that's a great tool to do it with, is that Pyra up B. Trying to call out these T-Jolts once again, gonna go for the high recovery. A dangerous game to play when Pyra's throwing out these big moves. They're big, they're active, and they kill, especially here on the town and the city. Those forward airs are gonna be Pyra's main tool for killing on this stage, and if Wayne for Life wants to play this T-Jolt game, he has got to be aware of that.
He's got to be so careful. Yeah, I mean, it can
Look
be
at this.
Yeah, it can be a very safe option as we're seeing here, but one missed T-Jolt could be the end. Pikachu at 150, surviving a lot of these options now. Won't survive a good stray hit, though. Has to be very careful about that side B once more.
Yeah, and a Fallen Utopia going for some of these side Bs a little close for comfort here. Gonna be a distance move you want to use to keep the Pikachu away from you, but it's a difficult move to use, and so is up B, as it's gonna go the wrong direction, trying to call out the T-Jolt approach of Wayne for Life, but in the wrong spot. And speaking of T-Jolt approaches, chooses the right spot in that case, and that's gonna take Wayne for Life off the top.
Yeah,
this is such a back and forth game.
It's so back and forth. That up smash is so massive. Will scoop you up from almost anywhere. Now has to be careful. Didn't quite get the extension on the platform, but does get a little extra damage. 73% and counting. Wayne for Life putting the hurt on Fallen Utopia, putting the pressure, but will roll into another up smash.
So many roll-ins, Alex. Both these players are so scared. They just want to get away from the pressure, but the opponent is right there to deal it in their face. You don't want to go towards the opponent in these spots. You just want to disengage, but these characters are so fast, they can catch up to you. How do you execute pressure without putting yourself in a dangerous scenario? Speaking of dangerous scenarios, Pikachu entering the 60% range, you have to play ever so careful. You're not concerned about those forwarders anymore. You're more concerned about these big moves like down air, but entering the percent range of 80%, you can actually play a bit of a different game now. Getting Pyra off this stage is priority number one.
Absolutely. 120% on the Pyra as well. Oh, gets caught out just barely by the massive hitbox of this up B, the up special. A definite kill option that Pyra has in the toolkit. Pikachu has to be careful. Will get caught out by the last hit of that side B. Again, good patience. Will catch with the down smash. Won't get the kill just yet, but 150 on the Pyra off stage. This is the opportunity.
Oh, and he falls out of back air, Alex. The Mithra going for the recovery there. So smart from Fallen Utopia. You don't want to go Pyra in that spot because her recovery is more predictable. More options there on the Mithra, more distance on the verticality of that recovery. But when you go for that vertical recovery, whether it's Pyra or Mithra, you are indeed going to have to deal with Pikachu back air in that spot. And maybe thinking that they were going to have to tech, that's a scenario they played for. But how the scenario played out, because the Aegis was at such high percents, you end up falling out of the back air. And that is tragedy for Fallen Utopia as they slowly sink to the blast zone with no way to get back.
Well, here we are, Game 5. I love to think that this is the first game of our top 8, and we're going straight to Game 5.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. The opportunity is here. The reverse 3-0 is available. It is a possibility for Wayne for Life. We had such a great start from Fallen Utopia, but Wayne for Life has been fighting tooth and nail. They've been clawing their way back into this spot to have match point.
Yeah, and this game number 5 is where champions are made. What are we going to do in this scenario when all is on the line? What are my T-Jolts going to look like? Am I going to be able to, get those initiates with those T-Jolts that have been working? Or am I going to do those T-Jolts that are too close and get myself up smashed by Fallen Utopia? On the side of Fallen Utopia, how am I going to recover versus this Pikachu? That is the game that is in question, right? Because on stage has been going quite well for them. They've been able to find these up Bs in good spots, but making sure those are in the right direction is going to be huge as well. And big T-Jolts already coming out from Wayne for Life, but it's going to be much harder to zone Mithra than it is Pyra.
Absolutely, and I like that from Fallen Utopia. We got to use this Mithra to get in, to punish this Pikachu, and they're doing that. But again, going back to this Pyra, will do big damage, but if they get caught out, they won't have that foresight to protect them from the Pikachu combos.
Speaking of getting called out, Alex, you can see that blazing end coming out from Pyra here, that sword that she throws out. Again, when she throws that out, she is so vulnerable if you don't actually get hit by it. And you can see Wayne for Life avoiding those like a pro, and it's getting these punishes on Fallen Utopia. It's going to be up to Fallen Utopia to figure out how to deal with that scenario, how to keep this Pikachu out without using the blazing end in the wrong spot.
Again, though, we see the massive hitbox from Blazing End just hitting the tip of Wayne for Life's shield. I feel like when you're going against Pyramithra, you have to be so careful. A lot of these hitboxes are so deceptively big.
Indeed.
You think you're safe, and you still get hit with it.
Yeah, that is the story of Pyra, and it's certainly a story when you're trying to recover here. You just don't want to get Pyra forward aired in that spot because you will fly off the screen. Pyra forward air so strong, especially here on Town and City. And you can see Pyra already going for these big attacks, wants to take this Pikachu off the board, knowing they don't have access to those big confirms off of down air. Now you have to play this game of, all right, how am I going to smash attack this Pikachu? How am I going to forward air this Pikachu? And you can see Wayne for Life taking full advantage of that with this evasion.
Absolutely. Wayne for Life, I was just about to mention that, playing much more passive now, understanding that if Fallen Utopia wants to get this KO, wants to get this stock, they need to come and get it. And Wayne for Life more than happy to T-Jolt away, play the spacing game, and force Pyramithra to come forward.
Yeah, and you can see Wayne for Life playing in the air here to avoid those blazing ends. That's Fallen Utopia's biggest condition in order to call out these Pikachu Thunder Jolts, but Wayne for Life playing around it so well. And you can see even going under that blazing end to try to find a punish. Who's going to take this first stock first is going to be so important, because especially if it's Wayne for Life, that's going to give you access to a Pyra to combo, because Pyra's going to want to stay on the field instead of Mithra because of that kill power. But if you can find this stock as Pyra, and you can switch back to the Mithra more safely. Use that speed to rack up some damage. Who's going to take it first, Alex? It's hard to say.
Oh my goodness, that was so close. Either one of those hits could have been the end of the stocks. And again, Wayne for Life playing so passive here, just throwing out a hitbox, backing up, rolling away. Again, they have to be careful though. Anything can be called out here. And there it is. The forward smash from the Pikachu will take that first stock. Fallen Utopia falling behind.
And this is tragedy for Fallen Utopia, because you don't really want to switch to Mithra here because it's going to be harder to find that kill. But if you stay on Pyra, you're going to get comboed by Pikachu ruthlessly because you don't have an easy option to dodge. You get your jump caught out, Alex. You might get hit by a Thunder, and you're off stage, and it's checkmate.
Oh my goodness, what a great call out. We do see the kill pickup from Fallen Utopia, but the damage is already done. Wayne for Life up an entire stock right now. The Mithra is out, so they will be able to rack up some percentage damage here. But again, down an entire stock. Fallen Utopia's got a mountain to climb to get back into this game.
Yeah, this is a very tough spot against Pikachu because you have to rack up this damage, but you get one wrong hit, Alex, and you could end yourself off stage, and you don't want to be out there because Pikachu has just been fiending out there. Wayne for Life on these edge guards, he's just been so precise.
Absolutely will weather the storm. The spot dodge just barely gets through that forward smash from Pikachu. It lingers a little bit there if you're not ready for it. 44 to 53%. It's still a close game in terms of percentage, but Wayne for Life has essentially just a whole nother game to play here with that extra stock.
And did you notice the pace change from Wayne for Life here? Now playing very fast versus Fallen Utopia. Not playing this kind of T-Jolt runaway game. Now that Wayne for Life is not at kill percent anymore, you can kind of play with your food a little bit here in order to get some cheeky damage. And that's exactly what Wayne for Life realizes, and that's what Fallen Utopia is going to have to figure out. And speaking of figure out, beautiful play there. Getting that T-Jolt above perfectly, because if you can get above that T-Jolt, Pikachu is very weak. Down air, forward air, true combo, gonna explode Pikachu on Town and City. Fallen Utopia is certainly not out of this.
I know, Fallen Utopia back in the game. Great call out with that kill, able to really put themselves back into the game, because as we're talking about, Pyra has such an opportunity to kill very early, especially against a little mouse like Pikachu.
And back to the Thunder Jolting we go. Wayne for Life does not want to eat a bunch of damage here from the Mithra, knowing that the big combos aren't going to be online until Fallen Utopia switches to the Pyra. So just going for the chip damage here, trying to avoid these big hits that, you know, Mithra can chain into each other. But now that we're on the Pyra, you have to play a bit of a different game, because you get down aired here, Alex, it could spell disaster.
Ooh. Dangerous move to play with that dash attack. Doesn't quite get punished, but will eat the dash attack from Pikachu. 50% on the Pikachu to 123 on the Pyramithra. Pikachu now going to be looking for these kill options as we see that forward smash being thrown out.
This is the scariest spot you can be in as both players. Alex gets hit by the down air, but goes for the forward air. I'm not sure that was the aerial to go for in that specific spot, but when you're shaking like these nerves right now, it's hard to pick the right option. So many moves kill from both sides. Pikachu dash attack not going to be the one to take it across the town and the city. such a big stage this is. You want to kill off the side. That Pikachu dash attack kills off the top. And speaking of killing off the side, the down smash is going to hit on the back end. What a move there from Fallen Utopia. Such great evasion play from both players. At the end of the day, playing that last hit versus Pyra, you can make such few mistakes.
Yeah, it's you put in so much work as the Pikachu. You get so many combos, so many hits, but at the end of the day, all it takes is one smash attack, and that work that you've built up is gone in an instant. But great job on Fallen Utopia to make back that deficit that they were playing with so early on. Losing that second stock almost instantaneously really put the onus completely on him to crawl his way back into that game number 5.
Yep, and that's great mentality from them, Alex. It's great to see that after that, SD, that edge guard, whatever you want to call it, whether it's a pressured SD or not, really at the end of the day, you lost that stock very early, and you have to claw your way back into it. And Fallen Utopia, knowing that they're a talented enough player to make it happen, does so on the big stage with the lights on, and that's what you want to see in a competitor. You want to see someone who can make those final plays happen. And at the end of the day, Pyra is a character that, provides that for you, right? She has so many moves that can just kill Stray, so many great mid-range confirms that can allow you to showcase that strength of clutching up.
Yeah, and as we're watching over these replays, we get to relive this series, which went the distance all the way to Game 5. We almost saw the reverse 3-0 from Wayne for Life, who made just some phenomenal adaptations here from Games 1 and 2 into the latter part of 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, these call-outs on the T-Jolts were just brutal from Fallen Utopia at the beginning of the game, and their game number 5 got some of them as well. And then we watched Wayne for Life take a bit of a shift here off the stage, go for really big plays like this back air. I mean, when you can intercept that Mythra or Pyra up B that just goes vertical, that can be so big for you. And when you can get those early kills, you're not as concerned with the early kills of Pyra. And when you get big punches on things like up B, that's something that can cost you stocks or earn you stocks. The up B hitbox, that big fire, is so big. So like you have to be more out of range than you expect in order to punish it. This SD is so tragic. And
hurts.
Like in order to punish it, and Wayne for Life was able to make it happen in some cases. So really good precision from that player. And then unfortunate up B here. But yeah, this game 5 was so back and forth. You can tell this is game 4, but like both games 4 and 5, both players so nervous. Just not trying to make any mistakes. The timer running down so low here in this game number 5. You just want to be so precise. I mean, what a big lead from Wayne for Life here. I mean, great stuff to Fallen Utopia to be able to bring this back.
Yeah, again, looking for those options. That dash attack comes out pretty quickly, able to call out anything like a jump there from Wayne for Life, and oh man,
it's roll that gets them killed there. I mean, what an ugly spot. Doesn't want to be in front of Pyra because you don't want to jump out of shield, get yourself forward air. That'll kill you. So you want to end up like behind Pyra, and then she goes for a down smash. I don't know. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, definitely a difficult place to be. I think maybe at that point you're looking to potentially shield, but even then, Pyra Mythra's got so much shield pressure. I mean, split-second decision needs to be made.
Indeed.
Almost instantaneously. Our next matchup, wow, that was a great one. What a great way to start. Our next matchup, we've got Planted versus Crusader. We've seen both of these players, and we get to see them one more time here. Crusader, of course, on that King K rule, Planted with the Roy.
Yeah, we can attribute Roy a little bit similar to an Aegis-style game plan, where Roy's game is really just to run in with a lot of speed and overwhelm King K rule. And that's what Crusader had so much trouble with when fighting against Fallen Utopia. We'll have to see if Crusader can make those adaptations when fighting a similar character.
We will have to see. I mean, I think the one saving grace here is Roy has a little bit less range than something like the Pyra Mythra, but again, you get hit with anything crazy and you die so early, especially on a stage like Town and City.
This is true, and this is Roy's playground, as I like to call it. Jab back air kills so early on this stage. Forward smash is ludicrous on this stage, but King K Rool, a lot of tools here as well. Those smash attacks, those down tilts, they can kill quite early. Oh, going for a reset there is Crusader. I like the idea on that berry. But yeah, putting the pressure on these side blast zones is going to be critical for both of these players as the pressure is mounting, but Crusader able to DI away from the jab back air this time, but the high recovery is not going to spell a good scenario as Planted has the speed to cover it.
You have to be so careful with King K. Rool on that high recovery because unlike some of those other characters that have a bit more aerial drift with their up B, especially on the come down, King K. Rool doesn't really. He will land basically where you think he's going to land, and you can just set yourself up to punish it.
Yeah, and the big saving grace for King K. Rool is when Roy's at these like 120%, he can get these kills off just like stray hits forward tilt, almost doing it across the entirety of the stage. And of course, this ledge trap is going to be a great spot for him to kill. And of course, these edge guards are going to be brutal. Big back throw there from Crusader. That move is so strong. That would have killed Planted much earlier than percent that it did.
Yeah, especially on Town and City. Again, we're talking about these small blast zones. King K. Rool has a very strong back throw, and if the back throw is not going to do the job, down throw to bury them and punish from there.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see the punishes coming out from Planted, putting so much pressure on this ledge. Crusader just trying to swing out of it with something like Blunderbuss and goes for the ledge trap there. You got to be a little bit careful in those spots because Crusader could instead try to like fast fall neutral air off the stage, and Planted is putting in an awkward 50-50. At that point, you have to determine, is this K. Rool going to go for a big edge guard, or are they going to stay safe, stay on the ledge, as Planted does right now, ledge trapping this King K. Rool, calling out the landing with the jab, but a little bit too high percent for the back air there. Is going to have to settle for a reset.
Yeah, I mean, something that we got to talk about here, besides the Roy back air, is the fact that we saw Crusader be effective with these counters early in the series, earlier in this game, and now is more getting punished for them, not really finding the same effect. Has to be careful with those landings and is just getting walked off this stage.
Yeah, King K. Rool, such a big crocodile, gets hit by just about every combo in the book when that armor can't quite come to save his life, and Roy neutral airs are not the exception. Connecting into each other so beautifully is going to rack up the damage on this K. Rool, and on a stage like Town and City, you're already in danger of dying. Not quite the ultra sweet spot on that forward smash, and still almost taking the stock. You can see the danger that K. Rool is in when he's trying to recover. Crusader has to be so careful.
Absolutely. We're going to see the up throw, not going to take the stock. Does land on the platform, just not high enough for the Roy. And again, punished for landing with that counter. I think Crusader will have to reevaluate using that move a little bit too liberally here in game number 1, but still a good set, some back and forth here. Kyle and I talked about this, but stop taking Roy to Town and City. You got to make sure that you don't let Roy go to Town and City.
I mean, at least K. Rool does have back throw.
Right.
I mean, that's a great tool on Town and City. It really does delete Roy at like 80%.
Yeah.
Because even if it doesn't kill him outright, it does send him at a really nasty angle where K. Rool can then drop off forward air, drop off neutral air, drop off counter for Crusader. Seems to like that move. It works wonders against Roy up B. Yeah. So that is certainly an idea there on Town and City. But again, you just do not have the speed. You don't have the stage coverage that Roy has. And especially when you're going for those high recoveries. I mean, Roy can just chase you down when you're trying to recover with that propeller. You know, it's a tough spot. So I think we're going to move on to a different kind of stage here. But similar layout, we're going to go to PS2, which although it is similar in size, the blast zones are quite different. You're going to live a little longer off the sides, a little less long off the top. But both these characters killing more often off the side.
Yes. What I would like to see here, and we mentioned this when Kyle and I were casting the earlier match with Crusader against Fallen Utopia, is a little more neutral airs. K. Rool has... Oh my goodness, the call out. Never mind whatever I was talking about. We're seeing some spikes early on.
Planted putting on a show here, but yeah, that neutral air is such a great tool for King K. Rool because it eats any move that Roy can throw out with that belly armor. That is the potency of King K. Rool, is his belly acts as sort of a secondary shield to hit through attacks. So Crusader gonna have to put that tool to use as he tried to use it a little bit earlier to trade with the up B, but misstep on the up B there from Planted, getting caught underneath a Pokemon Stadium. That is one of the dangers of this stage.
And again, I mean, this is some of the nerves coming out here. Maybe was a little worried about the K. Rool cannon from above. And decided to go a little bit late on that up B and ends up getting pineappled by the stage.
Yeah, and K. Rool back at the ledge here. These counters at the ledge are not bad because Planted is often pressing a button to put pressure in the corner. The counters that we're talking about that may need adjusted are the ones on the landing, like right there, Alex. I mean, I can call it out before it even happens. And you can tell that Planted is looking out for it too. And that's because those counters, like, you're not certain that Planted has to swing. And a weird SD there from Crusader, I believe going for one extra up air there and getting a little bit caught in the end lag. But yeah, these counters, they certainly have their space. I think that counters are some of the greatest moves you can have in this game, but you got to know when to use them.
Absolutely. They can be really strong, but they can also be punished very hard, as Planted going with these Nair trains. Dash attack, great option for King K. Rool. Also has the armor, but has so much end lag. Will just get punished if you don't hit the move.
Yeah, and these juggles coming out from Planted as well. Such good awareness of this big stature of King K. Rool, just can extend combos to your liking. And Crusader going for a big berry into the boxing glove here. Not quite going to connect at this percent, but those berries are so huge for King K. Rool off of that grab. The grab goes through shields, you put him in the ground, and then you hit him hard. That's exactly what Crusader is going for here. But at these middle percents, you can get out of that berry a little bit earlier than you can at the higher percents. So the berry here is really what Crusader is looking for, as another big counter coming out. It's going to get away with it this time.
And what we're seeing here is Crusader really trying to chase down Planted, but Planted utilizing that speed from Roy to just get away, and great spike. King K. Rool, one of those very exciting characters to watch because of not only the down air spike, but also the back air spike. So it can be very exciting to hit those meteor spikes, especially on a Roy who, once you get hit, even if you're not at that perfect percentage, you cannot make it back.
That sure was a beautiful recovery, spike rather, from Crusader, because he threatened the ledge trap with the blunderbuss and played that exact 50-50 scenario that I was talking about earlier, where he fastballs off stage and swings an aerial, and Roy died very early for it. Beautifully played by Crusader. I love seeing those kind of power plays come through when you need it most, and you do need it because you are still down in this match as Planted tries to keep the speed up. Will they go for the same recovery again? They do, but Crusader a little bit further away from the ledge that time is not going to have the timing to let slip off. Planted still in the advantage here, but K. Rool has some options that can kill very early, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, you especially got to be careful with some of those air dodges down to the stage. There's so much end log that can happen there. Crusader at 120% will fall off the ledge. Doesn't have that invincibility with the regrab, but it doesn't matter.
Oh
no! Oh my gosh, gets hit with the cannonball, getting sucked up and sent back out.
Thinking that he could swing through the cannonball with forward air, Planted goes for a risky play there and is not quite going to get the timing. Crusader counting their lucky stars a little bit there, because they're going to have to play out a ledge trap scenario. That cannonball was kind of just meant as a threat, but because Planted goes for a bit of an aggressive option to swing back at the cannonball, try to hit through it, going to end up losing the stock.
I feel like, especially against a K. Rool, sometimes just swinging wildly, especially when you're in disadvantage, is not great, because K. Rool has so many options to make it through a lot of those less powerful options, like that forward air. Using the belly armor that we keep talking about, the counter, the projectiles, most of them will just go through whatever you're throwing out, or, I mean, unless it's perfectly spaced, right? Crown will make its way back to you, cannonball, as we saw there. Just a lot of really strong options from K. Rool when you're in that disadvantaged state like that Roy was. Certainly.
I mean, I haven't even talked about up air yet, what a potent move that is. K. Rool just putting his whole body into a headbutt to keep you in a juggle scenario, just 20+%. Not a move that we are able to see very often, because Roy is able to be falling very fast. It's hard to get underneath him. But speaking of fast, going to Smashville is the pick. A great choice for Roy here, and Planted as a player, such a fast player. You want to be on top of this. K. Rool, this is the stage to do it.
I absolutely agree.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness. K. Rool, of course, going to make that back, but Kai is stylish right now from Planted.
He barely made it back, Alex. A little bit higher in percent, and that would have been a true combo to death there. A beautiful Roy down there onto this King K. Rool. Crusader's got to be aware of that option. That's the second down air that Planted has gone in that scenario, and it's very interesting. Avoiding these berries, very nice mashes from Planted. You don't have to stay in that berry very long at the mid-percents. Crusader trying to call out the fast mash, but just not quite fast enough.
Yeah, I would like to see a different option. Besides forward air, you have other quick options like that up tilt or like instant dash attack, but still putting on the pressure, forcing it.
Yep, that down air hits through the stage, Alex. And that's one of the things about Roy up B, is how exploitable it is. Like, sure, it provides some sort of recovery option, but at the end of the day, you can hit Roy's head fairly easily with a lot of characters. And King K. Rool stomp, gonna hit through Smashville and spike Roy. That's certainly not an abstract thing. That's something that K. Rool can do a little bit consistently that you might not think.
Oh man, I love this matchup. We've seen 2 spikes already, and we're just down to 2 stocks. for both players here. It's an even game immediately out the gate.
Yeah, and Planted already going for big entries here with the neutral air, knowing that if he connects one, he can connect many, but not having as much space to play here on Smashville means the combo is going to end a little bit earlier than normal, but still pushing Gabriel to the ledge here, not going for the counter that time, but going for the forward air. It's going to result in the same as Gabriel finds himself back onto the ledge, and this is just so brutal. Getting out of the corner versus Roy is a nightmare.
Yeah, you cannot get out of the corner, and Planted, all they need to do is just play patient, wait for you to make a mistake, wait for you to choose an option, and just react to that.
Oh, and that's exactly what Planted did just then, trying to call out the ledge trap with the get-up attack, try to get that Roy off of him, but if you're in the wrong space for it and Planted knows it's coming, you can eat a side beat to the face, and that's exactly what has occurred as Planted takes a strong lead in this game number 3. Not a lot of options that are going to kill you off the stage, or on the stage outright, but a big edge guard here. I don't believe there's a jump onto Planted. Another down air from Crusader. Very aware of the situation and aware of the way to take the stock.
And I mean, the meteor spikes are also, oh my,
big boxing glove out.
gosh!
He only has one way to recover, but Crusader gonna miss the down air that time. That was such a big play to be made, understanding that Planted only had one recovery route, going for the third downer of the match, but is going to be barely off.
I mean, oh my gosh, I cannot speak. These forward smashes are just getting thrown out left and right. I mean, what I was going to say is the spikes are not only a good way to take the stock, but also such a morale booster as well. You get so hyped, and it shifts the momentum in your favor because no one wants to get spiked, especially like that. Planted, though, has advantage on the stage. Crusader opting to go straight to ledge. I love it. The dash attack coming out as well. And now it's up to Planted to recovery. High recovery will catch the K roll out for being a little too aggressive.
Oh, big boxing glove coming out from there from the Crusader. It is going to be punishable, going for a big play on the counter. Those kind of plays can make or break the game, but going for the forward tilt instead of the up air, that could spell disaster if you don't get the up throw. What a great play there from Crusader. Missing the combo slightly there, but not losing composure, understanding the next scenario that needs to be played, and still finding themselves with the game win.
Absolutely, and this one is turning out to be super exciting. We saw 3-4 spikes in that last match. Oh my gosh, I'm just excited to see this. I love the adaptation that we're seeing out of Crusader, really kind of playing more patient, especially on a map like Smashville, where we know Planted, this Roy player, really likes to go to, really likes to get up in your face, play aggressive, play quick, and we saw Crusader, especially in the beginning, they're playing slower, forcing Planted to come to him and then throwing out some of those safer options, bigger hitboxes that Planted will just walk into, like that forward tilt, throwing out more projectiles, and really just kind of forcing Roy to walk into them.
It's impossible to talk about that last game without mentioning how critical the edge guards there were for Crusader. I mean, yes, they're spikes, they're fun, they're flashy, but they're also optimal. When you have a character like Roy who only has, limited options to recover, you have to go for big plays like that if you want to win. And I feel like every time Planted opens up a game with that downer, but isn't quite high enough percent to actually take the stock.
Oh my gosh, it's so like flashy though, so exciting to watch. But yeah, just barely not enough percentage to take the stock on Crusader.
Playing a dangerous game with that jab onto K-Rool's shield. If K-Rool can react in time, you could find yourself getting back thrown. But if you find the K-Rool off stage, there's not much he can do out there. A beautiful forward air from Planted, excellently timed there. And now finding themselves in a big lead. This is where you want to be versus K-Rool, because now you can be a bit more bold, a bit more brash in finding these big combos onto Crusader, because you're not as scared of his defensive options that'll just kill you straight. Finally finding the down throw into the up tilt here is Crusader, but not quite going to do it at this percent.
Yeah, and bold move from Planted to try to contest the neutral B that suck from the cannon. Ended up seeing Crusader go down instead of forcing the action there, but instead we're back to neutral. 136 on Planted. Could die from anything, potentially, yep, that up throw.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, K-Rool does have back throw to kill you off the side, but he also has up throw, which kills you at those high percents, which is a very weird option for K-Rool to have. You wouldn't expect him to have such a strong grab. And Crusader realizing that if he can find a back air on this ledge, that Roy can just die, so opting that I don't have to approach this center at this exact time.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with Crusader having Actually, Crusader doesn't even have the lead. I thought Crusader had the lead.
No, he does not.
But the way that they're playing feels like it. Roy's got to be careful here, especially on the ledge. Will make it back and instead calls out the roll in. We've seen so many rolls in. It wasn't the sweet spot, but will rack up that damage.
Yeah, Planted better be careful with these aggressive recoveries onto K-Rool. Sure, they can be great as a mix-up, but Crusader is picking up on that and punishing Planted accordingly. But punishing that grab accordingly is Planted. A beautiful jab back air. Not an easy combo to execute. Very nice getting that instant turnaround there on the back air. Beautiful stuff from Planted. And getting a bit of a remix combo here is Crusader trying to get the back hit of that crown into something fancy, but not quite going to find it. Planted finds himself in a big lead here with a nice intro combo.
Crusader has to be so careful, especially because we know Planted more than willing to throw
no,
out.
You can't do that.
No. We saw Crusader going for a little bit of a Hail Mary play there. Unfortunately, though, does not get the spacing correct for that neutral B and just ends up falling to their demise in the blast zone.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that was meant to be a ledge trap, not an edge guard. Like, stay on the stage with the blunderbuss rather than fall off of it. If you wanted to fall off with the neutral option, it would have been A press, not B press, to get the neutral air instead of the blunderbuss. So, bit of a miscue there on one side or the other, but still another game to be played here. Game number 5 versus Crusader and Planted. So much speed in these matches. So many big edge guards. You know, the edge guards are hitting. Like, even though that one missed, a lot of big edge guards are hitting in this match. A lot of early stocks are flying. So I feel like whoever gets that momentum first is really coming up on top.
And again, this is the second match that we've had on stream that is going the distance to Game 5. Small battlefield of a stage that we haven't seen yet on stream. I like it. It gives a little bit more platforms. It gives a little bit more options for both of these players for whatever they want to do. A little bit of combo resets for the Roy if he wants to do some up air ladders, but also gives K-Rool the option to kill a little bit earlier with that up grab, that up throw, if the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, and look at the different game that Crusader's playing here on small battlefield. I really like this change of pace, utilizing the platforms to sort of camp under with blunderbuss and crown. Makes it difficult for Planted to get anything started, and those small battlefield platforms are great houses for you to set up.
Absolutely, and yeah, like you said, we're seeing that once more. Also using the K-Rool strat to be able to fall through the platform while you have neutral B ongoing, and Planted can't seem to find a way onto the stage just yet.
It is difficult on small battlefield because when K-Rool falls through that platform, you can no longer attack him from above, and he's covering in front of him with the wind of the blunderbuss. So I can't go above him, I can't go in front of him. What am I supposed to do? Go behind him from the ledge?
Yeah,
I mean, what a tricky spot. Small battlefield is such a great stage for King K-Rool, and we're seeing why, especially with those back throws as well. They don't kill that much later here than on the narrow blast zone stages. I really like this pick from Crusader. We're seeing the strat he's going for here.
Absolutely, and I love the mental fortitude as well. Yes, that was an unfortunate end to the last game, but it's all right. We're right back at it with the lead in game number 5.
Yeah, big back throw there. That's exactly what he wanted in that spot, catching Planted on the dash back. Oh, but getting him with the propeller so that you don't get the punish on that up B. Nice spacing from Crusader, but the jab back here going to work at a myriad of percents on K-Rool. Right back in this game is Planted, and like you said earlier, Alex, a lot of damage potential here on small battlefield. You get these nairs underneath the platforms, not able to find the reset this time, but that is exactly the intro you want.
Interesting. I mean, grabs galore happening here from this K-Rool, really punishing the fact that Planted is shielding a lot more of these projectiles. Does get hit. I didn't even realize you could get hit like that with the get-up attack. But
Roy sticking his head above the platform. Find the K-Rool get-up attack. Definitely a weird option there, but going to go onto the platform this time. Doesn't want to deal with that again. As Crusader going for another blunderbuss off the stage. Wants to go for some cheeky plays here onto Planted. If you get one of those, Roy recovery could be in big trouble. As Planted tries to keep Crusader in the air, covering these landings so well. Planted has been doing a great job this game of juggling. That's an important tool to do against King K-Rool, especially when he's not utilizing that neutral air armor. You can keep this crocodile in the air for a long, long time. And that is Planted's goal, as Crusader's is to just make sure you stay on the ground, keep this Roy away. And these small battlefield platforms are being brutal in that regard.
Yeah, honestly, what a phenomenal pick from Crusader here. Small battlefield, like you said, Avery, really just doing so many favors for this crocodile. Ooh, Planted does get that fake, does force out Crusader to to counter, but it doesn't matter. Forward air will just take the stock away from Roy.
Oh!
And forward smash will just take the stock away from King K. Rool.
What a big play there from Planted, understanding that Crusader wanted to be in that space, wanted to land just there, and what better way to punish it than with a forward smash, finding himself in a mirage of projectiles here. You get too close to K. Rool, that's supposed to be your good spot, but you're getting hit by these backwards hit of crowns, you're getting hit by these blunderbusses that you're just trying to punish K. Rool for throwing out so many of, but when you just precisely miss the timing, man, do you ever take damage for it.
Again, almost every move that King K. Rool has a little bit of armor on it, so you think you can punish the crown throw, but nope, it's got a little bit of armor on it, and instead you get punished. I know, going for that down air doesn't quite get it, but maybe if they go for it again.
This is such a close Game 5, Alex. I did not think we'd be seeing another last-hit Game 5 scenario. 2 back-to-back from these two players, but these two are absolutely at kill percent. From True confirms off of light hit, jab back air. Not quite going to do it just yet, but not quite going for a big edge guard. Crusader going for the riskiest of risky and the high recovery. Going to go for the blunderbuss there just in case Planted comes off stage. And a big counter, Alex. Going for those counters on the ledge of this scenario is so bold. Who's going to take the last hit?
Oh, and dash attack will come out and take the stock. Crusader just barely squeaking out the win in game number 5. But like you said, it was so back and forth. It was last hit, last stock for a good bit there. The counter keeping K. Rool alive. A little bit of the air stalls off the side of the stage. And then we saw dash attack to catch that landing from Roy.
That truly was a show that we just watched, Alex.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, what an amazing job from both players at covering landings. I mean, we've seen Planted has been really strong at keeping this K. Rool in the air, and at the end of the day, it was actually Crusader who made the game-winning dash attack to cover Planted's landings. So many adaptations in this game. I feel like the edge guards were the biggest way in which we saw that. Planted going off with Roy of all characters to forward air this K. Rool to make sure that he can't make it back. And then obviously on that Smashville game from Crusader, getting those down airs through the stage, getting the big edge guards when they count, getting those blunderbuss plays. I mean, it was back and forth the whole way through. That was truly an amazing match.
Absolutely, and now we get to relive some of the best moments here with a replay here, and I love the full circle that this game goes into. We saw Crusader really getting punished early on in games 1 and 2 for throwing out some of these counters in poor positions when landing and just getting called out by Planted over and over again, or some of these really risky options like dash attack, and it ends up being dash attack and the counter are the solution at the end of Game 5 because Crusader stopped using them quite as much and used them sparingly in very important situations. And of course, we're talking about the offstage presence here, those edge guards, the down airs, the spikes, just so much pressure.
Yeah, when he went for that big counter on that game number 5, the reason that worked is because we saw that option pretty much cease to exist after that, when it was really getting punished, that game number 3, the game number 2. So whenever it comes out in that last hit scenario, Planted was not expecting it. He was expecting a more safe option. Like the recovery before that, he goes for that like really high propeller
oh my gosh,
that Planted was not ready for. But yeah, Planted putting on pressure, making Crusader go for some weird options here in order to get around the pressure. I mean, just barely missing this grab is going to get yourself up thrown. I mean, this is such a crazy game to go out on. Keep in mind, this was the lower bracket, so that does mean that Planted is going home after such a great performance.
Oh, that is so painful. It hurts my heart a little bit. But I think that it also means that Dummy on the upper side of the bracket was the person that sent Planted down into this losers quarterfinals. So a lot of very exciting gameplay to come. We haven't even seen some of the best players just yet here, or the best matches, excuse me, just yet. I think we've seen just about everyone who's left in
I have to
bracket.
argue that I don't know how much better the matches can get,
yeah, that's
Alex.
true.
I mean, we just watched 2 last hit Game 5 sets in a row.
Yeah, with so much improvement and change coming on. You know what? You're right. I take back what I said. We may have seen some of the best games so far, but I mean, we're getting into the end here of the upper bracket, of the lower bracket. These games are certainly just going to be phenomenal if this is what we're at and we're in winner semis, loser quarters.
Yeah, I mean, the level of play is only going to go up from here. The level of adaptation is only going to come up from here. But we're going to have to wait and see what that looks like, because we are going to take a short break before we get into the final portion of Stars and Spikes offline portion. So don't go anywhere. You are not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for sticking with us for that short break. Welcoming back on the desk is Kyle Dexter, joining us for our first portion of Stars and Spikes. In those intro matches, I was able to take out for some banger sets, some Game 5s, some absolute heaters that we just witnessed. But Kyle is back for the final portion of the bracket. We are entering the loser semi portion of the bracket. We can swap over to that. We see Wayne for Life is going to take on Crusader, Pikachu versus King K. Rool, two players you should be familiar with by now. Kyle, what do you think about this match?
I think this is very interesting, Avery. The broadcast room was ecstatic over Crusader on this K. Rool. I kind of thought of him as more of a slow burn kind of player, but like as the tournament gets on, he just feels like he's just playing better and better, and we saw that with the set versus Planted, not having the best start, but focusing that Game 5 to eventually taking that set in that last hit.
Yeah, but Crusader also willing to play that slow game, like we saw on that small battlefield game, utilizing the platforms beautifully to keep Planted away. We'll have to see what strategy they go for versus Pikachu, another character with a lot of speed.
Right, and Waiting for Life, definitely a more defensive Pikachu, definitely getting those T-Jolts out, try to whittle down Crusader, try to build up that percent, because K. Rool loves getting those like high opportunity ways of killing, and Waiting for Life playing it very safe, trying to get those percents up without trying to get in any sort of like terrible situations to avoid getting those early stocks off.
Playing safe, yes, but Wayne for Life also going for big plays here on Crusader. That King K. Rool recovery, ever so exploitable. That little propeller that he brings out above him is his only protection, and that's what Crusader has to do if Wayne for Life goes for those edge guards, is try to get that propeller in the face of Pikachu. If Crusader is not able to do that, Crusader will spend the rest of the match off the stage, and that is exactly Wayne for Life's goal.
Right, if you're Wayne for Life, you have to hit Crusader from the side, because I don't believe Pikachu has the hitboxes big enough to contest with that propeller, so you have to hit K-Rool from the side if you are Wayne for Life. And we saw that happen before, Wayne for Life trying to get for those back airs, but not quite spacing it correctly, or Crusader getting the correct drift to force him into the propeller. Then there you go, that down smash will take the first stock in favor of Wayne for Life.
Yeah, and we know that Wayne for Life is certainly capable of those edge guards due to their prowess versus Fallen Utopia, barely falling in that game 5, but executing edge guards flawlessly versus Aegis, and King K. Rool, a character similar to Aegis with that recovery that you can exploit for that verticality. But Pikachu, living to these great percents, you might not even have to take early K. Rool edge guards off the recovery if you simply do not die. And this mouse is very good at that, and this is a very weird scenario for King K. Rool because he has to just kind of eat a lot of these T-jolts.
Right, and the jab lock with the forward, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Ooh!
Oh my goodness, the platform extension, getting the Nair into the back air. That is very unique. Baiting out the get attack with the forward smash. Amazing ledge trapping from Wayne for Life. The stage pipe with the back air is what I'm talking about, Avery. He has to hit Crusader from the side if he wants any chance of getting this edge guard for Crusader. Just extending the advantage, but not overextending as Crusader is trying to catch Wayne for Life, potentially overextending, but good recognition from Wayne for Life. Trying to just back out as he catches a jump with a Thunder, not quite getting this, the spike, but is racking up a ton percent.
Look at the awareness from Wayne for Life. Is going to find themselves in an up throw here, but just beautiful in calling out these defensive options of Crusader. Crusader going to have to utilize that armor to hit through some of these attacks because this evasion is just not working. Pikachu is just too fast. Wayne for Life just knows everywhere you want to go. Not even able to throw the crown before eating a forward smash. Wayne for Life is looking hot.
Right, and just amazing awareness from Wayne for Life, pushing that advantage on K-Rool while also not overextending with his combos, knowing that K-Rool can can break out of some of these combos quickly with the Nair, as is a decently fast move, but also extends K-Rool's belly armor, armoring through Pikachu's moves, but also playing extremely defensive with those T-Jolts on top of those town platforms, just abusing the fact that town is a massive stage, and even if you may die early out the sides, just avoiding situations where that happens, it works out that way.
Yeah, I mean, sure, King K. Rool can get some early stocks onto Pikachu with his powerful attacks, but when Pikachu is playing this neutral game where he's running away from you and T-Jolting, chip up that damage, find yourself off stage, and then you just can't recover, man, it's hard to find those big hits onto Pikachu, because especially your ones that'll kill him very early are very committal, like K. Rool smash attacks, for instance. You have to find more, like, these grabs, try to find down throw, maybe even like a dash attack, for instance. Now, some of these aerials, things that are a little bit safer, kill Pikachu a little bit later, but there again, you have to build up the percent for those kind of moves to connect and to kill. Very difficult to catch Pikachu in that regard.
Right, and we are about to jump into this game too. We will have to see if there's any potential stage changes, and we are going to Pokemon Stadium 2, another big stage, but the platform layout may not be as friendly for Wayne for Life to camp with these T-Jolts, as he's playing a little more aggressive, and Crusader just trying to catch and trying to get these big hits off.
And we are aware that Wayne for Life is a fan of the Town and City platform after that beautiful reset on the right side of Town, getting that back there that almost took that stock from Crusader at 70%. So I certainly wouldn't want to deal with that kind of play again. Taking to Pokemon Stadium 2, maybe a bit more of a stage where you can play with the space, but you don't want to play with the space above Pikachu because that Thundercloud is so brutal. Going for a tricky edge guard is Wayne for Life. If that T-Jolt connects with the propeller, it will cancel it, and Crusader would have had to up B again in order to not get hit by the back air. A tricky spot that Crusader does end up avoiding.
Right, and Crusader, see all of these adjustments made from this game 1, just catching these like overshoots from Waiting for Life with the forward tilt. So it's a strong move, and as you can see, it killed Waiting for Life about like 90%. Just such a strong move, and good adjustments are being made from Crusader so far to take this lead.
Without a doubt, Crusader is making some adjustments, but same story does get told again as he does jump into the Thundercloud and Pikachu. Such a great move for calling out the jumps, but a great blunderbuss there from Crusader to call out the T-Jolt of Wayne for life. You have to find ways to hit this Pikachu player while he's trying to camp you with those T-Jolts, because you certainly don't want to play this game of run into Pikachu forward air, and it's hard as K-Rool because of that big stature. It's easy for Pikachu to play around you, for his, to utilize his speed to make you have to guess, and that's exactly what Wayne for Life is doing in spades. But Crusader trying to just maneuver around this Thundercloud again, getting off the ledge is a difficult game, and that get up attack meant to stuff out an option from Wayne for Life, but too far away for it to work.
Right, and you see Wayne for Life making these sorts of adjustments as well, doing a lot of Thunder callouts to get catch Crusader jumping from the corner as he's working out spectacularly. And you see Wayne for Life just swapping to these defensive T-Jolts. And I do like what you brought up earlier about these blunderbusses from Crusader beating these T-Jolts as a very low commitment but also low priority projectile. And see, just like that, beating that T-Jolt, but getting the back throw will take the stock, and we are back to even stock count, but Crusader is about 117%.
And that's exactly the play I wanted to see from Crusader. He played that perfectly to get that punish with that back throw, but that is an oh-so-tricky spot with those T-Jolts off the stage. Again, K-Rool does not have an incredible amount of drift to maneuver around those. He doesn't have a horizontal-based recovery. He has to use that propeller. So when you can use those T-Jolts, just ride the wall of Pokemon Stadium the whole way down, man, it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, and you saw it was an unfortunate buffer side B from Crusader. Ultimate's buffer system is sometimes not the kindest, and we just saw that there as they were just trying to up B multiple times to make it back onto the platform, onto the stage, accidentally buffering a side B. And I do believe we are going back to Town and City. I'm not sure if I agree with this pick, knowing how it went in Game 1, as Wayne for Life was able to get a lot of these defensive T-Jolts from the top platform of Town. So we'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, let's go over a few of the reasons that Crusader may have picked this stage. One reason is that Town and City does not have that wall available, so you don't have to deal with that T-Jolt riding the wall the whole way down to intercept your vertical recovery. So a bit more options from Crusader in that regard on those recoveries. And also, I mean, killing off the side, although Pikachu can do it quite strongly, we have not yet seen the potent back throw that K-Rool does possess in his system. And a lot of that is because of those T-Jolts coming out in spades. It's hard to get those grabs onto Pikachu in those spots where your back throw will kill, because of course the T-Jolt is going to beat out the grab. So it's going to be up to whether Crusader can make these plays happen that we saw at the end of that game number 2, where he did try to intercept these T-Jolts with things like blunderbuss, things like forward air, even got around one and got a back throw. That could be a really potent option on a stage like Town and City. Try to run through the T-Jolt and try to make a play happen from behind Pikachu. I think that could be a really tricky thing that Crusader could attempt.
Right. Also do like these approaches what the T-Jolt Wayne for Life is doing. T-Jolt, a somewhat slow projectile, but Pikachu also has a very fast run speed, so approaching with a T-Jolt while also running behind it is very good for just approaching general, as if they were to shield it, you could almost get a free grab off, and Pikachu, at these low percents, can get some pretty nice grab combos.
He absolutely can, as Crusader does keep it nice and even off the start of this game, getting caught out a little bit on these landings with the forward smashes, trying to counter those forward smashes, but Wayne for Life just expertly waiting that out that time. I mean, just a beautiful guess there from Wayne for Life, going for this grab and going for the Thunder as well. A great combo there from Wayne for Life is going to pressure Crusader off the stage into a terrible spot. But speaking of terrible spots, Crusader calls out the air dodge but is not able to follow up.
Yeah, you saw not quite getting the punish Crusader, but even with the down throw, not quite getting the read correct. As this is what happened again. Oh no, another buffer with the side B. How unfortunate on the side of Crusader. They're starting to do a few things right, but sometimes K-Rool can only do so much when he's off stage, especially versus a character with such dominant edge guarding like Pikachu.
Yeah, and we are finding the blunderbusses on those high recoveries from Waiting for Life. Great job to Crusader for finding those, is trying to find a back throw here, but the too quick of attacks of Pikachu are coming out. That forward air even going to be lived from Waiting for Life. Excellent DI in order to live here on Town and City. Great stuff from him, able to stay in the game here and build up this percentage lead that he has found, and keeping up the pressure. Just when you end up above this Pikachu, you get thundered, but even a back air is going to do it when you're at 140.
Right, and you see Crusader trying to get a little bit of these Nurture V cheeses like we saw with his first set earlier in the tournament, but not quite. Waiting for Life not falling for it. As I say, he falls for it, does not have a jump. I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry, Waiting for Life. I just spoke into existence. But I believe for the first time in this set, Crusader has a lead.
Absolutely, Kyle, and what a way to get it. The K. Rool neutral B off the stage, killing Pikachu at 0%. What a brilliant stock there that was from Crusader, and that's exactly what you need to get yourself back in this set. But it's not over yet. Finding yourself at 132%, you still die to a Pikachu smash attack, but you can see the confidence from Crusader. Now that they got that stock, they got that lead, they're able to play with this Pikachu a little bit more and even find a 2-stock, Kyle. What was that?
Just amazing call-outs from Crusader, just guessing right in a lot of these situations and abusing the, I guess, the belly armor that K. Rool has with the forward tilt as he brings his belly out before he claps, extending his hurt box, which also extends the belly armor as well, armoring those moves that Waiting for Life keeps bringing out as he gets forward tilted and dying at these earlier percents because it's such a strong move, and these smaller side blast zones that Town provides really seem to help out Crusader.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a little bit of panic there from Waiting for Life at the end there, just trying not to get in trouble with this raged King K. Rool that is dealing so much damage that Waiting for Life was not used to. Waiting for Life very used to controlling the pace of this match. This pace is so important in a matchup like King K. Rool versus Pikachu. Who's going to take those early stocks? Is K. Rool going to live to these really high percents where Pikachu has to find something that like actually kills, or do we get these like little light hits off of like the edge guards that kill K. Rool because they're off stage? And the big reason that we were able to see King K. Rool thrive is, again, because of that really trick play there on that second stock that ended up killing Pikachu at 0%. I'm not sure if Crusader is going to be able to replicate that scenario. They're going to have to find out what they're going to do if that can't come to fruition.
Right, and the stage for this Game 4 will be Hollow Bastion. I'm curious to see how this will go in favor of Waiting for Life's T-Jolt-like defensive plays, but I see getting these air dodge reads, racking up a ton of percent already, back to this loop, but Crusader does find his way back. Okay, he does. Very good, but catching the jump with the Nair, amazing recognition from Waiting for Life, just catching on to Crusader's just jump out of ledge habits.
It sure is a tricky spot when King K. Rool finds himself off stage on one of these stages where the T-Jolt can just ride the whole way down. It is very difficult to get back, so you've got to make the time that you have on stage count. And that was a beautiful microspace in there from Crusader, just barely drifting away so that thunder doesn't connect. That's Crusader adapting to those thunders on his jump, and that's great to see.
Right, and I do like the use of the up air to potentially stall his way from like getting hit by another T-Jolt. And there you go, that works.
Yeah, we're seeing more counterplay from Crusader. That's great to see.
Yeah, I love these mid-game adaptations from Crusader on trying not to get hit too many times by these T-Jolts, but as you can see, sometimes he just can't help it as he gets down smashed by Waiting for Life, and here we go, these percents racking up again. 33, but he's off stage once again, but Waiting for Life retreating back to center stage, trying to just play the corner now, but there you go, the blunderbuss will beat the T-Jolt.
Yeah, you can T-Jolt King K. Rool all you want, but what Crusader is doing is he's going for these blunderbuss cannonballs in order to hit through one of the T-Jolts and deal more damage to Pikachu than he's taking in 2 to 3 T-Jolts. So that's actually a win for Crusader every time that interaction happens. But being in the air like this is the trickiest spot for King K. Rool. That thunder so big and so potent as he calls out both landings and in-air punishes. And great to see that up throw from Crusader, able to grab this Pikachu, but an entire stock down. That is just not the spot you want to be at versus Pikachu.
Right, and if you're Crusader, this is not an ideal situation to be in because Waiting for Life, he has all the time in the world to make this last stock go away. Since you have the stock lead, time is on your side, even though this Game 4 is going to go by pretty quickly. We still have 5 minutes left, and he can still has all the time in the world to just camp it out, just whittle down Crusader with these T-Jolts that's been getting him this entire set.
Oh, yeah, and the Thunders have just been brutal. King K. Rool Crusader trying to punish these ledge options from Wayne for Life, but he's just getting thundered for his efforts. Like, you want to hit the Pikachu where he's at, right? But it's hard to hit him when there's a big thunder cloud protecting him. So you've got to find a different scenario to do so, but you find yourself off stage again, and this is a tricky spot, but it is able to use the drift of King K. Rool's propeller to get around the T-Jolts this time. Great DI on the dash tag, but will not live another one.
Right, and Crusader on his last turn in life is at almost 200%, getting these jumps caught out by the Thunder, and will the up throw kill? And there you go. Wayne for Life will be taking losers semifinals, and we'll be moving on to losers finals.
Yeah, excellent play there from Wayne for Life, commanding the pace of that match. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. Was definitely in control the whole time, even though was getting a few of their T-Jolts called out with things like Blunderbuss. Really setting the pace, setting the edge guard game beautifully. I want to call out Wayne for Life's Thunders when Crusader was trying to punish them for going for that game plan, using that Thunder Cloud and the subsequent lightning that spikes into Pikachu as a great get-off-me tool, and that's really the reason that Wayne for Life was able to come out with a W in this case scenario. Wayne for Life moving on to the lower final to take on Dummy, the Link Ganondorf.
Right, and I don't believe we've seen Dummy go Ganondorf for any duration of this tournament. I do believe they've only been on stream, I believe, once.
Yeah, we saw the Link earlier.
Yeah, but I believe they were waiting in winners finals, right? Or
no, Dummy is in the lower final, and then the winner of the lower final will go up against Fallen Utopia in the grand final.
Right, okay. But we have seen a lot of success from Dummy's Link, so I don't see any reason for them to change off of the Link into the Ganondorf, especially with
Would you against Pikachu?
Yeah, or and even if you do beat the Pikachu, you have to play into Aegis, which are very not favorable matches for Ganondorf in the slightest, but Link, not much better in those regards. They both kind of just run over Link, another slow character, but Link at least has the frame data and some of his moves, as well as the kill power.
You may end up playing a similar game to Crusader if you do opt for the Ganondorf versus the Pikachu, and Wayne for Life just looks too comfortable. I mean, you're going to find yourself in that off-stage scenario where those Thunder Jolts are just hitting you over and over and over, and you're going to have to deal with these Wayne for Life edge guards. I feel like the Link makes sense here, but like you said, Kyle, it's still a tricky matchup at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle for Dummy here, but I do believe there's still hope for them because they still have made a very dominant winner's side run before falling to Fallen Utopia, but we'll just have to see as they play into Wayne for Life, the Pikachu. I do believe they will be starting relatively soon, but what are your thoughts on any particular stage picks, Avery?
I mean, stage is so weird. Like, I am always a big proponent when you're playing a character like Link who can set up this wall that you want platforms to be able to set it up under, because that negates that upwards approach angle that Pikachu can take. And one interesting thing to note is when you're sitting underneath those platforms, Pikachu is not going to be able to Thunder Jolt camp you because of the Link shield. I would assume that blocks Thunder Jolt quite well. So that could be a weird dynamic that we see if Dummy decides to camp underneath a small battlefield or PS2 platforms. That might not work the best on Kalos, but Wayne for Life would have to find a different way to chip in damage.
Right, and the stage pick here is Kalos. We haven't seen this stage often in this particular tournament, but we do see Dummy trying to just wall out Wayne for Life with these projectiles and with those very fast normals that Link has in the form of Nair. We see clanking with the T-Jolts. That is something that Dummy could take advantage of. Wayne for Life likes using those defensive T-Jolts, and the projectiles the Link has, Dummy might be able to take advantage of that. Not quite getting the forward smash, but Wayne for Life still trying to catch out these jumps with these Thunders, but Dummy isn't budging.
Link is such a great hybrid character. He has such fast options, he has great range, and he has projectiles to keep his opponent away, which is why Pikachu is struggling right here, because Dummy has so many more options on the Link than K. Rool does. He can utilize more so this speed to get around these Pikachu attacks, and he can keep Pikachu away with similar strength as King K. Rool. So it's really great to see Dummy utilize so many different tools as Link, because that is really his strength.
Right, and Dummy I love this mixed defensive / aggression coming from Dummy here. Link is very much, like you said, Avery, pretty much kind of like a hybrid character. So Link is very much capable of playing this kind of hybrid playstyle, mixing between aggression and defensive with his like some of his fast normals. Also having, well, despite being slow, having Link is a little heavy, so he's able to survive hits a little longer than some other characters, but still having some extremely terrifying moves to get hit by, like a forwarder or an up B, as it will catch the end bit of that jump for Wayne for Life. Dummy up 3 stocks to 1.
And we are seeing that power that comes from Link. Wayne for Life finding themselves losing some early stocks here that they are not used to losing. Those powerful attacks of Link are coming out in spades, and still the zoning game from Dummy so strong, even going as far as to edgeguard Pikachu with these projectiles. Where are you supposed to go, Kyle?
I don't know, Avery, and it seems that Wayne for Life doesn't know either. They seem kind of lost in this first game, but if I'm Wayne for Life, I wouldn't think this as too bad just yet, because it's just the first game of a best of 5. You still have at least 2 other chances of adapting and finding your way back to a winnable position.
That is absolutely true, and utilizing one of the best tools for Pikachu in this matchup is that Kalos wall for Pikachu. Not quite going to do it off the top. Kalos ceiling so high. The bomb barely going to take it off the side of Kalos. I think Wayne for Life is a little bit done with that game. Going to wrap that one up, make some adjustments. Certainly a speed change here going up against this Dummy player on the Link here. Going to have to figure something out. Like, the on-stage game has just been brutal.
Right, and you think that in a matchup like this, Pikachu should be able to just run Link over, but Dummy's been doing such a great job of just stuffing out Wayne for Life with those big aerials and with the zoning, just a mixture of just the movement, but also the big hitboxes, but also the small hitboxes, but the very fast moves.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a lot to keep track about with Link.
Link has, like, such good buttons. It's so weird. Like, his range is so deceptively strong. And on the other side, we have Pikachu, who, although is this top-tier character, can move around the stage very quickly, he actually has deceptively bad range. He can really be outranged by Link, even when he's just using his, like, quick stubby moves, things like Neutral Air, things like, you know, even like Boomerang, for example. Like, Pikachu can't, like, easily hit through and hit Link as well. So we're really seeing that speed come out from Link, and we're seeing the zoning game both with the sword and with the projectiles. And Link, you know, not lacking in the power department whatsoever. Pikachu dying at these, you know, less than 100%. We even saw the T-Jolt call out on that up B when Wayne for Life is trying to T-Jolt down. Dummy going for the up B in that scenario. That's matchup knowledge right there, and you could tell Dummy, this is not his first time fighting Pikachu.
Right, and Dummy playing a little bit more aggressive right now. While we have FD as the second game choice for the stage, amazing conversion with the Boomerang forward air, and oh my goodness, that up B not quite taken, but very close. But Wayne for Life not quite getting the angles correct. Maybe they didn't have a jump at that time, but Dummy just playing this amazingly right now as they just keep stuffing out Wayne for Life with these big and just fast hitboxes there. Just such an amazing move. It can almost do anything for Link.
Yeah, look at that nair and back air just to put so much quick pressure at the ledge. Pikachu, not normally a character that struggles to get off the ledge, but when you got these like really fast yet lingering hitboxes of Link, man, you got to maneuver around them. And Dummy's such a fast player. Wayne for Life is not used to playing at this pace. You're going to need to speed up or slow down. Try to figure out what we're going to do about this Dummy player who's just so quick to the buttons, and yet playing this defensive option so well as well, knowing when Wayne for Life is going to go for these kind of dash attack plays and holding the shield accordingly. And man, these edge guards are brutal.
Right, and you see Dummy kind of frustrating Wayne for Life a little bit, as Wayne for Life not playing nearly as safe as he was before, like he was during Crusader, besides Crusader, but now Wayne for Life just playing a little bit more unsafe with the more unsafe moves on Dummy's shield, getting a lot more up smashes or uppies out of shield.
Yeah, and I like to see Wayne for Life going for these big edge guard plays. That is absolutely what you need to do versus a character like Link, still over exploitable recovery on his side. So you want to make sure you go for those plays. That's exactly what Wayne for Life did there, catching the landing on the forward smash after the edge guard barely missed. But this ledge trap from Link, utilizing the bomb on the ledge to make sure that you can't neutral get up A brutal trap here from Link, that remote bomb. Link can choose when he wants to blow it up, so it's tricky to work around it because you don't want to get in space because Link can just reactionary blow it up. And speaking of reactionary, another dash attack on shield, ill-advised from Wayne for Life, is going to get up again.
Right, and Dummy's still kind of running away with this game a little bit, but if you're Wayne for Life, it wouldn't be over just yet. Amazing setup with the F throw into bomb. The bomb, a little cheeky, it was off screen, couldn't really notice it from that far, but catching the aggressive landing with the up air, Link up air, such a good move that also lingers for such a long time, so it could sometimes be air dodges depending on their time.
I mean, this is just shut down play style coming out from Dummy. Just absolutely never letting Wayne for Life even get hits. I mean, Wayne for Life going to find an initiation here, but a success on the bomb recovery from Dummy, going to get them out of that scenario and quick. I mean, that's brutal when you see Dummy making those kind of plays, because that's going to be your main win condition as Wayne for Life going for these edge guards, and a beautiful tech setup on the late neutral air into forward smash. That's high-level Smash Bros right there, Kyle. That's something that Wayne for Life was not ready for.
Right, and honestly, I don't think any of us were expecting either. I've never, like...
It was a cheeky setup. It was.
Yeah, you see Dummy still has some tricks up their sleeve with the F throw into the bomb that was off screen. We saw that that late hit nair into that tech setup with the forward smash, getting that early kill.
Yeah, I mean, Link is a, you know, I won't say deceptively because it's kind of his thing, but he is a tricky character. Like with that remote bomb, he can set it up somewhere, blow it up later, and that's what we were talking about when we talk about that F throw into the bomb setup. It's like traditionally that F throw isn't going to combo into anything, but having that bomb there is going to get that extra damage on the table, and you can do things like play with Boomerang, like throw a Boomerang in this spot, Pikachu comes in to punish you, like maybe you get punished, maybe you don't, Boomerang comes back to save you, like especially you get grabbed or something like that. So those kind of tricks can work in Link's bag as well. But a lot of this, you know, isn't tricks at the same time. It's a lot of just like raw calling out Wayne for Life's options with these forward airs, with this brutal ledge trap, with the bombs and the quick neutral airs, the quick back airs. Man, this Dummy player is on fire.
Right. You see a lot of adjustments being made from Dummy just to keep on this advantage. Game one, they were playing a little bit more like defensive, or more like a mixture between defensive and offensive. And
look at this speed.
You just see, like, as the set continues, Dummy's just stepping on the gas, no brakes attached to it, and just throwing out so many moves. Unfortunately for Dummy, Wayne for Life being so evasive with these rolls and these just how small of a character Pikachu is. Catching the arrow, not going to quite do anything with it though.
This is brilliant defense from Wayne for Life. Like, Dummy is playing very fast, but he's playing fast just outside of Wayne for Life's range. So what Wayne for Life is doing is that he's not approaching into Link's space. And this is perfect for Wayne for Life, because this is a safe range that Wayne for Life is playing at. Even though Dummy is playing fast and using a lot of aerials, they're not like on Wayne for Life's shield, they're just outside of it. And if you could stay outside of it, and you could keep getting this chip damage with T-Jolt, Wayne for Life is perfectly content with that. As Dummy makes the adjustments and gets a little closer to Pikachu, Wayne for Life has to choose whether he's going to play that game or whether he's going to disengage.
Right. We were making some adjustments for this set, and Wayne for Life seems to be finding something that seems to be working out for his favor so far. Kind of playing this mixture of just forcing Link to approach with his lackluster approach options when he is forced to approach. You know, again, a very slow character, and if you can punish his nair, Link has a hard time getting in on you, and Dummy just trying to play that mixture of defensive and offense like we saw in that game one.
Yeah, maybe the speed not working out for Dummy. Gonna have to go for more of a projectile-based game. That's exactly what we're seeing them set up just now, utilizing the Boomerang to send that bomb at a high angle. That's what you want to use to call out Pikachu, and that's a great spot for Link. If you can call out where that Pikachu is going to be with those projectiles that you don't have to commit to, and a smart roll away there from Wayne for Life, going to make sure you don't get into a scenario where you have to box with Link. But speaking of boxing with Link, that forward air is so strong, and Dummy is pressuring with it. That could easily kill Pikachu, but the rage is off the table as a dash attack takes the stock. Wayne for Life finds the first lead of the series.
Right, and Wayne for Life, I love using the quick attack to disengage. Wayne for Life just learning the character as time goes on. And we see it as they're using these quick attacks to disengage a lot more and just get into a more advantageous position as the quick attack onto Dummy, getting that up air stream out.
Yeah, and Pikachu has some great combo potential on Link. He is still a heavyweight that can be comboed quite well at the end of the day and can certainly be edge guarded, and that's what Wayne for Life's trying to put the pressure on right here as Dummy tries to swing off the ledge. That can be a dangerous game to play as Wayne for Life is looking for those edge guards but doesn't quite commit to it that time, understanding that Wayne for Life has the lead, doesn't want to get reversaled, doesn't want to get into a scenario where they're trying to initiate, but Dummy gets the hit, and that's exactly what Dummy found there, going for the quick attack, trying to do this quick initiation, but Dummy finding the shield in time.
Right, Wayne for Life messing up that second angle for the Pikachu quick attack. And oh no, Dummy messing up, overshooting with that fastball Nair, falling through the corner and just falling off stage. And I've never seen Dummy with being in a deficit this big.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Wayne for Life, is playing very frugally with this lead, quite aggressive, I might say, and it was Dummy who was playing with the speed at the beginning, but Wayne for Life, when Wayne for Life gets comfortable, he does start initiating a little more, going back with the T-Jolts now, but really, Wayne for Life can also play this really hybrid style. I've seen Wayne for Life go like dramatically back and forth with his style, and like I know I've said it like a million times, but that's really what he's going for here, is these T-Jolts for chip damage, and then fast combo routes that we've seen as such a strength for Wayne for Life. And it looks like Dummy is actually becoming the lost player as like we're entering the end of this game number 2.
Yeah, something we're realizing slowly is that Dummy's having a bit of a hard time with Wayne for Life's small hitbox on Pikachu as they were trying to nair out his shield, but on most characters that would work out for Link, but since Pikachu has such a small hurtbox, very deceptively small, as a lot of Pikachu's line animations ends up with him flattening like a pancake. So in the community we call it pancaking for Pikachu's sake, because he's just likes low profile a lot of moves, especially that Link Nair that's been giving Dummy a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, look at the zoning from Wayne for Life, just calling out these attacks of Dummy and even going for an aggressive option on the bomb recovery. Gonna be just off in that department, but 118% of extra credit is certainly enough for Pikachu. Gonna go for these smash attacks here. No bomb to recover with. He's gonna have to do it the traditional route, but Wayne for Life ready on the roll there, throwing the bomb to try to get this Pikachu off of the ledge so that you can safely get back. You are going to manage your way back this time, but you've got to build up the damage. Wayne for Life already looking for the smash attacks. You don't want to get desperate at this point, though. Dummy is still in this game.
For sure. Dummy's slowly crawling their way back. They just have to make sure to recognize what kills on Pikachu's end, as Pikachu doesn't have the most linear kill options, but dash attack will be one of them. Wayne for Life showing some signs of life with this Game 3 win.
And that was a really nice dash attack, actually punishing the Link Nair. Not something you see every day, but that was a beautiful play. Trying to initiate with that Link Nair has a lot of priority, has a lot of range on it, despite it just being a kick. But Pikachu able to be quick enough, able to be efficient enough to find the kill there on the dash attack. And you know, they're at 150%. That's going to take it off the top. Moving on in this series, Wayne for Life found some signs of life, found some ways that he can win this series. But at the end of the day, there was an SD on the board for Dummy. So gonna have to find it a little cleaner here in the game number 4. Find those edge guards, you know, continue with that T-Jolt style, because Dummy was not able to figure out the punishes in that game. He was playing this more fast option. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dummy slow it down a little bit and Wayne for Life have to initiate.
Right, and like we saw in that Game 3, it was the first time we saw, at least on the caster desk, Dummy being on the back foot for a change. So it was hard for them to find a way back, even though they were slowly trying to find some answers. They did find a few, but unfortunately for Dummy, it was too late. But Wayne for Life stealing the jump perhaps with the forward air, but not quite getting the edge guard correctly. You can see that Wayne for Life was trying to do a drop down air, but not quite dropping off the platform just yet.
Yeah, so unfortunate there from Wayne for Life. Had a beautiful scenario there for the drop down air, but unfortunately the misinput there is going to cost them a stock. But still in the lead here on Kalos, and this is a fine position for Wayne for Life, getting this chip damage with these forward tilts, with these T-Jolts, and just keeping this Link away from him. I mean, beautiful job really from Wayne for Life. Dummy is just not able to play with the range as they were able to at the beginning of the series. The T-Jolts are beating out the boomerangs. It's a difficult thing to do, but Pikachu making it happen, and you know, not hitting the shield incorrectly is gonna keep both these two alive for now, but the chip damage is going in favor of Wayne for Life and still going for these big reads on the bomb recoveries.
Yeah, some we're realizing from these players that Dummy is not very comfortable when they don't have Boomerang or a bomb set up. As you see, they like to clank with these Pikachu's T-Jolts, or in Bomb's case, just halts it still. But for Boomerang, which is such an important tool for Link as it sets up a lot of his kills, these T-Jolts clanking with him, if you're Wayne for Life, you wouldn't be bothered because Pikachu just throw out more T-Jolts. He can throw out as many T-Jolts as he wants at a time, but for Link, he can only have one Boomerang out at a time.
That was such a big forward air there for Dummy, weaving in and out of these T-Jolts, making sure that that sword will connect with the Pikachu, and that will deal massive knockback. As you can see, Pikachu flying off your screen from that sword attack, and now Dummy finding themselves in the lead. Kyle, as a Varsity Smash player at Shenandoah, talk to us about the lead. What does it mean in Smash Bros when you can play ahead of your opponents?
When you have the lead in Smash, it means you have you set the tempo, is what I'm trying to say here. So if you are Dummy, you can now play the game in whatever sort of pace you want. If you want to play super defensively, your opponent will have to match into that. But we do have a stock tie again, as Wayne for Life takes the stock with a back air, as Dummy is not able to tech it.
Yeah, I mean, tempo has indeed been the name of the game as Dummy tries to speed it up once again, but the shield from Wayne for Life is going to come out just in time, but the pressure is on. Dummy is indeed playing with this lead. It seems like this is a player that is really comfortable when they get momentum, when they have that lead, because then they can play this fast pace or this slow pace however they see fit. But whenever Wayne for Life has had the lead, that's when Dummy is like seemingly lost, and that's exactly what Wayne for Life is trying to take back into their court, what they are trying to capture. This lead is ever so important, especially as a character like Pikachu. When you die so early, you don't want to enter these mid-percents. The second hit of forward smash, not quite coming out this time, but Dummy's still in a great spot.
Right, and we're seeing, despite Link's range, we are still seeing a lot of trades coming out in between these two players. And if I was Dummy, I would not be too bothered by the fact that they're trading a lot, because Wayne for Life only has one stock left, and that's just more percent to add to more potential ways to kill for the side of Dummy. But if you're Dummy, you still have another stock to work with. So those trades not as bad if you had the extra stock.
Great point, Kyle, and those stray hits certainly are going to enter Link's favor, as well as Link's stray hits are much, much stronger than Pikachu's, as Pikachu does find a run-up grab. Excellent mix-up there from Wayne for Life, catching out the shield of Dummy, but here on Kalos, not even going to find a kill here at 160. I mean, the ceiling on this stage higher than any other, and even bomb recovery not going to take it off the top. Link living at almost 200%. This is a nightmare for Pikachu. Is going to find the grab, killing at 200%. Not unwinnable at all for Wayne for Life. Link, again, having that exploitable recovery. If we can see that drop-off down air setup that we saw before from Wayne for Life, if we can see those Thunder drag-down setups that we've seen Wayne for Life go for, this is not out of grasp.
Right, but Dummy still trying to set the pace as they have the lead. Even though it's a stock lead, they have the percentage lead. But finding that forward air with the overextension, Dummy will be moving on to grand finals to face Fallen Utopia.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne for Life entered that mode that they love to do, where they throw those Thunder Jolts to get those chip damage. But if that Thunder Jolt, comes out when your opponent is too close to you, you're still going to be in the lag from that Thunder Jolt whenever the opponent is close enough to punish you. You get yourself forward aired, you're in big trouble, because you're still in lag from throwing that Pikachu. You're still getting Pikachu'd while you're getting a sword to the face. I mean, Kyle, in the grand final, we have Fallen Utopia, Aegis, versus what we just saw, the Link Dummy coming out in spades with this speed, with this defense, with these projectiles. We're not going to get into it just yet, Kyle. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but I'm going to recommend that you grab a snack, grab a blanket. Stars and Spikes will return very soon with the grand final.
understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I will stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? Got me saying away. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake.
Hello and welcome back. We are in grand finals for the Stars and Spikes, the high school in-person tournament. I, of course, am Alexander T. Kresek, and joining me on the desk is a new face, Milo. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I am wonderful. It's been great watching all these high schoolers play some great Smash.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of phenomenal games. We've
Right.
seen a lot more games, I think, than we originally anticipated, going all the way, going the distance to that final game 5. And here we are in grand finals. We have Fallen Utopia versus Dummy. These players did play each other a little bit earlier in the bracket. We saw it was off screen, so we didn't get to see it actually play out, but I believe it was a 3-1
Right.
in favor of Fallen Utopia. So something to
So-
keep in mind here as we get into it. But again, Fallen Utopia on this Pyramithra, Dummy on this Link. We're kicking it off on Pokemon Stadium 2.
Yeah, so a rematch of the winners finals. Sword v sword here.
Yeah, exactly. And again, Dummy taking 50% early on, lots of damage, but will have the ability to come back into this. Link's got some good, at least 1-2 combos to really start racking up damage, putting on that pressure. Will get punished for that up smash, though.
Yeah, as we saw with the last match, this Dummy is very good at coming back, even with a high damage percentage.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Wayne for Life versus Dummy. The Pikachu, a very different matchup than the Pyramithra. We'll take a little bit of an adjustment here, and it looks like Dummy has kind of started to lock in this matchup. You can punish a lot more on Pyramithra in terms of that height discrepancy when you're looking at like a Pikachu. Pikachu's just going to pancake under some of your moves, especially some of your lower aerials.
Right, Pikachu's. Oh, goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Flying there.
Yeah, there goes the Link exploding because of that forward smash from Fallen Utopia. And that's kind of a dangerous spot to be in when this Pyramithra gets the advantage. They can play on the Mithra, rack up damage, and just really hold that lead as we're seeing here. Dummy back to 57% and just rising. The bomb recovery is there to avoid the damage, and with that up special, able to get Pyramithra off stage once more. Bomb not finding, nor is the dash attack, unfortunately, but that forward smash will connect, and looks like Fallen Utopia just DI'd straight up into the blast zone.
And we're back to V2 now. Dummy just needs to catch up in terms of damage here, and it looks like they're doing a pretty good job at closing the gap a little bit.
Absolutely, but still, 105 in the form of Link. A lot of damage. Any sort of stray hit will get the kill. But when Avery was on the desk, he talked a lot about how there's that sweet spot for Pyramithra to find those easy, quick kill combos around 60 to 70%. Link is out of that percentage range, and therefore Fallen Utopia really needs to rely on more of those stray hits to get that confirmed.
Right, and it seems that Dummy is kind of doing pretty good at keeping up with the Fallen Utopia here, keeping them off stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, when you have something like a Link versus Pyramithra, you can really take advantage of those projectiles. We're seeing Bomb, we're seeing Boomerang, we're seeing arrows come out here. Again, forcing Fallen Utopia to maybe find a different pathway in, forcing them to approach in perhaps an uncomfortable way. But again, you have to be so careful with these really strong aerials. Oh my gosh.
Very careful there on the edge.
Very dangerous off stage.
Very.
Yep. 165 on Dummy, but the up tilt will take the stock. It's a really fast option, and at high percentage like that 150 on Pyramithra will get the kill fairly easily. We get the star KO, so it's a reset. We're back to 1-on-1 for the stocks and just about even here.
1-on-1 on game 1.
Yeah, it's so many ones. Unfortunately, we don't have any ones in the percentage, but it's in our hearts. We see where it's at. And again, 56%, 64 now, rising on Dummy 52. Again, this percentage very close for both of these players. Any sort of hit. Link now in this danger zone for Pyramithra will bomb themselves, unfortunately. But it does give you some space, allows you to reset here and fight for neutral once more. The forward tilt from Pyramithra, so strong. Just has so much range, like every move, and you're going to get caught out by the up smash as well. Lasts forever. The up air will finish it off. Fallen Utopia taking that game number 1.
Yep, they did a really good job of keeping. It was close match the entire time, but that last stock, Fallen Utopia did a real good job of knocking him off the edge and keeping him off.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at like Pyramithra and what we've seen from Fallen Utopia this entire bracket, because we have had the joy, the honor of being able to see quite a few games from Fallen Utopia. We've been really able to pick up their play style. They really love throwing out, they like being in Pyra, and they really like throwing out these side Bs to hold ledge, to hold that space, and make it difficult for their opponents to come in here. An interesting choice here. We're going to Smashville, actually, to kick things off. I mean, this is Dummy's counter pick. Typically, I think you'd want to stay on a bigger stage so you can, range out, throw projectiles with the Link. But Dummy also kind of understanding where Fallen Utopia's playstyle is coming in the fact that they want to kind of space you out with Pyramithra. So... Oh, no, that's so sad. Going for the down air, doesn't quite get it. Good recovery from Fallen Utopia, and instead will fall down to the SD. Very unfortunate, but this game is still in their hands. It's not over yet. 101 on the Pyramithra means that Link can find a good smash attack here and tie things up really quickly, really easily. They just have to be so careful because this Pyramithra, this Pyra specifically, this Mithra, excuse me, will get so much percentage on them if they're not careful.
Yeah, like you said, he just got to look for good. Oh, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. When you have that lead like Fallen Utopia, understanding that they're at that kill range, they can make those risky plays, go off stage, use that neutral B to really prevent Dummy from doing anything. And if you can't hit that tech, you are gone.
Yeah, they're up in stock, so they can play those more risky plays and go for the spike.
Absolutely. I mean, they didn't even need a spike there. They just needed to delay that recovery from Link. And if you don't have a bomb in hand, and if you're throwing that up B early, you're just going to get caught out and things like that, especially with a massive hitbox from Pyra on that neutral B.
Yeah, that big sword is doing the work, keeping Dummy away.
I feel like that's been the theme for this entire series is big sword.
Big sword, keep away.
Big sword, keep away. Great. That was an interesting interaction there at the ledge, but Dummy will make it back. Love to see it. 131, though, will die to almost any tilt attack. Good DI, stays alive a little bit longer, but gets caught out by the edge of the sword. Unfortunate.
The sword.
Ooh, Fallen Utopia going up now 2-0 in the series. This is match point. I think it's important for us to talk about that there is a bracket reset if Dummy is able to make this reverse 3-0 comeback here, that they will need to play the set again because they're coming from the lower side of the bracket. Fallen Utopia, on the other hand, has been on the winner side, on the upper side of the bracket for the entirety of this tournament, and therefore all they need is 3 wins here, and they're on match point.
Yeah, like you said, if Fallen Utopia wins this last match here, then that's game. But if somehow Dummy manages to pull out the next 3 matches, we could see it going to 10 games.
Absolutely. Wow. 10 games is a jump, but I'm here for it.
Hey.
We've seen so many of these sets go to game 5, so you're absolutely
Exactly.
correct. It is not impossible to see this reverse 3-0. We just need to see some sort of adaptation here from Dummy. Hasn't really been able to find their way into this matchup, and maybe it's the map. So now we're on small battlefield. We've seen a different map each time for this series. I think small battlefield's a great option here. It allows Link to use these projectiles as cover, or use these platforms as cover for the projectiles, allowing Link to safely throw out boomerangs, arrows, bombs, what have you.
Yeah, like you said, Link's got a lot more options on this stage and a lot more room. Oh, that was
Yeah,
crazy
well,
with the
Pyramithra was
projectiles.
living. I was about to make a comment about it, but it's okay. The bomb takes care of it. No need to worry. And Dummy now has the lead. This is what they should have had last game, unfortunately. And now hopefully they can keep it and put a little more pressure on Fallen Utopia.
Yeah, they're putting good use of those projectiles again with the bombs and it's back 2-2.
Yeah, you can even
Utopia's-
finish the
I can,
sentence
yeah.
here. Because every time it looks like one of the players has an advantage, all of a sudden it's tied up once more. Dummy does have a good percentage lead here at 86% to 0, but anything can happen. We're Fallen Utopia piloting this Mithra can change that up in an instant.
Yep, this Mithra can definitely close that gap in terms of damage percentage. But Dummy's just doing a great job of hitting these bombs, keeping them away. Oh, but there's that sword again with the Pyra.
Yeah, what can you do? Ooh, oh no,
no.
you hate to see it. Foresight coming in clutch to save Fallen Utopia from certain death. But, I mean, that's what you got to deal with when you're going against a Mithra. That's the benefit, one of the many benefits of playing Mithra. Pyra, of course, does not have that same sort of bonus, but does hit super hard. So you have to be careful, even at 97% on small battlefield.
Yeah, see, like we were saying, 149 to 109, that percentage is, oh, maybe, not quite.
Great use of the bomb from Dummy, but unfortunately, great use of the up tilt from Fallen Utopia. Dummy had such a large lead, and it's just kind of evaporated at this point. 157, though, almost anything strong from Dummy will get the kill. The problem is finding that hit.
Finding that there, and there's that opportunity. He found it. Or they found it, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah. Dummy doing a great job here. Again, knowing their tournament life is on the line here. Foresight once more coming in clutch, allowing them just to go straight through that up tilt.
Yeah, we're back down to one-on-one stocks. We're very close in percentage here. So at this point, it could be anyone's game. but-
Absolutely.
Oh,
no.
no! And as soon as I say that, well, looks like we are going to go to a game 4.
Yeah, very unfortunate SD at the end there, fast falling through the ledge. Not what you want to see, but it happens, especially you're in grand finals. The nerves are getting to you. We saw some uncharacteristic mistakes, I think, from Utopia here.
Yeah, you got to remember, it's grand finals, and they've been playing all day, so that pressure is definitely on.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that. Most of these players in the high school side of things are also playing in the open bracket, which is starting just about now as well. So, yeah, they've been playing all day, and they're about to play a little more even after this. So it really is a test of mental fortitude for these players who, many of them, this is their first LAN.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely going to be a test of mental stamina today.
Yes. Hopefully they can get something to eat really quick so that it's not just it's only a test of your mental stamina and not your physical stamina.
Yeah, hopefully not that. But yeah, looks like we're back pretty even. Neutral stage right now.
Oh, you gotta be
Ooh,
careful.
that Mithra
Yeah.
piling on the damage.
Hits so hard. 95%. You are out of those down air into anything combos, but you will get closer to death with those up Bs. Oh, and a great
Oh,
punish.
Nice turnaround from Dummy.
Yeah, and again, if Pyra's throwing out these big moves, really having a lot of end lag, punish it. Don't let them get away with that for free. Especially because not every move on Pyra is punishable, but speaking of punishable, landing on stage with that up B will be punished easily by Pyra.
Yep, back 2-2, but they're building up that damage very quickly. But Dummy actually not doing bad, building up damage as well. Doing a very good job switching it up with the projectiles and with the close quarters jabs.
The problem is you got to be so careful with this Mithra. They can get in so quickly. If you're pulling a bomb, if you're pulling back to throw a boomerang, that's the opportunity that Mithra can use to get in and really rack on the damage. So many combo starters into long strings of combos that makes it just difficult. But the percentages are racking up on both sides, so we're seeing Fallen Utopia opt more for this Pyra rather than the Mithra, looking for an early kill, and they find it. 88% off the top on PS2. That is not what you want to see for Dummy.
No, that is really rough. But Dummy is in a situation where pretty much anything could get rid of the Mithra at this point at 142 now.
The problem
Dummy,
again that we're talking about is finding those hits for Link. There's not as many setups unless you can get a good boomerang hit.
Right.
Or are you just falling down air?
Down air. Hey, if it works, right?
You know what? You're right. Who am I to judge here? It works. It's a strong move, and if you're not ready for it, it'll take your stock just like that.
Yeah, we're down one stock each. Again, it seems that's a common theme for these games. But Dummy's in a rough spot right now.
Great DI, great survival, but oh man, that up smash lasts for so long.
Yeah, so that, I believe, will be game for game finals.
Yeah, that's it. Congratulations to Fallen Utopia taking the 3-1 win in grand finals. It was a bit of a back and forth, but I really do think that Fallen Utopia really showing off their dominance on this Pyra Mithra, even in this Link matchup, was really strong here. So yeah, we're seeing the replays. We get to relive this set one more time with just the highlights, just the best bits. And again, we saw so much use of this up smash from that Pyra Mithra, that up air doing a great job of catching these things. Dummy unfortunately dying a little early there. You hate to see it. It hurts. But it was a good attempt. I really do appreciate going off stage, really trying to punish that very linear recovery from the Pyra Mithra.
Yeah, this was a lot of back and forth in some of these games where it looked like Dummy could have taken it, but yeah, the Pyra Mithra was doing such a good job of just punishing any openings they could find. It was wonderful.
Absolutely, and again, very unfortunate, getting a little aggressive there, and gets punished one more time. And welcome back. We've got a third person here on the desk with us.
Hello. I don't know if my mic's on. Can you hear me? Probably.
I believe they can, yes.
Okay. Well, hello. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here at SU and online, our viewers, for coming to our Stars and Spikes tournament. I'm very happy with the competition. It went really, really well. And I am here to present to you our top 3 winners. So in third place, we have Win for Life. And what they have won fine afternoon is a $25 gift card and pass to the HSEL. I believe I'll have to double check on that. But if you want to come up here and get your prize bag, here you are. So third place is Wayne for Life. Thank you so much for coming today. And then second place is winning the same $25 gift card goodie bag. Thank you so much. First place, we have Fallen Utopia. Congratulations on winning your gift bag with $25 gift card, as well as winning a Supernova next year. Do you have anything you want to say to anyone?
I just got to thank LHS Esports, my teammates, for helping me with getting better. I only started playing Smash, when was it, freshman year, and I am currently a junior. So it's been a journey. So yeah.
Heck yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, and thank you everyone for coming along and watching, especially online. I'll pass it back to our casters.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bailey, and a huge shout out to all of the winners here. What a phenomenal high school tournament that we saw. And again, like hearing from Fallen Utopia, we really do get to see the talent that we're seeing out of high school, and the fact that
keep it close to your mouth.
A lot of them are so talented and so young and just beginning their Smash careers.
Yeah, it's exciting to see where these young gamers are going to be going. With the talent we saw today, I can only imagine how much better they're going to get. And I believe we're going to get to see some more of them here in the Open.
Absolutely. So with that, that's a great transition. We are going to be headed to the Open side of the bracket. This is a 32-player regional, so we're going to see some of the high schoolers that we've just seen, some of the players here at Shenandoah University, and then some of the best talent in the region here as well. So it's going to be a mixed bag, and I'm so excited. It should be some phenomenal games. I believe that has already started, but we're going to take a quick break, get set up, and get you some more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon after this.
Unresolved, maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance, and I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. 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 We've all been here before.
We've got 32 people in this building looking to make a name for themselves in this cute little Smash Bros. Local here at our Shenandoah Esports Arena in Winchester, Virginia. Chris Clayton joined once again by the lovely Milo for the first time in her career. How are you feeling? You ready to watch more Smash Bros?
I'm looking forward to it. It was so much fun getting to watch all those high schoolers play, and we're going to get to see more of them play some of our Shenandoah students, which is exciting.
Yeah, we sure
32
will.
Players.
Yeah, stay tuned for some potentially familiar names if you've been following this channel for much time at all. But as the high school side of this tournament has wrapped up, I just want to say congratulations to all of those participants and thank you all for coming out. Bailey did a great job of closing that section of the event down. And with that now behind us, we do have our 32-player open bracket. So we've got all different types of players from all different parts of the region coming to compete against each other, really prove who's the best in the area, right? And we've got some exciting stuff on the line. We've got more Supernova tickets on the line and some money in a pool, right? We'll get more into that as we go down, but we've got a lot at stake here as this region is about to go under fire against each other.
It's going to be so exciting getting to see players we're familiar with and players we're not familiar with. I'm looking forward to seeing some matchups we're not usually accustomed to seeing here on the channel.
Yeah, for sure. And I do believe our first matchup will be Trypophobia against Rin, who, if any of you are familiar to this area, this is a pretty common matchup. These two players are certainly familiar with each other and, at least in my opinion, are very close to each other. So this is going to be one heck of a matchup to start us off as we get underway in our 32-player open bracket of Stars and Spikes.
Yep, going straight into it. Trypophobia on the Bowser. A very interesting matchup we got here.
Yeah, we know if any of you have been able to watch us at home, we know the Trypophobia Bowser can be so dangerous, and especially just earlier this week, finding a lot of success in NACE playoffs for our Varsity Plus team here at Shenandoah University. So we are a little too familiar with this Bowser on broadcast, but unfortunately Rin maybe not as familiar, as losing a stock early, certainly not how you want to start, but with Trypophobia up to 115%, not terrible, not too far behind, and Corn finding these combos, finding their way in, doing a good job of controlling the stage, but neutral being backwards there, not how you'd like to defend the ledge, getting more damage onto this Bowser, getting aggressive, trying to find that stock, get a little cheeky to try to keep this advantage for Trypophobia.
Yeah, Bowser can definitely take a lot of that damage, though, so it's very scary spot that Rin's in here. But, gets the knockout on the Bowser. Spins him flying.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that killed. I mean, the side beat just connects off the ledge. I guess Bowser was at like 160 or something, but kills off the top. That certainly caught me off guard, and I want to take a moment to point out these will be best of 3 series all the way up until top 8. So this match will not decide a winner, but certainly would like to set the tone early as Tripophobia has Rin up to 130, looking to drop this down to a one-stock situation, keep a full stock lead, but so far just unable to finish it off. He will find the forward air off the ledge, and now Rin with one stock remaining, forced to claw back out of a bit of a hole here.
Yep, they have a lot of ground to make up. Where this, like I said earlier, this Bowser can take a lot of damage before you can get it going. But it does look they are doing a pretty good job of building up that damage.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
that Bowser was at such a low percentage there. I don't even know.
Yeah, counters can be so deadly, and you make a great point, right? Heavyweight characters create such unique situations, and we saw that string of aerial moves really start to come together. That's part of the downside of playing such a heavy character like Bowser. You're a little bit easier to sort of juggle across the map. Excuse me.
Got that big hurt box where you you have less room, or I should say more room for error in juggling.
Yeah, you can really get caught in an uncomfortable situation, but the side B will connect on the platform, taking him all the way up high, and Tripophobia will take game number 1 in this first set that we will be watching on stream.
Yeah, game number 1. But yeah, like you were talking about earlier, we kind of expect a lot out of Tripophobia after their game the other day where they took, what was it, 12 stocks?
12 stocks straight in a playoffs. Crew battles in NACE Varsity Plus. Tripophobia went 12 stocks straight, only losing 2. Was an incredible run from this player, and there was so much energy in this building. I hope some of you at home were able to follow along with that, but that's behind us, right? Ultimately, that does not affect today. Tripophobia trying to snowball that momentum into something even greater as we load in to game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Same map, no change up here as we look to see, can Tripophobia take a win here and advance early, or will Rin start to find a way back into this series?
Yeah, just because Trip took game number 1 doesn't mean Ren can't make their way back here. They can figure out what exactly Trip's openings are and punish them.
Yeah, Tripophobia really opting for that down B pretty often, and I'm sure Rin is starting to catch on as wow, the back air lands and sends all the way to the blast zone. That caught me off guard. That's a heavy Bowser. That's hard to launch him very far at all, but finding just enough in that instance to take the early stock, and now this is basically the exact opposite of what we saw from game 1. Rin really taking control early, and I mean, now I think we're seeing the effects of that SD in game 1, that really early stock that Rin lost. Really hurt in the length of that first game, and now with all 3 stocks under control, we're seeing what Rin is capable of.
True. I didn't even think about that with the SD on the first match. Now they have the momentum where they're building up this damage here on Trip with the Bowser.
Yeah, wow, I'm kind of surprised that side B didn't kill from Bowser, but he will go
Yeah,
all the way off the ledge, find the forward air, and secure that kill. Even stocks, but Tripophobia all the way up over 100% already. Have to be worried about that, but with a combo like this, ooh, can't quite get the jab reset on that one, and now off stage, advantage Rin. Can they protect? Not quite.
Yeah, Trip's in a pretty... but hey.
I think that was like tough guy mechanics. I think is the name for that. I caught in the juggle of the forward smash from Corrin, able to fall out of it and get the up B. That was a really strange interaction. That's certainly not something we see very often, but the back air will land once more in about the same spot that the last one did, taking another stock. Now Tripophobia down in a hole once more, trying to maybe take a cheeky little stock, but this is a little bit closer than it was last time. You have to remember that when Tripophobia lost that first stock, he wasn't able to get the return kill until he was already well over 100% on his own. Now we are seeing the combos start to string it together, and now we might find ourselves back in that same situation. So Tripophobia needs to find a way out of it, but so far can't find the opening he needs.
You're right, yeah. Rin is definitely riding this momentum of that first stock take, and it is taken Trip a while to get caught back up. Where it's last stock on both sides again. But
Yeah.
Trip up over 100 now.
Yeah, great side B there to find that kill. 130 is the magical number, it would seem, for that side B to kill off of a platform. And now, I mean, this is where you need to be careful. The Bowser is up to 120%. That is about kill percentage for a heavyweight like Bowser. But where the heavyweight value comes in is how early he can find kills when he needs them. And it's going to probably take a pretty hard read, like a massive smash attack, to kill at an earlier percentage. But I mean, might not need it, right? The forward air lands up to 70%. There's that hard read smash attack. It won't quite connect. Going the distance of the platform, it won't be enough to kill. 180% Trip clinging to life now as Rin just looks to put this away. Can the up throw kill? It will. 200%, the final value for Tripophobia, trying to stay alive. Can't quite get it done. And now we're going to game number 3 in our first set of this tournament.
Yeah, exciting. It was a total turnaround from what we saw in that first game where we started with Ren with the SD and Trip kind of ran that momentum all the way through the game. And this game, Ren got the first stock taken and kind of ran with that momentum.
Yeah, you have to think that now if this trend continues into game number 3, it's not likely that Rin is going to SD again, right? And if that's what it takes
Very
for
unlikely.
Tripophobia to come out on top, you have to think that something's got to give, right? Something needs to change as we return to PS2 once more. Same stage, 3 games in a row. Let's do it all over again. Tripophobia finding the side B back onto the platform. Good early damage. Trying to get this ledge under control, but Rin able to get through that fire breath, make it back to the stage, but still eating quite a bit of damage both ways. But here come those juggles that you need to be so careful of as a heavyweight.
Yeah, it looks like Ren has figured out Tripophobia's openings here. But Tripophobia doing a good job of keeping Ren off stage and trying to keep him there.
Yeah, look at the pace change. Both of these players have kind of slowed down. Rin maybe a little bit less so, but still, I think the pressure of the moment is starting to catch up to these players just a little bit. This is only round 1, and this is a double elimination tournament. This is not the end of either of these players' bracket runs, but you certainly don't want to start your bracket on the loser's side, and I think both of these players are starting to feel the pressure of, oh man, this is a really tough round 1 matchup both ways. And I mean, look at these percentages. Both players now up to 150, trying to buy so much time, really holding on to these stocks for as long as possible, air dodging at each other in the air. Nobody wants to make the first mistake, but it will be Tripophobia finding that side B once again, the tried and true kill move for this Bowser, but not for long as the side B the other direction from Corrin will find the kill. We are right back to 0-0, 2 stocks, even game.
All tied up. Hey, that's what you want to see in game 3, right? Where it's both of these players kind of getting into their rhythm, but they're both so well matched. With but Bowser starting to build up the damage here on Rin.
Yeah, pressure really starting to mount as Rin finds himself up to 100%. That is dangerous territory against a Bowser. Now we know that magical number for the side B to kill off the platform is above this, but with an interaction like that, near death experience for Tripophobia. Excuse me, as he looks to find his way back onto stage, looking for that side B again, won't quite land. The up tilt gets countered. The counter won't quite land. The side B misses once again. Trip really starting to fish for that move, and it's not landing, not finding the value he needs. The up B will land, a very safe option. Now again, I mean, look at how even these percentages are. The back air can't quite get the Corrin into recovery range. They will go down, and now Tripophobia with an opportunity to capitalize. Little cheeky offstage interaction there. Can't quite get a stock in the back. Air will land. We are once again effectively tied. One stock to determine who walks away from this series a winner.
Oh, that's crazy. Ended up at 0-0 with 1 stock each. Final game. This is quite intense. Does look like Tripophobia's got kind of the upper hand here, but Rin was doing a wonderful job of juggling Tripophobia there.
Yeah, Rin doing a great job of using these back airs to make their way back to the ledge. We saw it not quite be enough on that last stock, but now Rin finding the combos, getting Tripophobia up. I mean, after that early deficit, good spacing there by Tripophobia, knowing the back air was coming. Drifting away from it, Tripophobia just trying to find any way back onto stage. Cannot find really any damage, hasn't in a while. Finally get an up B there to try and buy some time, get Corrin off stage and reset, take control of the map, going for the side B. It just misses the shield, but oh, you have to think about percentages too. We've seen side Bs land at this percentage and not kill. The forward air will help, but now 120, you have to think that that will probably be enough. The side B will come out of the shield. It will land. The platform is enough. Such a close matchup. 136%, the final value for Tripophobia, but clinging to that stock as long as possible, he will advance.
That was crazy. I was about to say, we were in the danger zone. Both characters, one stock, over 100 each, but Tripophobia manages to take the win there. That was amazing.
Yeah, awesome stuff there from both of those players, and it's exciting knowing that that was a round one matchup, because this bracket is loaded.
It is.
I mean, this is a very talented region, and we have a lot of pretty special players, including some players that some of you may have just watched in the high school bracket, and we can take a look at our current bracket now as we take a look, see if you recognize any of these names, and some of you diehard Shenandoah fans might pick up on a couple of these. Willie up top there taking an early win against Yeet. Couple of other familiar names, Igloo there in the middle. This is a 32-player bracket, right? This isn't even the full bracket. This
I believe this is the first half.
Yeah, this is the
upper
top
bracket.
half of the upper bracket. This is round one, and couple namely results here, or results worth mentioning. Elim making the 2-0 win in round one as well over Crusader, who I believe was in that high school tournament that we all just watched. Dummy going down in round one. That was a grand finalist runner-up going down in round one. That is a tough break. Kip also taking the win over Fallen Utopia, who was the winner of the tournament we just watched. Wow, this is exciting developments, as we do see on the bottom there. Matchup to look out for will be Kip and Avail. We'll come back to that, but here is the lower bracket. Lots of boxes on your screen. I know this can be information overload, but bear with us. We have the lower bracket. These are all people who dropped their first game. So as we look to see where we will move from here, I mean, lots of names on here. We'll keep you up to date with any developments that come from it, but lots of exciting names in there. If any of you are fans of Smash Bros. In the region, or have competed in this sort of Northern Virginia or state of Virginia Smash Bros. Scene, this is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, no, this is going to be some intense competition here. As you were seeing, even in the brackets we currently have, a lot of familiar names. And I believe we have, for our next match here, it's going to be a fun matchup.
Remember in that top half of the bracket, I said we have Kip and Avail. That was going to be a good matchup that we'd come back to. Well, the reason we're coming back to it is because that will be our next on-stream match. We have the players behind us getting ready as we speak, getting the thumbs up from our tournament operator as he looks into the camera and walks off screen. But
there he is.
Yeah, hey, shout out all the students that put this on. Jokes aside, this has been a lot of fun already, and we're going to have a lot more fun as today goes on. But this whole thing was put on by students, so we're doing awesome stuff here at Shenandoah, and we'll talk more about that soon. But we are getting ready to go into our first game of this very exciting matchup. Kip versus Avail. Very namely players in this region. Kip, the pack god of this Shenandoah realm, and Avail, a very strong, very consistent, and a long-time presence in this space. Avail has been competing in this region for, I want to say, at least like 6 years. I was talking to Igloo a little bit before this tournament started, and he said that Avail has been around every bit as long as he has. And Igloo, excuse me, said that he's been competing for, I think, 8 years. So these are strong names in this space, going toe-to-toe in round two. This really speaks to how deep this bracket is.
But yeah, like you're saying, with these if you're familiar with Shenandoah Smash, you're familiar with Kip and his Pac-Man, but Avail's been big name in the scene for so long, so it's exciting to see these two, you know?
Yeah, you got to think.
Battle it out.
You got to wonder if home field advantage comes into play here, right? This is where
It
Kip
might.
competes regularly in that very seat behind us, and I guess. I don't know. We'll check in after the series and get an answer to that. But that's going to be my little science experiment for this set, as we know what Kip is capable of. We know what this Pac-Man can do to very good players. I mean, Pac-Man is such an interesting character and a character that not many people have matchup experience against. He's certainly not a common character, but you have to think in a region like this where these players are competing against each other so regularly, maybe that sort of gimmicky advantage doesn't come into play nearly as much as the key was slowed down so much by the hydrant, but it still breaks the hydrant. That was insane. It'll find the kill, and Kip taking an early lead here by 1 stock.
It is still close here, Kip with the 136, but so many options for getting back on the stage. It's hard. Like we were talking about, Pac-Man's such a unique character. It's got so much options for both all those projectiles and all its options for getting back, but unfortunately getting flown straight back. No recovering from that.
Yeah, caught a little too high up on screen, and that really is the ticket to killing a Pac-Man. You cannot kill him off just getting him off stage alone, right? He needs to go all the way to the blast zone in order to die. That recovery is so overwhelming at times, but back air will land off stage. Roy, up to 113% is a little scary into this Pac-Man, but so far, something I want to point out is how prepared and comfortable Avail has looked around these projectiles. We saw the key get an interesting kill there, and I'm sure most of us, including Avail, were not really ready for how that interaction was going to play out, but every time so far that Kip has pulled out a bell that I've noticed, it's been caught by Avail as he does find that forward smash on the ledge to take the lead, and the bell will land, the side B connects. A great response there from Kip to tie this game up. 1 stock remaining, 0% both ways. This is really close, and this is exactly what we expected from these two players. This is high-level Smash.
It is. It is so exciting to see these two, like, very confident players. Nobody's panicking. Like, this is very high-level Smash, like you said, and both of these players very neck and neck right now.
Yeah, so close, and you have to think for the length of this series what this could mean, right? We already watched one series go all the way to 3 games, and you can't help but feel like with this being razor thin between these two players that this could also go the distance. We will see, but right now, can't be thinking too far ahead. Got to deal with the player on your screen in the moment. And right now, both of these players just trying to find their way in, trying to find any form of success, as there's been a lot of chip damage here and there, little one-off hits landing both ways, like that nair, another nair landing. Safe options, smart play, but nobody really able to really find their bread and butters just yet. Bell goes out, can't quite land, re-grabbed. The will also not land, just barely going out of range. Kip up to 124%, gets caught on the roll. A great combo there by Avail, finding the forward air off stage and taking game number 1 off of Kip.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's crazy. That's just game number 1, and I was a little speechless right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think that, like, these two players are certainly good enough to have met up in grand finals, low-key. Like, I don't mean to sit here and, you know, overwhelm these players behind us. I don't know if they can hear us, but, I mean, truly, these are some of the strongest, most talented players here, and having them go up this early is tough for both of them, because that means one of these players has to go to losers, and it doesn't make sense on paper for either of these players to go to losers round 2, but in a matchup like this, I don't know, man. Somebody has to walk away a loser, and it's gonna be tough to deal with, but we got to get there first. Avail 1 game on his way to advancing and staying out of that loser bracket for now. Kip forced with trying to claw back from a whole that he has now found himself in the forward smash lands. Roy with a really not great recovery. Cannot make it back from that soft spot forward smash, launching him just a little bit off stage. And now that's exactly what Kip needed, coming out early, finding an advantage. And now can we see, can he turn it into something greater?
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, Kip with the Pac-Man has so many options for recovery. Roy, not quite so much. So if you could send him off far enough, Pac-Man has all these projectiles. They definitely have that option. With the, how good these characters are, the control, Avail is really good about getting back up, even with Roy's limited options.
Yeah, the Hydrant really playing an interesting factor in this so far, because neither player has really made too much of a dramatic effort to try and control the Hydrants. The Hydrants have just sort of been buying space and time for Kip to get whatever projectile he wants. And it's been interesting because the few times we have seen the Hydrant move, it's been pretty pivotal, and Avail finding that up air kill. Kip up to a very high percentage, but the bell will land to the forward smash, just barely finding that kill. Avail now down to his last stock and a whole stock lead, 0-0 with a 1 stock advantage in favor of Kip. Now this is scary territory. Pac-Man finds the string all the way off stage, not getting hit in that stock. Roy's recovery coming back to bite him there, and Kip finds the win he needs, staying alive for now, and we are once again going to game 3 for 2 sets in a row.
Yeah, that was insane. Kip was at 0%, 2 stocks, and was just able to bully him off the stage. That was insane to see.
Yeah, so well done. We know what Kip is capable of with these aerial strings. We don't get to see them come out too often because it is pretty situational, but we know that Kip is capable of it. We know that he's aware of what his character can do and what it takes to find those moments. And sure enough, when one presents itself like that, the Roy getting aggressive, trying to find the uppie on the ledge, gets punished for it. And now, here we are in a game 3 because of it. Both of these players, 1 win under their belt. Roy goes fastballs a little too early, gets caught, unable to recover, and that is a tough way to start game 3. Here comes another string from Kip. That one Avail will fall out of for now, but now, I mean, this Roy needs to find some serious momentum. Try to tie this thing up. Do not let this get out of control too early.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate early loss from that stock for Roy, but he'll have to catch up here on this momentum, but he is building. Oh, and there he is. That's a first stock loss for Kip on this game 3. Couldn't be closer.
Yeah, that certainly helps if you are Avail. Finding that's such a deadly combo, that jab on the ledge into the forward air. It's so true. Like it's one of the most textbook combos I feel like in the game. It's you see it all the time, and it's so oppressive for players to deal with. Avail lands once again, and so far this stock number 2 has been completely Kip sided, all the way up to 140%, finding that kill. Kip not taking much damage anywhere in between. Dash attack gets shielded now as Kip has an opportunity to try and really turn this lead into a win, all the way up to 60% on his last stock, looking for the spike, but this is Pac-Man. We just said it earlier. You need to send him to a blast zone if you're going to kill him, because he can recover from anywhere.
Infinite recovery on that Pac-Man, so even if you send him off, you think he's gone. He's coming right back for you.
Yeah, a couple tech reads there out of Kip, neither one landing. And now the bell will land, the forward smash right to the face. Kip coming all the way back from that loss in game number 1. Kip advancing in round number 2. That was very exciting.
Yeah, that was very different from the first 2 matches where Kip kind of had... It was advantage Kip seemingly for most of that last match versus like we see they were pretty evenly. We went down to the final stock on both games.
Yeah.
This time it was definitely more advantage Kip.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we are no stranger to this on this broadcast. We know what Kip can do to people in whether he's in a deficit or not. I mean, it does not seem to affect his mental like we expect from some other players. And I mean, this is, again, it's only round 2. It's not like this is grand finals type pressure, but there's still a lot at stake. Your bracket path changes drastically from this point forward. And Kip, with that cushion now, this is a double elimination bracket, and keeping that first loss alive through 2 rounds is certainly nothing to be disappointed about.
Yeah, you're right. We still have that lower bracket, so even these players who get knocked out pretty early on can still, as long as they play well in the lower bracket, they could still make their way back up. So we could, if it's anything like with the high schoolers, we could see a rematch later on.
We definitely could. Yeah, we know that the winner of the winner's side will ultimately go up against the winner of the loser's side, and so yeah, it's absolutely possible that those 2 players will end up rematching each other, and just based off skill level alone, it's more than capable for both of these players to really go the distance, and we'll see if that ends up being the result. But we still have plenty more Smash Bros. To watch as we take a look at these replays. Take a quick breather and remind ourselves of how we got here, right? Kip finding his way back from this 1-game deficit, right? We saw those replays avail, really taking control in game 1, but really was not able to reestablish it in either of the next 2 games.
Yeah, Kip was down 1-0 and managed to bring it back 2 games in a row. That was very, very impressive. Again, like we were talking about earlier, Avail and Kip are both really well-known, really good, strong players. So it was very exciting getting to see them.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But that will do it for our first little segment of this bracket. We still have so much Smash Bros. Left to watch. So we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Alrighty, hello everyone and welcome back to some more Stars and Spike open bracket action. My name is Kevin Clayton and I'm joined by a very familiar face to the Shenandoah community, Alexander T. Kresek. Tell me, man, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I get to come back. I get to cast some Smash. And we were just casting high school and now we're in the open bracket and this has been so hype. I was in the back watching the Kip versus Avail set, and oh my gosh, that was just pure fire. It was so hype.
Oh yeah, so as we get back into things, now we're moving on to the winners quarterfinal side of things. We are watching Igloo versus their tag is Strike, but I forget what their tag is in the bracket.
Callan.
It is Callan,
Yep.
Yes. They are a very powerful player in this community. The Smash Bros community here in Winchester, Virginia, and a little bit further out has really come out with some superstar talent here today.
I was about to say, it's a bit stronger than you might expect, considering this isn't like a super stacked or like a super large area, but it is really stacked for some reason.
So as we hop into game, we will have the Yoshi versus the Palutena, which is the sort of matchup where you see a good amount of combo game from this Palutena, but Igloo, known for his patient game, is going to be looking for very specific openings to get that damage going, as we already see 39% out the gate.
And the fun thing about this is something that we've talked about some of the other matchups in the past is these players have played against each other. They have an understanding, like we said, Callan is in the region, obviously Igloo's in this region as well, so they've definitely played several matches against each other, so we might see some unorthodox strategies here when it comes to combating each other. Otherwise, we might just see some just solid high-level gameplay.
Oh yeah, I'm already loving what I'm seeing from the parry out of Igloo and calling out the Nair. I feel like a lot of characters don't always have answer to these sorts of multi-hits, and so Yoshi having that tool in his arsenal is going to be so useful. But for now, the percentages are starting to even up. Callan is getting the lead, and so as we see a little bit of a spacing game going on here, I'm looking to see how these players are going to try to close out these stocks as we see the up smash coming out from Callan.
I love seeing the mobility from Igloo's Yoshi here, really able to get around a lot of these hitboxes. Won't be able to get around all of those hitboxes. Will get caught with that air dodge up by the Palutena down tilt. But again, great job of getting around a lot of the things that Palutena is throwing out. Big hitboxes like that up smash, like the side special, that really make it difficult for Yoshi to do whatever. Callan going with the double counter.
Yeah, that's the kind of setup I feel like we've seen from Leo, where you just start making these hard reads sort of deal. I do think Callan is starting to lock in and starting to get a feel for what Igloo is going for. It's going to be on this Yoshi to start finding their opportunities to close the stock. There it is. The down smash connects, and we get an even stock count, but at what cost? Igloo is currently sitting at almost 100% and is going to have to find a way to even things up.
Yeah, and we do see the patience from Igloo here, trying to call out some of those unnecessary air dodges or any sort of overextension, but Callan has been doing such a great job of really just positioning correctly and making sure that they're getting those teleport cancels, making sure the back air is coming through that really make use of Palutena's disjoints as well as some of those shielded moves.
Yeah, we do see Igloo able to bounce back a little bit and get a very good forward air on that Palutena, but is off stage, has to burn the double jump. Is Igloo going to be alive after this interaction? He makes it back to the ledge and is able to roll back onto the stage.
Oh my goodness, won't live that, but lived much longer than I think either of us expected. Just kind of dodging that obstacle course of Palutena moves being thrown out, and now Igloo gets to eat 4 back airs in a row, all for his trouble.
Yeah, and as the percentages start to build up again, keep an eye on these offstage interactions. We've seen Igloo doing a really good job of trying to mix up the approach back onto the stage, but as we are hiding into these final stocks, you gotta be wondering if Callan is going to find an opportunity for these sort of off-stage hits, trying to close out this Yoshi. I feel like it's so difficult to deal with the character off stage, but even so, one little jab into the dash attack won't be enough just yet, and the Yoshi down B goes into the Palutena up air. Palutena walks away with the win.
That's a great kind of finisher there from Palutena, understanding Yoshi as a character, understanding the matchup and understanding that your up air just wins, and also understanding that Yoshi is high up there. He's probably going to get down quickly to ledge, and understanding where you need to position yourself and just call that out. Overall, phenomenal match. This is a very exciting start to the series.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to see what happens here. We saw something similar from Avail v Kip, where Avail had a really strong start in game number 1. And then we saw Kip really kind of make those adjustments and come back. We'll see if Igloo can do the same, following in his teammates' footsteps to take down Callan. But as of right now, this Palutena looking very strong. It's difficult for Yoshi to really combat some of these disjoints because, I mean, Yoshi's got some legs, but some of them are still stubby and will not win out against a lot of these disjoints that Palutena throws out.
Yeah, Igloo is such a patient player during these games, and I feel like Callan has been doing a really good job of the only time Igloo is going to be allowed to sit and think is going to be either off stage or in the middle of a combo. These openings that Callan is finding are amazing. They're just adding up that percent, and Igloo is struggling to find the opportunities to get a bit of a game plan going. Look at these landings getting grabbed into the explosive flame. Two explosive flames, and it closes out the stock. That was beautiful.
I feel like this is an opportunity to say Callan like soul read that right now. From the air dodge call out onto Igloo into the second side B, Callan is in their element right now.
Yeah, so we do see a grab come out from Igloo, trying to get a little bit of damage going, as well as that offstage interaction. But for now, Callan doing a good job getting that stage control back for a little bit, only to eat a good nair. Is going to be off stage and is at 107, having to sit back a little bit as Igloo goes for the egg roll.
Was that intentional? I don't know, but you know what? Sometimes keep your opponents guessing. Don't let them know what your next move is going to be. Egg roll off the side, yeah, you'll never see it coming. Maybe he meant to do up B, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so as we see a bit more damage build up from Callan, a very good jab one into the down B will be able to take the stock off of the Palu and even things out again, but this is looking very similar to last time. Igloo was at about 70 or so in the last match, so is it going to play out differently? Will we find these good couple of hits to even things out? It looks like we will, as Igloo is finding these forward tilts into these nairs and just building up the damage slowly. I think Igloo is picking up on some habits here.
Yeah, and I really love to see Igloo really take advantage of these teleport recoveries from Palutena. It gives you a little bit more of a frame advantage in order to call out this ledge grab. Igloo using the long-lasting hitbox of the nair to call out some of these recoveries and catch some of these recoveries, making it difficult for Palutena to get back on the stage so it's not free every time. I really like that adaptation here.
Yeah, so as Igloo is sitting on the ledge, this time around is evening out the percentage side of things, as both players are looking for that little bit of stage control and both looking to close out the stock. The dash attack comes out, but it won't be enough this time around, as we do see Palutena with the center stage going for the neutral B, going for the explosive flame, has to give up a little bit of space in response as Igloo tries to use the egg to approach, but is stuffed out by a nair.
Yeah, I mean, insane. We are going to see Igloo win out on that interaction. I don't even know how whatever the heck just happened there happened, but heck yeah.
Yeah, very good double jump. That armor coming in clutch and is able to get that little bit of damage off to get that up air. It was beautiful, and now we're here for the extra credit. Callan is looking to close the stock without giving too much percent. On the other side, Igloo's trying to get as much as possible as a get-up attack is called out, and the back air does connect, meaning that the percentage difference, only the 40%, and a good back air into the nair. Palutena forced to teleport back onto the stage.
I love the persistence from Callan here. Even when Igloo is going through the obstacle course of moves being thrown out there, Callan is still ready for whatever comes next. So Igloo thinks that he's safe once he gets back to stage, and Callan is there to punish any sort of option like that. Did not want to do, wanted the long range side B, not getting caught on the ledge there, but now you're in a dangerous spot for Palutena. Getting back to stage can be very difficult, especially with egg toss being thrown out, and Igloo just holding center stage, knowing that Callan is forced to approach and is able to capitalize on that perfectly.
I mean, very well played by Igloo. That match played so incredibly similar to round one, excuse me, where it was falling into Palatena's hands, where all of it was just sort of a momentum game. A lot of early momentum, and it was kept. This time around, Igloo found little things to just try and punish, get that momentum back, and it pays off, so it's going to be on Callan. What sort of habits are they calling out? Can they pick up on it? Do they have different responses, or potentially even hard call-outs for these sort of setups or these projectile options? We will have to see as we hop into game number 3 of this series.
I mean, these players are not messing around. They are just getting right back into it time and time again. Momentum who, we are just back into game number 3. And Igloo taking a quick 70% immediately. That's just the Palutena life, though.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about momentum, and Callan is doing just that, making sure that they can get that early lead like they did in the first and second round. Now it's a matter of holding on to it, calling out the double jump, trying to go for the spike. It won't connect this time around, but it seems like Callan is ready to start playing really aggressive and keep this lead going.
I think it's really interesting that we're seeing Callan take the approach to do a little higher recovery, mixing in with those normal recoveries, but Igloo seems to have been doing such a great job of still calling them out, or at least being prepared for them when they happen, so Callan isn't quite finding the same success that they wanted to at the start of this series. And Igloo, oh my gosh, just barely missing that edge guard. Unfortunately, trying to wall out Palutena is very difficult when she's got that tiny shield.
Yeah, the little buckler coming in clutch when you need it most, but a forward tilt leaves you in just enough lag for Yoshi to roll behind and get a good up smash as the stock lead leads into Igloo walking away with the start for this match. But as we see, 170% on Igloo. One good back air buckler will connect, and it will continue to even things out for both of these players.
Yeah, hold on, wait a second. Yoshi's got to pay the Palutena tax up to 40% here. And now we can resume the game. 25% on the Palutena. Won't be changing anytime soon as Callan once more keeping control of center stage, really forcing Igloo to push forward. The down air will catch that final hitbox. Sometimes you don't expect it, but it's such a good combo starter because it knocks you directly in the air, up, straight up. And Igloo hasn't been able to find the combo strings that he wants for these last couple of interactions, but still forcing Callan to be a little bit more cautious when approaching.
Yeah, look at how the pace of this game has started to slow down a little bit. A very good egg call out for the teleport. I was about to say that they're taking their time trying to see what options they're going for, but an aggressive call out from Igloo means that he's going to get a ton of damage and a good back air to send Palutena into the bottom blast zone.
Oh, Igloo catching Callan sleeping, wasn't ready to waste that jump or the air dodge, and Igloo said, oh, thank you, forward air. Yep, see ya.
Yeah, so as we see Callan needing to find this opportunity to close this stock, a good forward air from Igloo is going to get a good amount of damage. The down smash call out won't be timed just right as now Callan gets away with a good back air, and Igloo is still alive. Another back air and still almost makes it back as an explosive flame says, get this dino out of here.
Oh my gosh, Callan with the magic tricks. That side B is just hitting consistently, making it so difficult for Igloo to play anywhere on the stage, as Palutena just got an exploding flame whenever or wherever you are. Igloo going for the spike, can't quite find it, but still putting on the pressure. Callan teleports to mid stage, and Igloo still keeping that center stage presence, forcing Callan in.
We do see the teleport set up again, trying to get a little bit of stage control. Callan doing a good job of dancing around what Igloo has to offer, and now a good grab will send Igloo into this disadvantage. How will Igloo find an opening, or is Callan having such a good and strong advantage that now they may just be able to slowly close this game off of one or two good combos?
Oh, 100 falls out of the up air. Callan had it, but unfortunately it slips through their grasp. Igloo given a second chance at life. Will he be able to bring this back? Has to be so careful here.
Oh, very close with that up smash as Igloo does a little bit of a dash dance, calls out the teleport, and gets the up smash to boot. Means that Igloo walks away with the win in this series as both players were in a last hit situation. Alexander, we're only in winners quarterfinals, and these matches are this close.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible last series of events. I mean, Igloo was dead to rights there, somehow able to fall out of that up air, which certainly would have taken the stock from Yoshi, and instead able to survive just a little bit longer. We saw an opportunity from that up smash. Doesn't quite get the punish, but it doesn't matter because Igloo's finally able to finish it off. What a series.
Oh, yeah. I loved what I saw from Callan, where it was strong momentum out the gate, getting your guaranteed value where you're going for these nairs, getting the little bit of a combo game going.
Yep.
And it was when the damage was built, they found really good setups. The explosive flames, like you mentioned, were just powerful mechanics all around. We just saw multiple times where these explosive flames were offering so much value. It was crazy.
Look at that. Igloo fighting for his life to avoid these exploding flames. I mean, really, Callan just placing him in the right spot almost every single time.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the little interactions like that. Using the up air against the down special of Igloo. Another couple of explosive flames. It felt like Callan had so much going for them, but Igloo is a player who seems, every time the pressure is against him, it doesn't seem to phase him. He just finds his opportunities, these little openings to get even bigger leads or close that gap, and as we see the up tilts connecting there and the spike we'll see in just a little bit, I do think it was just those little moments that really brought it into Igloo's favor.
Absolutely. I mean, you could definitely tell there's a spike. Whew. You could definitely tell these players have played against each other a decent bit, and the adaptation was so strong here. Callan had been doing such a great job of adjusting the way that they recover, and Igloo ready for it at the end there, understanding that Callan was going to maybe mix up the recovery option, instead decided to go for a teleport on stage. Yoshi's there with that quick up smash, like that Fox up smash that just, you see an opportunity, you take it, and they're gone.
Yeah, and it's so incredibly strong. When you have those kinds of reads, you just got to be careful, and I understand your recovery. If it works the one time, you want to keep doing it, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, in your fighting games, it just can really hurt you if you start building those sorts of habits, especially at this kind of level. People love punishing these sorts of habits with explosive finishers.
Yeah, you could definitely say that again. These have been some absolutely explosive finishes for sure. I mean, these whole matches have been crazy. I'm so excited. I think next up on main stage, we have Elim and Moru going against each other. Yeah, should be a good matchup.
I'll be curious to see who Elim plays, because we've seen, every single time I see Elim, I feel like the character changes. Yeah. I've seen a lot of Pyramithra, I've seen Rob, I've seen Incineroar, I've seen just about anything under the sun, and it's like, how do you get ready for that?
Yeah, I think I'm most familiar with the Incineroar, but I know that Elim plays a lot of different characters. Also, I believe is on the Rocket League team here at Shenandoah University, so apparently just crazy good at anything he picks up. That's unfair. Excuse me? Give me some of that. What the heck?
How does one get such raw natural talent? I will be curious to see how this sort of matchup goes, because you do have someone who very clearly has had experience in not only Shenandoah, but also I'm aware that they are very involved in this local scene as well as the opponent. So I expect a lot of, call outs and stuff like that, where both players are trying to play aggressive to start things out. I do believe that we see the matchup on our screens here on the back of the desk.
We do.
So we do have a Cloud versus Rob matchup, which could be super interesting, not only because Rob is going to try and set up his game plan, try to keep Cloud at a distance, but Cloud has kind of this amazing ability to dance around what your opponent has to offer, despite not really being a floaty character.
Absolutely. But I mean, in that same breath, kind of in that same note, able to dance around things, has great kill potential. Rob, on the other hand, a little bit heavier than you might expect, with also some phenomenal kill potential, has a great recovery, and can really punish a Cloud recovery if Cloud is not careful.
Yeah, so as we see the limit online, this Cloud player, Moiru, is doing a really good job of using the top and clanking with a lot of these moves, trying to get as much value as possible as the cross slash is extended a little bit off of the top and gets really good damage to start things off. Elim is at 95 and Moiru is at 73. Like, I mean, it's starting to fall into this Cloud's hands. A very good dash attack will close out the stock, and Cloud still needs a little bit more damage on him in order to be taken out by some of Rob's kill options.
Yeah, but Nair into Gyro will be a good start for that 102 for the Cloud.
Yeah, so as we see Cloud getting a good amount of damage going, the side special comes out, gets that solid damage, spacing out the forward airs. It is looking beautiful so far. A very good laser, does great damage, and the tops are being thrown out, trying to create that space. Rob getting that little bit of damage going for their game plan, but struggling to find this opportunity to close it out as Cloud is controlling the stage, but a very good down air will send Cloud into disadvantage. Both players fighting for the center stage control, and it could fall either way.
Yeah, I definitely got hit by that down air too. I do not know what Elim was doing, but he was cooking, I guess. I was not prepared for that. The high recovery into the down air on Rob. It works out.
Yeah, so there is that forward tilt. It won't be enough this time around, but the spike will. And that is going to be the big factor of this matchup is you got Cloud, whose recovery is going to be the weak point, and Rob definitely has these opportunities to punish off stage. But, I mean, Moiru, they're doing a great job of really keeping that pressure going and dancing around these sort of grab setups or these projectiles to get off stage. They're really holding on to the center stage, trying not to risk anything and going for the down air, getting that guarantee and getting that stock to boot.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at a character like Rob, the hitboxes are just massive, and so moves like down air, like back air, they will just hit almost anywhere. Cloud does not have limits, so couldn't make the recovery, unfortunately, but now it's down to 1 stock to 1. Rob, 71% in a precarious situation, but again, Rob can change it. That can change in an instant. Moiru doing a great job of just kind of walling out this Rob, waiting for Elim to make a mistake, and Elim not quite giving it to them yet.
Yeah, as the stocks start to even out, we do see that the limit is online. Going for the grab off stage, the laser is gone, and the up special stall for a little bit. Cloud going for the up tilt, gets the forward air to send Elim back off stage for a little bit longer, and he needs a little bit of time to refuel. Will he get it? Yes, he will. And so now Elim is sitting at a very comfortable spot. Rob being just a little bit more heavy means that he won't go down just yet, but with that forward air percent means that a very solid backer could be the closer, as we do see Moiru going for those sort of setups.
See the mash? Beautiful mash from Moiru.
Oh, no!
Oh, no. Guess is wrong on the 50-50. That's right. Rob's up air is a 50-50 into which direction it's going to send you. And sometimes you just guess wrong and die early because you're DIing the wrong way. It's very unfortunate.
And I mean, Moiru they were doing so well. They had a bunch of momentum to start things off, and they did a really good job of controlling that center stage. But we saw just how flexible this matchup can be. It was one interaction off stage, and Cloud was at about like 70-ish by the end of it. And that was enough to just send Cloud into the blast zone, having to air dodge, close out that stock. So it's going to be a dangerous sort of game as we hop into the next game, running it back to PS2. I'm expecting to see a little bit more of this patient game, but I mean, Elim's Rob is coming out the gate swinging.
Oh my goodness, yeah, absolutely. A quick 65% to kick things off, all because Elim punished Moiru using up B in neutral just to get rid of the top. But a scary situation here. Rob off stage, Cloud with a limit. Can spark or speak destruction in just a moment here. Won't quite find it. Again, Elim doing a great job with these stalls, really forcing an option out of Moru. Doesn't want them to play too patient.
Yeah, we do see Elim getting a solid amount of damage to start things off, but has been getting return damage from Moira. I mean, they're doing a great job of really stuffing out these sort of approaches from Elim's Rob. So now Elim's on the back foot, wants to be playing a little bit more of that patient game, but is doing a great job of still getting call-outs. I mean, that up air into
great
the
tech.
laser. The great tech, Alexander, but you are not going to make it back because of that linear recovery, and it hurts so much when you have that opportunity to really get things going, but it's just not enough this time around. So as Moru makes it back onto the stage, tries to get a little bit more control, I am fully believing that they're looking for that last opportunity to close the stock. There it is.
There it is. I'm still reeling from that. They teched and still died for it. It's just...
It hurts, Alexander.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts so bad. They did everything right.
So as we see Elim starting to build up the game plan and cross slash building up almost 50%, we do see that the limit is online. One good back air put into the tech situation. A very good attempt for that jab reset. Does get the enhanced cross slash out there. I'm expecting another sort of backup setup situation, but this has kind of been where Elim has started to shine a little bit, and finding these opportunities to get a little bit of damage going as both players go off stage trying to get that edge guard situation, and both make it back.
Yeah, I thought Elim heard you for a second there, was taking Cloud for a ride. Wasn't able to finish out the combo, but still racked up plenty of damage. Great option here, getting very proactive. Cloud did get limit, but wasn't enough to get back to the stage. Now Rob at 99% will die to something like a strong back air or an up smash by Ledge. And instead, Elim looking for that extra credit and doing a great job in getting it. Will just stay safe here. Again, up air, up smash, the back air, forward smash, all things that Cloud is looking for right now. Limit, which is about to be online as well. The cross slash can end the stock from Rob here. Will spell doom. Will opt for the upbeat, doesn't quite find anything just yet. And Elim can breathe a sigh of relief here, has a little bit more time to play and get extra credit, if not the stock itself.
Yeah, Elim is doing a really good job of playing that patient game, knowing when to respect what Cloud has to offer, but not going for anything too crazy. Tries to get that jump back, trying to show that respect, and Cloud says you're given too much and you're giving it too late. Connects the dash attack and is able to close out that stock, but a 90% deficit means that it's going to be a very aggressive combo game that is going to even things out. Will we see that from Cloud, or is it going to fall into Elim's hands off of a grab? We will have to see as to what the game plan is.
Again, we see that back air, such a massive hitbox. Great job from Moru to avoid the downer, but instead isn't able to recovery, and that is such a sad way to end the series. It was so close.
I cannot believe that is how that plays out. I mean, we have seen that offstage is definitely the weakest point for Cloud. It hurts every single time. But Moru did such a good job of just keeping pressure and keeping that on-stage game relatively even. I am shocked that it was just that little bit of space that wasn't able to continue that matchup, because I do think that momentum was falling back into Moru's hands just a little bit. We saw a couple of good hits near the end. It could have been very possible as the limit was getting close to being online, but it barely misses, and that sends you down into the lower side of bracket. It hurts.
I mean, that means that there's still plenty of opportunity for Moru to continue their run. It's just going to be from the lower side, unfortunately. Elim, though, will be enjoying the win and will stay in that upper side of the bracket. Should be pretty interesting overall. I'm just blown away by this series. This again could have easily gone to a game 3. Just one simple mistake here at the end. And again, you have to respect that Rob down air. We've been talking about it. We've been hammering it home so much. It hits so hard. It's so big. You have to respect it.
Yeah, and I mean, when you set up this sort of game plan, when you're playing this character who can zone off so well with these I was about to call them turnip. Why am I about to call them turnip?
Yeah, the tops. Yeah.
That's crazy. The tops and the lasers do so much for Rob at just forcing your opponent to be the one to approach. I talk a lot about having to deal with someone's game plan on the desk. You go into a match and someone is going to be controlling the pace of the match.
Yep.
And in that matchup, it is Rob. Rob is going to start things off with their game plan. And so you have to be the one to answer. Warrior did a great job of doing just that, but it just wasn't enough. It was relatively back and forth, but when you have that initial momentum, it's going to fall into your hands if you keep it even. So well played by both sides. But we are going to send to a very quick break, so do not go anywhere. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
We are well into our day here at the Shenandoah Esports Arena. We've seen plenty of stars and spikes all throughout the day, both in-game and out. We've got some serious star power in the building here today. Chris Clayton joined once again, and as always, by my lovely brother Kevin to cast some Smash Bros. We are back like we never left. We do some collegiate competition. We do our crew battles here, and we get to cast over just some good old-fashioned bracket play today.
Oh, yeah, and this has been so much fun, not only because we get to see some of the talent that the local area has to offer, but also it means that we can really rip into our own players and, like, try to make sure that they're not getting their egos too big. You know, we got to make sure that they're all doing okay type deal. Can't be getting a big head just yet.
Yeah, and you raise a good point because we are going to have to keep an eye on them. We can show you the bracket here on your screen. There's reason for concern if we're worried about Shenandoah players' egos. You may notice that this is the first half of the upper bracket. This is the first 16. This is a 32-player tournament. You may notice that we have 4 of the top 8 solidified, and the 2 on your screen, the right side there, Willie and Igloo, may sound familiar to you Shenandoah Esports viewers as players on our varsity squad. And if we check the other half of the bracket, one of those 2 names, Kip, might also sound familiar as a member of our varsity Smash squad here at Shenandoah. And then Elim is our Rocket League varsity player, Eliminathan, also very strong Smash player. So, if egos are a concern, Shenandoah has 4 members in the winner's side of top 8. That's That's a scary sight.
I think I just set myself up for a bunch of insults after this. Well, with all of that being said, we have seen a handful of really good players in this bracket, so I'm shocked at how this is playing out, and they've been close, Chris. We have seen multiple players who are bringing these matches within single stocks, and both of our my apologies, both of them are at over 100%, as we saw in the match with Igloo and the match with Elim. So as we take a look at this lower bracket side of things, I am expecting a run back sort of deal from Moiru, and like DJ Shoryu is going to be doing a tear type deal. In my experience, I've seen DJ Shoryu put up an amazing performance, and so I believe that is the match that we are going to be talking over. But at the same time, Gokeska, I remember from having an amazing performance as well from the tennis-style tournament that Shenandoah ran before.
The Smash the Nest.
Yes, and Lion's Den number 100, where, I mean, both of these players are very good and play two very aggressive sort of characters when they want to be. You will see traded hits where both players are going to combo off of weird sort of shenanigans where they're both trying to get these combos started. So as we hop into game, Gokeska's Fox versus DJ Shoryu, I am going to keep an eye specifically on who is going to have the better sort of get off me situations. Both of these characters can be so good an advantage. It's going to be on each other to find opportunities to get out of there.
Yeah, and this is great. We have an opportunity to cast over some good old-fashioned 3-stock on 3-stock Smash Bros. We're so used to watching people SD to start their matchups, and now we just get to watch a good old-fashioned best of 3. This is not top 8. I know we spent a little bit of the pregame talking about top 8. The winners of these next matches will be locked into top 8. So as we see DJ Shoryu get a first stock taken, these series at this point in the tournament are still best of 3s. We're not to best of 5s yet, so every win matters, right? Every moment matters, as we don't have nearly as much breathing room as you would in a best of 5. So DJ Shoryu, so far, controlling the stage very well, but you said it. I mean, both of these characters so fast, so aggressive in what they do, and going off stage. Gokeska finding the Nair, I believe that was, interrupting the recovery from Ryu. Can't quite make it back, and now tie game stock-wise, but here come those Shoto combos.
Yeah, very good down smash into the fireball is going to add a lot of damage, as we see Fox getting a bit of a game plan going, but landing on the Ryu shield means that he's going to get a little bit of a return on his own, as Fox is racking up the damage back and forth, calling out the landing, able to get the up smash, and sitting at 100%. It might not seem like much, Chris. We've seen a lot of people live to crazy high percents, but when you're talking Ryu, this character can send you flying in an instant.
Yeah, look at the speed that Gokeska is utilizing. I mean, Fox, we know how fast this character is, and Gokeska using it to its fullest, but not enough speed to get back onto stage. We're back to a one-stock on one-stock situation. Ryu up to 80%, a little scary, but Fox is one of those fast, sort of light-hitting characters that needs to find specific ways to kill you. So, I mean, scary, undeniably, as Fox is finding some of those hits. The up tilts are connecting. Look at the focus usage. All of these combos finding good damage for you all the way back in this game. DJ Shoryu finding his way back onto the stage, getting some good control, but Gokeska goes up high, finds the one up air he needs to take that kill, and game number 1 goes the direction of Gokeska.
I am shocked just by the pace of this game already, Chris. We know and have seen so many players who play a very patient game, but when you have two players who are very good at being aggressive, very aware of their options going into any sort of given advantage situation, trying to close that gap, it suddenly speeds up the pace of the game so much, and you need to be thinking on the fly. It's not easy, and while the game was relatively even, it does mean that DJ Shoryu right now is going to walk away with that game 1. So as we get into game 2, or I meant Gokeska got the game 1. My apologies. It will be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, map number 2 here will be, what's this called? Final Bastion?
Hollow Bastion.
Hollow Bastion. I don't know what I'm thinking. Final Bastion, I feel like that's a reference to another game, but I'm not going to sit here wondering about it as Ryu does find the spike early on. An early advantage for DJ Shoryu. We are hardly a minute into this game, and a stock has already been taken. Talk about regaining momentum and silencing the room.
Yeah, as we do see, again, look at these focus setups, Chris. These dashes during the first hit of armor or as it connects have been offering so much value to start things off, but Gokeska's pressure of just dancing around the stage has started to even up the percent. Ryu forces to use the Tatsu, the Shoryu doesn't make it, and the stock count is starting to even up with only about 50% given to Gokeska, so I'm starting to think that this advantage state is starting to look really good for Gokeska.
Yeah, for sure. Now, 70% racked up on Gokeska, not exactly where you'd want to be, but both of these players have been going down at relatively early percentages. This has not been a very stock standard game of Smash, seeing players get up to very high percentages, but man, that is what Ryu is capable of. These combos, these hits that cancel each other out, all leading up to one big Shoryuken all the way up to the top blast zone. And man, I mean, that's Exhibit A. We're not seeing either of these players able to really hold on to their stocks for very long at all. These are quick matches.
And look at these back airs connect. I mean, Fox is closing that gap slowly but surely. Another back air sending Ryu off stage, using the focus to get back, and Ryu goes off stage to get the spike. Fox was at 20, Chris, and immediately got sent to the bottom blast zone.
Okay, I mean, need I say it again? These players are super aggressive, and neither one of them has really been able to get a full stocks value out of their lives. But, I mean, a win both directions means I guess they kind of cancel each other out. I don't really know what needs to change for either of these players. I mean, they're adapting to each other. This is late game Smash Bros, right? These are incredible players and have made it this far. You don't get there by playing stagnant. But man, I mean, both of these players finding success and flashing greatness at various points. We go to game 3 to decide. This, remember, is losers side. So the loser of this game of Smash Bros is going home.
And that hurts, Chris, because when you have two players who are so good at playing an aggressive game and getting so much value, you want to see both of them more. They do such an amazing job of really bringing a sort of exciting matchup forward. So I don't know who can walk out with this win, but man, I'm rooting both sides because they're doing such a great job of just controlling the pace of each other's matchup. Fox really getting that fast game plan going, getting that little bit of damage, trying to find those back airs to get Ryu back off stage. But those couple of times where Ryu finds his advantage of his own, getting out of these sort of sticky situations that Fox puts him in, he gets so much off of it. So as we see Ryu trying to get back on the stage, this back air won't be enough to KO just yet. Has to Shoryu, but it won't be enough as he goes into the bottom blast zone and got 64 on Gokeska to start things off.
Yeah, again, critical offstage interactions resulting in stocks taken. Both of these players struggling to recover from uncomfortable positions. And now, I mean, Fox is finding a lot of these neutral stage wins, but the offstage interactions, with the exception of that one we just watched, were going Ryu's way. I mean, game 2 was, I mean, you said it, that spike at like 30%. That's something that we're going to have to keep an eye out for as this game progresses. But the thing to really keep an eye out for is that Gokeska still has their first stock here. They're up to 140%. The story of this series so far has been early kills, and now when DJ Shoryu needs it most, he's struggling to find it.
Oh, but a very good hit means that Fox will go off the top blast zone. And I think Gokeska has picked up on what you were saying, Chris, where, yes, that advantage for Ryu was in that offstage game. So Gokeska is playing on the main stage, not going for the edge guards, going for the ledge trap, going for the platform setup, and is saying, okay, yeah, you could go back to your ledge, so be it. I still control the pace of this stage. You still have to deal with my pressure, and look at how much pressure it is.
Yeah, the speed of Fox really starting to catch up to DJ Shoryu, all the way up to 100% now and off stage. 2 stocks remaining for Gokeska. Again, this is an elimination game. all the pressure in the world now on DJ Shoryu as they look to find their way back on stage and try to regain any amount of control. A good little combo there results in a grab, getting Fox off stage, but look at the speed, look at the mobility. Fox can go wherever he pleases, basically whenever he wants, and the focus won't quite land. Ryu, so far off stage, will be able to make it back that time. Forward tilt sends him right back, and the Nair will not quite finish the job. Can he make it back? No, he can't. DJ Shoryu going down to the Nair right off the ledge. Gokeska will advance to top 8 on the loser side.
I cannot believe how well both players played that matchup because it just kept going back and forth. But Gokeska, at the end, realizing where the weaknesses were, decides, okay, I just need to play around my game plan. Keep the speed going, keep the pressure going. If it takes a little longer, so be it. But the damage buildup was so good, and it just ended up working so well in Gokeska's favor.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of these replays, really retell the story of this series. So back and forth, both of these players finding success in their own right, but ultimately, Game 1 goes Gokeska's way. We go right into Game 2, and look at that. The spike at 20%, finding the first stock. And I hate to say it, but spoiler warning, I know what's coming next. He does it again. That last stock for Gokeska, and man, I mean, DJ Shoryu looked great in a lot of these combos once they were able to get a rhythm going. Man, that is just filthy, excuse me. But was able to get a rhythm in a lot of these on-stage interactions, but the problem was just getting there.
Yeah, and look at how the only time in any of these replays of the last game is that last hit there is where Fox goes off. He has the stock lead and is willing to make that final push to secure that stock rather than trying to go off earlier. He was very deliberate about that. And so it pays off. You're not risking these sort of reverse edgeguard situations. You get that guaranteed value and are able to close out that stock. It was very well played, and that means that we will be seeing more of Gokeska in top 8. I am very excited.
Yes, we are going to take a quick break, but I said it when this bracket started. 32 players walked into this building looking to make a name for themselves, and it is now 4:30 Eastern Time, and only 8 players remain. We have a lot of Smash Bros. Left to watch, and it's going to be some high-level stuff, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back with top 8 of the Stars and Spikes Open bracket. 8 players remain in our Stars and Spikes bracket, looking to win Supernova tickets as well as a $100 prize pool. Hundreds of dollars worth of value on the line, and it all comes down to this. Chris Clayton joined, as always, and again by my lovely brother Kevin Clayton. We are back for one more Clayton cast of the day, I believe, and it will be for top 8 Smash Bros. We're going to be taking you into some winners side matchups here pretty soon. This is as good as it gets. We've got some heavy hitters left in the building, and they are about to go at it against each other.
Oh, yeah, but when we're talking about us talking winner's side, Chris, you touched on it a little bit earlier, and it is a Shenandoah winner's side of the bracket, which means that we're going to be seeing a lot of our players go up against each other. And I hate to admit, we don't see a lot of our players go up against each other without being here when they are practicing. They're very deliberate about getting that online practice, getting that experience, not only at locals, but also just like getting practice around other players. So I'm very curious how these sort of players will do up against the people that they sit next to on a day-to-day basis.
It's going to be so much fun. And, I mean, you see it on your screen. The top half of this is going to result in some serious cannibalization, right? Shenandoah is going to have to knock out some of its own Shenandoah members. And, I mean, we're getting ready to load into it here. The first matchup we will be watching will be Igloo against Willie. Team, oh, never mind, excuse me. They are just feeling out their buttons, checking the delay, if any. This is on land, so I'm sure it feels great. And again, these are Shenandoah players. They're on our varsity squad. They play here literally all the time, so they will be just fine. But they are just getting warm, getting ready. This is an interesting matchup, though. Team Captain against Team Anchor. Interesting dynamic. I mean, both of these players are so strong. We've seen them succeed in their respective roles in some of the most tightly contested moments when the pressure's on so much. Both of these players are capable of incredible things, and now they need to go up against each other and see who comes out on top.
And I think it speaks to the dynamic of these two players. You asked before this broadcast, or before we got back from the break, asked both players, are you going to win? And we got 2 answers, same answer, but very different style. One of them says, oh, absolutely, like, you know, feeling good, like, yeah, I got this type deal. The other one, stone cold head nod saying they are locked in. So I am curious, Willie, just with that head nod, feels like he's going to want that momentum, try to really play into that intimidation factor. But Igloo, feeling good, wants that little bit of that patient game. So I'm curious how this matchup will play out as we do hop into game this time around, and a good laser to start things off.
Yeah, all right, Kevin, you and I are all too familiar with what Kazuya is capable of at any stage in the game. And with a character like Yoshi that does sort of need to be up in your face, but for different reasons, it's going to result in, I think, a pretty interesting matchup compared to what we've seen people try to put up against Willie's Kazuya in the crew battles that we watch all the time. Yoshi has this interesting interaction with his double jump. He's got his eggs if he needs them. It's going to make for some interesting moments, but so far, Willie got that opening combo and has not been able to keep up with Igloo since.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of this matchup is going to play down to Igloo getting little advantages like that, able to get the jab reset, go for the down smash. Look at how Igloo is dancing around Willie. He's not trying to keep a far distance, but he's keeping as much space as possible to get Willie to walk forward, and then he's punishing him on the approach. So now, Igloo walks away with a bit of an advantage, but also we're talking a Mishima, Chris. One electric into an up smash will be able to close out that stock, and it is even stock-wise with Kazuya sitting at 57 offstage.
Yeah, the spacing has been borderline beautiful to watch so far out of Igloo so far, because it's been like pixel perfect. The tail connecting. Willie is throwing out moves and they're just not quite landing, but the back air into the forward smash, taking that stock from so early. Now you gotta be careful here. The platforms are gone. The 0 to death. It works out. Willie strikes right back. Lightning fast. 0 to 0, 1 stock remaining, and he's caught in a grab once again.
Okay, but he breaks out this time. I do want to acknowledge we've seen some great gameplay coming out of Igloo, but when those platforms are gone, that is the last time you want to be near Kazuya and Willie taking full advantage, able to get the 0 to death, and the percentages again are starting to fall in Igloo's favor, but we've seen how quickly Willie can turn this around, and so the forward air into the up smash connects, and Egg will hit as well, but it won't be enough just yet. The up air's connecting as well. Kazuya being just a little heavy means that now he's living at 150, goes for the down throw, gets the forward air. It won't do too much more as a good grab gets Yoshi off stage. The double jump is burned, Chris, and the Igloo does not grab the ledge because of it.
Wow, I mean, that was so close. These players are on a knife's edge right now, so close to each other in skill level and talent. We already knew that, but man, Igloo, I felt like was doing everything he needed to do to come out of this matchup on top. I've already said it. We know what Kazuya is capable of at any stage in the game, and we saw it. Down a full stock, one grab didn't even matter. That whole advantage that Igloo had built up vanished in a moment's notice. And because of that, though, because of the game state, we see Willie making a decision, opting to switch to the Terry, even though coming out on top in the first game.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You had a character who was so good at running that advantage, but now Willie understanding that there were a couple of interactions there that maybe should have fallen into Igloo's favor. And so now as we see an amazing combo setup from Willie, it won't be enough to close out, but you're starting to see the advantage of this matchup as now the percentages feel a lot more even this time around.
Yeah, very different story already, and the tech won't quite come out. Igloo goes down, trying to go so low for the nair, it won't connect, and now Terry finds a kill and has that go bar online. 2 extra moves are going to be ready to find kills if they can come out, but so far Igloo doing a great job of keeping Terry off stage, not letting these moves come out.
Yeah, as good as some of Terry's aerials are, this is the kind of point where you want to be keeping him in the air. You don't want to deal with the setups that he has on the ground, and so a forward smash call out, getting him on the air where Willie wants to be back on the ground. I mean, it all falls into place and the stock count evens up.
Yeah, 70% up on this Yoshi, but not for long, not a lead for very long, as Igloo, again, finding a great spacing, just waiting out a lot of these moves and using the very, very tip of his hitboxes to make connections. It's been very impressive to watch, and it's resulting in a much more closer game than you might think. Willie is an incredible player, and I believe the top-seeded player in this bracket, so on paper you would expect that Willie's going to come out on top, but Igloo sure is making him work for it.
I mean, that jab went into jab 2. It felt like you almost needed to go for that. I am shocked, Chris. How does he make hard callouts like that? I could tell you a little. It's due to the fact that they play each other so much. A spot dodge callout like that, that move is so good for Terry. And yet, to be able to punish it shows the comfort.
Yeah, but not quite able to get the stock yet, and the longer it takes to take out that second stock on Willie, the more percentage value he's going to get. Finally, that second stock goes away. 1 stock remaining on both of these players, but Willie did a great job of getting plenty of extra credit. Now the problem rises. DLC characters have their comeback mechanics, and they're called comeback mechanics because when you're in a lead, you don't get them. So the go bar now gone for Terry means it's going to be a little bit harder to find these kills, but Igloo doing a great job coming out swinging on this stock. Gets out of that jab situation in the shield. Back to safety. The go meter is back. These characters up to 100%. Gets caught in the jab once more, and the go meter finds its value. The Buster Wolf connects, and Willie takes game 2 in this super close series.
Every single time I feel like Igloo has that advantage, Willie is still locked in. He's not counting himself out just yet and is finding the opportunities to get these really good leads and bring things back. I mean, he lost the go for a little bit. It looked like things were evening out, and yet once it's back online, it immediately falls back in his favor.
Yeah, we load into game number 3. Reminder, this is top 8. These are best of 5s. Igloo is not out of this yet, but it will take a reverse sweep to stay on the winner's side of this bracket. Igloo eating some damage to start. The skin change from Terry. We'll see if that's enough to keep the advantage in Willie's favor, but another forward smash lands up to 100%. Igloo goes a little off stage, caught a little off guard, but the double jump so strong, able to get back just barely. Power geysers are starting to come out, though. That go meter is on once again.
Yeah, we do see a bit more of a patient game. A good forward air approach into the up air won't be enough to close it out just yet, but we do see Willie going for that up smash, and it still won't connect just yet. A couple of eggs connect, and a forward air as well is able to secure that stock for Igloo.
I wanted to start counting them, but I came in too late. But man, Igloo, again, finding the off-stage success that he needs. The rising tackle out of the shield, though, does find that kill off the platform. Not too much extra credit for Igloo, as now 2 stocks remaining for both of these players. Igloo trying to stay on that winner's side, going off stage, finding the grab, or the neutral B, excuse me, putting him into the egg. Yoshi with that very strange interaction that no really other character can relate to, and now finding the down tilt, right, finding his way in. Again, the spacing has been so pretty so far, and as these combos start to make their way up the screen, Terry crosses that 100% threshold once more.
Yeah, but we do see Igloo more almost aware of what sort of situation he's in, that these go combos could be so much, trying to use that double jump to back out of these sort of situations, and he's gotten 2 opportunities so far and capitalize on both of them to jump out of the way. So getting that up tilt, goes for the up air. It won't be enough just yet, as Terry is a little bit on the heavier side, and a back air connects as well, and Terry's living at 151. A 2-frame with the back air, and a spike to follow is going to secure a lead for Igloo.
Yeah, wow, that was an aggressive choice. I wasn't even sure that Willie had his jump, so I'm not sure he could have made it back from that, but Igloo not leaving anything out there, making sure that he will go take care of that stock. A good little mix-up there from Igloo to not continue that juggle, dropping back to the platform, and now you have to be careful in situations like that. The Buster Wolf comes out just short, the forward smash, waiting for it, and Igloo strikes back. 1 game in favor of Igloo, and the start of what needs to be a reverse sweep if Igloo wants to stay on winner's side.
I love it, Chris. You had a moment where Willie was feeling the pressure, is on the back foot, and I have seen so many Terry players go for a Buster Wolf like that, and it pays off. So this time around, having that sort of initial setup, going for that Buster Wolf, only for Igloo to be spaced just right to back out of the way and go for that forward smash. I feel like it's an adaptation not only for the series, but for the crew battles we have seen in just the last week.
Oh, I agree, and it's going to result in yet another adaptation. Willie opting to go back to the Kazuya. It's feeling that the Terry was not the answer that maybe he was hoping it would be. Finding a win on both of these characters so far, but opting that Kazuya is the decision for now. That Rage Art is online, the grab comes out, the electric lands, but well buffered by the double jump, but you have to be careful. That kill button is on, and that is almost surely a kill at this range. The electric lands, the up B will confirm, and the kill button did not even need to come out, so if nothing else, that's 40% waiting in 1 input if Willie can find it.
Yeah, I'm surprised Town and City was left open. We saw how well Kazuya does on the stage. I'm assuming a Final Destination gets banned every single time Willie is on the screen, but keeping this long stage open means we get crazy setups like this, and Willie almost taking the stock off of the platform on the side of the screen. Craziness from Willie here, almost able to close this out.
Yeah, and you have to think that he had the read. He caught Igloo jumping after that combo from the platform, but with Yoshi, that double jump goes so much higher than the normal character, so the laser wasn't able to connect. Igloo goes so deep to confirm that kill, barely making it back to stage. We're back to even stocks, but Igloo up to 80%, and Kazuya's on the stage with no platforms to work with. Gotta be careful here, but Igloo maintaining control, not scared of Willie at all.
Yeah, understanding when you have your advantage even if you're in a scary spot, is critical at levels like this. If you are in that situation, you obviously think you should back away from Kazuya, but Igloo, with the advantage there, is able to get a solid setup, and so he's adding percent. Kazuya is on the back foot, uses the up special, does still have the double jump, and is able to make it back onto the stage with the Rage Art in hand.
This character's recovery is insane. The kill button comes out, and it will do just that. 100% on this Kazuya, now taking that stock off Igloo. The check chase down smash finds Kazuya off stage, going for it all. He will find the kill. Spike not necessary. Side blast zone enough to finish that one off, as now both of these players with one stock remaining. Man, it does not get much closer than this. Igloo trying to stay alive in this series, but gets grabbed and hit with an electric. You gotta be careful with that.
Oh no, he got hit by the side special. One electric into the up smash. Is it enough?
Oh!
Not yet. Igloo taking his time, sitting on the platform, trying to get a breath. Willie going for the up special follow-up, trying to take out this Dino, but 2 back airs will start building up the percent for this comeback as Willie says, I need to stuff this out now. Going for these up specials, trying to get just enough hits to send Yoshi back off stage, and it won't be enough just yet as Igloo builds an amazing wall and goes with the tech follow-up off of the platform to bring the series 2-2.
Oh my god, Kevin! These players are so good at Smash Bros. And they are matched up against each other in top 8. Man, this is electric. We get to watch these players all the time compete on their own, but it's we said it in the intro, it's rare for us to actually get to watch our players go up against each other, and man, has this not disappointed. Igloo with an opportunity to knock Willie down to losers here, but I mean, the same goes both directions. We are back on the same stage. Kazuya makes the return once more. Terry will stay on the bench, and the grab comes out. Game 5, winner's side on the line. Igloo versus Willie.
Oh my goodness, Chris, and already we saw a grab come out from Willie, trying to get this electric setup on the platform, gets a good amount of damage, but nothing more. Is trying to find these crazy setups, but Igloo doing a great job of using those platforms to his advantage as Willie lets loose an uppercut to really keep the momentum going in his favor as Igloo gets 2 nairs. Willie, forced to air dodge back onto the stage, is definitely feeling the pressure, but at any given point could swap it back as one up tilt into an electric into the up special will not be enough as Igloo is living at 142.
Yeah, we didn't even really get an opportunity to talk about how amazing that last stock was from Igloo, in the last game, losing that stock there, but after basically being comboed from like 0 to 100% and barely surviving to claw all the way back in the last game and win the game off of it. These players are cold-blooded. They can handle this level of pressure, and now Igloo finds himself in a similar situation, down a full stock, not able to find this first kill onto Willie just yet. The laser's coming out. Willie finding his stage dominance once again. Look at the dashes, his mobility around the stage, and Igloo doing a great job just dancing around it, buying time. The back air off stage sends him right back into the stage. The tech can't quite come out, and now finally Igloo ties up stocks. We're back to 2-2.
And right now, this is the awkward spot where Kazuya needs a setup either from the electric or an up tilt, maybe even the little back tilt where it trips. It's very hard to find those opportunities, but stuffing out the aerial, hitting that space just right beside the platform, Willie is able to find the opportunity to close out that stock and is sitting pretty at about 96%. It could fall into Willie's hands just now as an electric comes out and the combo begins.
Oh no, yeah, Igloo not able to land on the platform or the stage there, and kill buttons online at this point in the game. That would be enough, but it won't matter. The kill coming out, finding the spike up to the top, and now one stock separates these two players. This is game 5. This has been an incredibly close series. Igloo looking to finish a reverse sweep with this stock here, and look at Willie. He's playing slow. He knows exactly what he wants.
Yeah, he's playing with nerves of steel, multiple parries. I mean, just one after another, trying to stuff out these approaches from Yoshi. But a couple of good tech setups means that Igloo's getting a lot of good damage as Willie is teching in, trying to find his opportunity to close this out. Goes for the up smash and it won't connect this time around. Goes for the forward tilt and Igloo's able to roll around it. I mean, both players are looking for their option. Willie's looking for that final hit, but Igloo's trying to get that little bit more damage to close things out. He needs a good couple of setups as Willie continues to try and keep that pressure going.
Yeah, you have to think at 135% just about anything would do it, but we just saw Igloo come out on top last game in this exact situation. He won't be able to do it this time around. Willie finding the dash attack to finish the job, finish the 2-0 start that he built, and wow, Willie will advance to the next round on winner's side, sending Igloo down to losers in a valiant effort.
I mean, it was so well played again, Chris. We saw Igloo was dancing around what Kazuya had to offer. It wasn't played at a super far distance game, but really forcing Willie to walk towards Yoshi, and then Igloo having these setups in these very specific situations to keep that pressure going. It worked out so well, but it just wasn't enough. Willie's momentum, his pressure was so good, and while I do think we started to see the nerves from both sides at the end, Willie picking up on a habit that Igloo needed to run away, and that dash attack being strong enough to close it out was enough.
Yeah, and you can't help but think back now as we look at these replays, these first two games where it felt like Igloo was in control more often than not, and yet somehow in both Game 1 and Game 2, Willie found a way to claw all the way back and find those two wins. And now, in the length of the series, man, I'm sure Igloo is wishing he could get those back, right? He did what he needed. He played so well around both of the characters and just not able to close it out, and almost a reverse sweep, but not enough.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many opportunities where both players were just hitting their option right at the right time, Chris. The down tilt into the jab, Buster Wolf is such a great combo and a great finisher. Multiple eggs connecting Chris, and this offstage interaction for the forward air. Both players knew exactly what they wanted at any given point. It was just a matter of finding those opportunities, and while these final hits focus on just that, I do want to acknowledge that a lot of this game was dedicated to both players dancing around each other's game plan for 90% of the match.
Yeah, and how about the wherewithal and confidence from Willie to switch between characters when he felt he needed to, not caving to the results, not overthinking the moment, and deciding what is going to give me the best option, the best odds of winning right now, and switching between both characters depending on the stage, depending on match. I mean, I shouldn't say matchup. The Igloo played Yoshi the entire time, but I mean, such smart and just all-around confident Smash Bros. Out of Willie, knowing what tools he's got to win best of 5 series and putting them all on display just then.
It's beautiful, Chris, every single time, and we saw the roll away from Yoshi getting caught by that dash attack. And at the same time, I think we saw at the end of the match multiple times where Willie was rolling in, Igloo expecting the adaptation, but I don't care how good you are, the nerves build, and I think it speaks to who really has that control in those sorts of situations. Both players are incredibly good in those situations, but it's that little bit of extra experience that worked in Willie's favor and brought him for that final hit.
Yeah, it's so exciting, and I can only hope that any future series is as exciting as that, but at the same time, if we get a series as close to that, I don't even know if my heart can take it, but we will be moving into our next top 8 matchup, our next Shenandoah in-house, effectively, as Eliminathan looks to take on Kip in this top 8 best of 5 series. We are back to 0-0.
Yeah, we're talking about two characters whose game plan is to try and zone off of the approach. Well, if both sides don't have to approach, who's going to be making that initial momentum? It looks like Kip's Pac-Man is the answer for that. Rob being a slightly bigger body, it means that he's going to be hit by a handful of these Galaga and other fruit combos, but also at the same time, we're talking about a character who has really good boxing options. Kip is going to find multiple opportunities to be close to this Rob and really keep that pressure going, as Elim is already at 145 as the bell is thrown out.
Yeah, 145, not at all where you'd like to be to start this out, but we know that Rob is able to sort of slow down and play a longer game if he needs to, right? He's got plenty of ranged options. He can sit on this side of the stage, as we are seeing him do now. We'll try to make his way back into this one so far. Still very early, not out of it at all, but a forward tilt from center stage will just take that stock outright.
And billing good damage here. We do see the grounded option from the Rob going for that down throw to get a little bit more damage going. And we do see Kip is ready for the match. He's ready to be planted in the ground and break out as fast as he can. Not even the Rob up tilt will connect this time around, as we do see Kip starting to build that game plan. The Galaga is out, but Elim doing a great job of staying high, trying not to get involved with that sort of setup, as now a couple of down tilts onto the Hydrant will send it flying, but again, the Galaga combo is going to be so dangerous throughout the entirety of this matchup. 80% on a limb, and Kip's Pac-Man is sitting pretty, while yes, at 127, still a stock ahead.
And I want to point out, both of these characters have incredible recoveries. It's going to take getting either one of these players up to very high percentages to take them out, because both Rob and Pac-Man can make it back from just about anywhere on your screen. So that's why we're going to see this game probably go a lot longer than the last one. I mean, both Igloo and Willie did a great job of preserving their stocks when they needed to, but this matchup isn't going to have much of a choice, right? We know that Rob's down air can result in some kills on recoveries, but with Pac-Man's trampoline, you have to think that that won't find the same value in this matchup, and same goes for Rob's recovery, right? We know that just that up B by itself can get back to stage from just about anywhere, so it's going to create some interesting moments as Kip looks to find the kill off stage. The Hydrant goes off but can't quite connect. The up smash was on its way out, but interrupted by an up B from Kip. Smart play there. The apple goes over the platform and lands on the ledge, taking that stock. I'm sure Elim was not exactly ready for that one.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect the apple to travel that far, but it truly lingers for so long and gets such great value. I think we have seen more KOs with apple in the last week than I have seen in the entirety of my time watching Smash Bros. Kip has been very good about timing that opportunity, getting that value when it matters most. So now, as we see a couple of good orange combos, getting that little bit of extra damage, good parry onto the Fire Hydrant, it's going to be on Kip to continue that combo game, as Lim is looking for that closer, tries to get that down air, but it won't be enough just yet, as Kip goes for the trampoline and is able to tack onto the stage despite getting hit by that down air.
Yeah, it looked like the down air caught a weird sour spot and wasn't able to send him down, send him into the stage, and left a tech opportunity for Kip. And I mean, now you have to think that if a down air lands onto Kip, it probably will kill him before he's able to get the trampoline out, but he won't need the down air either, because that neutral air killing from center stage, Kip all the way up to almost 200% before going down there.
As we do see Elim, not a stranger to Rob combo game. Here we go, a couple of good setups, getting Kip at 42%, not giving him the time to build up his momentum, as we almost saw an SD from a red trampoline and a Fire Hydrant. That would have been a crazy setup working against Kip this time around, but because of that momentum shift, I mean, Elim's starting to bring it back.
Yeah, 100% on Elim, but I mean, almost 100% the other direction. This has not been the storyline so far this game. You said it, Elim finding his way back into this and keeping this very close at this point. Pac-Man looking to find those projectiles. It's what's probably going to lead to this kill. It's going to be hard for Pac-Man to find a kill with anything else, but as the percentage does start to rack up, more options become viable. We just saw a forward tilt find a kill earlier this game alone. The Fire Hydrant is going to be flying. You got to keep an eye out for that. But I mean, Same goes the other direction. 112% on this Pac-Man. It's not going to take much to find a kill onto that. Good spacing there by Elim to avoid the bell. Good little stall game here, standing right by the ledge, buying as much time as he needs and ultimately just forward airing his way back onto the stage. The Hydrant will get knocked, and Elim can't quite escape that one. Game number 1 going Kip's direction.
I don't fully comprehend what all just happened, Chris, because you have so many crazy setups where both players were doing a really good job of zoning each other out. And yet that last stock felt like both players were starting to play that boxing game at the earlier percents, which is great because you got to see the value that both of them bring. It seems like either one could approach. I was talking about the Pac-Man approach earlier on, but Eliminate doing an amazing job of just really building up that pressure and trying to even things out, but the Fire Hydrant working against him means that he will go down for this first game. Will it come into play again? We will have to see as we hop into game 2.
Yeah, you know the Hydrants are going to be coming out aplenty, right? It's such a fundamental part of this character. The big difference from game to game is how does both player respond to it, and it's different every single time we load into a game of Super Smash Bros. With Kip on our screen. So many players have different options and different strategies around Kip's Hydrant, and it's interesting because there's not really a correct answer. It depends on what Kip decides to do, what character you're playing. There's so much that this Hydrant can do, and in different situations it makes for really interesting and borderline strange interactions, but you have to think that in moments like that, when we're talking strange interactions, the player on the Pac-Man is going to be the one who's more ready for it. The side B going off stage, trying to catch Kip in an awkward spot off stage, but not enough. The tech will come out. Both of these players going on stage. Interesting bell interactions as the players are moving faster than I can speak. 100% for both of these players, 170 specifically on Kip, as this has been a different story than game number 1 so far.
Yeah, it feels like Elim's boxing game early on really paid off, so now it's going to be how do you close this out? Rob does have a handful of really good options in the air to close out these stocks, but Kip in return can close stocks just a little earlier with those bells. So while the percentages were leaning more towards Elim's favor, both players finding their option to close out those stocks means that we have an even game.
Yeah, taking too long to find a kill can really come back to bite you in this game. You said it, the percentages just end up wiped at the end of the day. Both players finding their kill, but one of them took way longer than the other, and you have to think that could have been so valuable as extra credit after a stock. But it's easy to look back in the past, but that will bite you. So got to move on, right? It's behind you. Both of these players at 2 stocks in relatively even percents, looking for their way in. The Hydrant will help those down tilts out a little bit. Got to be ready for that down air, as it will come out just about every time that Kip recovers from that angle. Grab lands back up onto the platform, 80% onto Kip, and again, a different feel from game number 1. Every time we check, Elim is actually the one keeping the percentage lead.
Yeah, but you gotta keep an eye out for these setups that Kip has going. He can take these stocks just a little bit earlier from what we've been seeing. Kip doing an amazing job of closing out these stocks on Elim, and Elim struggling to find the opportunities to do the same. He has multiple great options, but Kip being aware of this matchup means that he is using his shield and dancing around his option, but the trampoline wasn't set up this time around for the down air, and it punishes Kip. Now Elim has the lead.
Yeah, now an opportunity, right? This is a big moment for Elim, down 1-0 in this series, and with a stock advantage, I think, for the first time, or at least for longer than 2 seconds. Elim with an opportunity to turn this into something greater. Will we see it? He gets stunned and immediately hit with his own gyro thing.
Yep. his own
down
gyro.
the top, whatever you want to call that, the Rob projectile thing. But so far, not much yet out of Elim, but same goes the other direction, right? Elim is up to 150%. We haven't seen the answer come out of Kip until now. 170% later, we're finally back tied on stocks, but Elim did get a good amount of value this time around, right? Couldn't find it in the first stock, but will find it in the second stock. 80% on Kip, but Kip not out of it yet, and making sure Elim is feeling that he's still here.
I feel like Kip has found a new setup. This is the second time this broadcast that we have seen the key thrown and slowed down by the water. It's such a crazy setup, but it won't matter this time around as Elim secured such a great early lead and is able to even out this series 1-1 because of it.
Yeah, Lim doing a great job of keeping up in game number 2, right? We saw game number 1 kind of fall away from him just barely, right? Not in a drastic way by any means, but able to really keep the game close the whole way until stock number 3. And then finally, Lim was able to hold on to that second stock just a little bit longer than I'm sure Kip would have liked. And it's the difference, right? It's the reason why we're now 1-1, and this game is going to go. This game will not be a sweep, as it shouldn't be. This is winner's side. These are 2 incredible players, and every player left is an incredible player. But I mean, this is very special Smash that we get to watch.
Yeah. So as we see Galaga online, that again is what Elim is going to have to dance around. That will be what starts building this percent so well for Kip. I mean, 67 out the gate, and we're not even 20 seconds in, Chris. It's so valuable in this matchup when you're dealing with a character who's so big. So you have to be ready for it, and while Kip has been doing a great job of, if he's out of a Galaga, he goes for another, or if he's out of that fruit, it's immediately charged for a bell. He's doing a great job of really controlling how he uses those projectiles and very deliberate with his timing on getting that value secure.
Yeah, and I mean, can't help but think back now to game 1 when Elim was caught down a stock at that point in the game. And wow, tries to air dodge up to the ledge, up to the trampoline, can't quite find it, and he will go down for it. A rare occasion that Rob is not able to recover, but that is one of them. So Elim down to his last stock, and Kip with 3. This would be a miracle if he's able to come back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of situation you kind of have to shrug off. You are down 2 stocks, but you are still in this series, as we do see the Fire Hydrant sent off stage, trying to deal with the Pac-Man. Elim trying to keep that pressure going as well. Gets a very good down air to continue building that momentum, but Pac-Man always making it back. It means that he is going to get a little bit of stage control, as Elim is the one in the awkward spot.
Yeah, an awkward spot indeed. Over 100% catching hydrants to the face, might not even be able to take a stock in this game. This would be a stark contrast to the rest of the series, and something that I'm sure Kip would love to have right about now. Build as much momentum as possible and put Elim on the back foot, put him in an elimination situation, no pun intended, as, I mean, if Kip is able to take this 2-1, and a 3 stock in game number 3 in Kip's favor will put Elim on the back foot. Uncomfortable situation, cannot drop another game.
Yeah, it was a very unfortunate spot to be in that sort of off-stage interaction. A multi-hit move and falling out of it never feels good unless it's a combo. If it's a combo and you fall out of it, you feel great. If you're in that situation, it feels awful, and that's why nobody likes a multi-hit.
Amen.
But, I mean, it won't work in his favor this time around. It could play into his hand later on. We'll just have to see, and you can't get shaken up by it just yet. It's a best of 5, Chris. You still have the opportunity to make it back. So as the Galaga starts things off, as per usual, we do see Elim start to get a little bit of damage of his own.
Yeah, 68% to 40%, a strong start, as now the percentages start to even out. The down air lands right on the ledge. 60% is enough to send him all the way down to the blast zone. Trampoline or not, doesn't matter if you cannot react in time. Down air finding its value. Rob with that overwhelming move, trying to mix up Kip, changing up which ledge he's opting to recover to, buying as much time on the ledge. Kip unable to capitalize on it just yet, but a stock lead early on for Elim. That's what he needs to stay in this series.
We do see the bell connect, and Rob eating a lot of damage so far, but he still has that lead. Any sort of hit is extra credit at this point. You can be happy with knowing that you got a lot of value. Elim was able to trade that hit while he was hit by the bell, keeps Kip away and means he won't go down just yet as he starts building up percentage off of Kip's own hydrant and is continuing to build that pressure.
Yeah, and talk about clinging to your stocks, protecting your own stocks as long as possible. 150% is not something we've seen too often this series, and sure enough, won't see it much longer as the up air will connect. Center stage doesn't matter. Too high of a percentage to survive just about anything, and Elim will lose his first stock, but not after getting plenty of value. 92% onto this Pac-Man, and we see we're back to this slow projectile game. Both of these players starting to settle back in to these low percentage interactions. Kip playing as if he's at a low percentage and finding the projectiles, taking the projectile from Rob, catching it once again, and now juggling his own projectiles. This is really interesting.
Yeah, we do see a couple of really good hits here, but Kip going for the forward air is going to be able to close out that stock without that tech. It means that now Elim is the one on the back foot. He does get a couple of good hits, gets the laser going, but it's not going to be enough just yet, as we do see the Galaga online, but immediately disappears thanks to the platform height of this stage.
Yeah, great value there from the stage pick. By the way, I want to shout out on this map when I thought it was called Final Bastion and not Hollow Bastion. That's a Wizard 101 reference, so I guess that's what's on my mind, and I didn't even know it. But the grab will land from the Rob, finding the up air out of the mash. Kip doing a good job of surviving that interaction, right? That was definitely an opportunity to kill from Elim, but ultimately comes down to a great mash there from Kip to get out of the ground and out to safety, as now trying to recover from solo down the trampoline, gets eaten. Elim is forced to recover, but again, the recovery on these characters, they can make it back from anywhere. Both of these characters going as deep as possible, and both of these characters making it all the way back. One stock to one stock. Elim with winner's side on the line. If he loses this stock, he is going down to losers.
Yeah, it's going to be on Elim to really lock in here if he wants to even out this series. He's already at the percent past the Galaga setup, so you got to be aware of what else Kip has going on. Whether it's the bell or the key or the fire hydrant, whatever it is, you just need to be in that active mindset, being aware at all times. You can't start autopiloting now, as we do see a couple of good hits. Keeping that pressure on Kip means that, yes, Kip does have the bell online, but is he going to find this final hit as Elim is on the ledge?
Yeah, opting to drop away from the ledge, so a little bit of safety now gone, but does make it back to the platform there, or back to the stage briefly, as forced to shield that bell, did have his down B ready, so bailed out of that situation for now. Both of these players now up well into kill percentages. You have to be careful of what the other player could be throwing out, because any last one of them could spell doom, as now Pac-Man goes off stage. Rob going for the down air, but a well-timed bell, well-placed bell will buy Kip enough time to get back onto the stage.
A very well played by Kip to get a little bit of control back in this matchup. The percentages are starting to even out. Both players have great options to close out the stock, but we have seen that Kip has found more opportunities to really keep that pressure going. Here comes the bell, Chris. A bell and a top. So much setup is so incredibly dangerous, and that means that Elim has to back off, only for Kip to follow him and burn all of those resources to continue that pressure.
Yes, so well done. Great awareness there from Kip, knowing exactly as you said it. I have two projectiles in my hand. I'm going to put them in two different places and force you to back away, and I'm going to follow you all the way out there, right? That's so smart, so well done. Just tough break for Elim as he's unable to recover from that one, right? We know that this character can just sit there and buy time, not even falling down or going up, right? It could have bought as much time as needed, but when all of your options are covered, Kip knows exactly where he needs to be.
And it was so well played, but I do also want to acknowledge that when you're in these sort of situations, a lot of it came down to closing out these stocks, and I feel like we just couldn't find opportunities where Elim had these sort of setups for his back airs and his up smashes, stuff like that. He was playing a very slow game, and while it worked out in a lot of situations, it's dangerous. You're giving your opponent more time to build these setups, to continue evening out percentages or gain leads. You can play a slow burn game if you know that you are going to keep that momentum, but if you are going back and forth so evenly, you do need to start making some aggressive callouts, and this time around, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, not quite enough. We are looking back at these replays, right, retelling the story of that series. Elim able to get game number 2 off of Kip, but not able to find enough success elsewhere. And Kip doing a great job of closing out, right? I mean, I just said it, knowing what he needs to do in the situations that matter. We did find the value from those downers. I really wasn't expecting to see many of those, and I think we got 2 of them over the course of this 4-game series. So the Rob downer still got it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look at this interaction here. Elim struggling to get back on the stage because of that tech situation. And again, another tech situation where he was sent so far off stage, but this time does pay back in his favor. It's truly, both characters were doing a great job of their offstage game, but it felt like that Kip was just more aware that when the game plans keep going back and forth, he can walk away with all that pressure in hand.
Yeah, and walking away with a win in hand is Kip, as he will move on to the winners finals for this Stars and Spikes open bracket. We are going to take a quick break with the SU cannibalization behind us, at least for now. We have plenty more Smash Bros to watch, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. We are deep into the action here at Stars and Spikes in Shenandoah. in the Shenandoah Esports Arena here in Winchester, Virginia. Chris Clayton joined by the lovely Alexander T. Kresek. He's back here on the desk like he never left. Has had a great day today.
Yeah.
A lot of casting out of you, and I hope you're not feeling tired yet because we still have incredible players left to talk about.
Oh no, I am so excited. We've seen some really spectacular games, and it has been keeping me ready, electric. I'm just so excited.
Yeah, we are down to 2 players remaining in the winners side of the bracket, and the loser side has been following along. We will update you with the bracket here momentarily, but we will be covering the last 2 remaining players on the winner's side. Our first matchup on stream will be Kip against Willie. In that top side, we just witnessed, had to endure a bunch of Shenandoah students going after each other, and unfortunately or fortunately, somebody had to come out on top. It will be Willie and Kip as they are now forced to go up against each other. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the bracket here, we see that Igloo did go down to Tofu, and Elim and Gokeska still have yet to play. So we will be bringing you that Willie-Kip matchup, and after that, we will see Tofu against whoever his opponent will be.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see that Tofu matchup. The Luigi player has kind of been sneaking under the radar. We haven't really got to see them play on stream at all, so I'm really interested to see what sort of maneuvers they're pulling out, because we know that they've gotten some big wins in that loser side of the bracket. So what sort of magic is Tofu, conjuring here in order to get these wins?
Yeah, you have to think that, like, with Willie and Kip up in their current position on the winner side, you have to think that, like, if we're Vegas, if we're betting men, you're probably calling one of those 2 the favorite. It's hard to pick one, but I believe Willie was statistically the top seed in this bracket, but man, I mean, they're right there. But you have to think, okay, we just watched Igloo go the distance.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Last hit, last stock. Yeah, last hit, last stock, game 5 against Willie, and then drop down to losers and lose 3-1 to Tofu. So you make a great point. This player, this Luigi, is finding big wins across the bracket, and that's certainly a name to keep an eye out for the longer this goes on.
It's also like when we look at these matchups, we talk about matchup experience, and like I don't know how much matchup experience these players have against Luigi. It's not really a common character you see too much. Granted, I feel like the Igloo Yoshi, you don't see a ton of Yoshis. It's kind of been making a little bit of a resurgence, but not really a super common character. Kazuya, Terry, on the other hand, characters you see all the time. Pac-Man, a very popular character, at least in certain regions. I feel like we don't have too many Pac-Mans around here, but it's not a super uncommon character at least.
And Kip has certainly solidified in this scene as well. Like, even if you don't have a ton of Pac-Man experience, Kip has been around for a while. Kip has found plenty of success on this Pac-Man. So you have to think that some of these players are going to know what's coming. But we will see. Does Willie know what's coming? Because the Pac God is on your screen. Meanwhile, we have a scary demon man going up to try to deal with it. Willie against Kip grabs him off the platform, but Pac-Man can recover from anywhere.
What? What a start. No, this is the perfect way to start out this set. Holy cow. Willie thinks he's just getting a little bit extra damage. Kip said, nope, we're going off.
Wow. So, okay, I think Kevin explained this to me, that whoever has the lower percentage in that interaction controls where you go.
Yep.
So my brain is foggy already as now the kill button lands and it finds the kill under 100%. Kip will lose his first stock, so some interesting starts here. Down B is resulting in Kazuya down B resulting in 2 kills, somehow not for the same player, and we are now even on stocks.
Yeah, oh my gosh, and the bell drop will get a little extra percentage too. Kazuya at 172. Kip in a perfect position here. Back throw doesn't quite get it, but the key throw will make it difficult for Kazuya to come back. Of course, he does have that recovery. Back air from Pac-Man will secure that kill.
Yeah, you got to be afraid of that that rage, the when
Yep.
your Fury, whatever it's called, when you get to a high percentage, right? With Willie all the way up to like 170, 180 before going down. I'm sure Kip was well aware of that, but it did not end up mattering as the electric will land, sending Kip up to the platform, leading to another electric. Great combo there from Willie, but not enough to find a kill and tie up this stock count. Now Kip with an opportunity to strike back further this advantage. The forward smash coming out, but it gets interrupted. Kazuya with all the stuns in the world to deal with Kip, and now even stocks. Kip was able to get a lot of value and is not done yet, but you have to think we just saw what Kazuya is capable of in any situation, and 0% does not make you safe against this character.
Absolutely not. I mean, yeah, we've got the Rage Drive online for Kazuya. We have Rage online as well. Doesn't quite get the side B, but got so close. The orange will get a headshot onto Kazuya, adding a little extra percentage. Key getting thrown down. Again, Kip really just throwing out all these projectiles, trying to keep this Kazuya away. Knows that if he gets touched, he will die. And again, Willie just trying to find any sort of opening here. Apple, we heard Kevin talk about it. I have not seen so many Apple usages until I see Kip play, and he is just using all the fruits in the rainbow.
Yeah, and even within Kip's own gameplay, I feel like I haven't seen him use the Apple as much until the last couple weeks, and he's been finding insane value. Willie finds the stun off the ledge and gets so much damage. It's not quite a kill, though, so Kip staying alive, staying in this game. Willie going off stage, trying to put this away. 195%. You have to think that just about any one of those projectiles could finish it. The up B can't quite finish the job. The Apple will connect that. Somehow doesn't find a kill either. Kazuya's a heavyweight. Kip goes up high, gets caught by the up B, and Willie will take game one.
I'm just gonna come out and say it. The weird last interaction was crazy. I definitely thought Pac-Man was dead, lives, and then Kazuya looks like he's dead, but he lives because it's Apple, and you're like, yeah, that's not gonna kill.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, yeah, a lot to take in there.
Especially the beginning and the end, I feel like, were the weird outliers that start with the down B from Kazuya killing Kazuya and Pac-Man walking away scot-free from that.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind how that game started. For that to be as close as it was, now, I mean, that does make me worry. If we don't have a start like that, then how does Kip adapt, right, to playing a full 3 stocks against Willie? Off of how those stocks were played, I would not say that I'm concerned about Kip's abilities to keep up with this Willie Kazuya, but it's certainly something to keep in mind as we see Willie almost getting an early stock a couple seconds ago, but now Willie giving up stage control for just a moment there. Kip able to make it back. He's dashing across the screen very fast, trying to get in and finding these very deadly combos.
Oh, I like mixing up with the grab, throwing it in there, just to get a little bit more stage presence, throw Kazuya off the side. Also, something that I want to note here is the stage pick. Never mind. Bell into forward smash. We're going to see Kip walk away with the first stock here. 88% could die to any sort of easy Kazuya combo. That's just Kazuya. But what I do like is the stage pick here. Kip going for Battlefield, having this tri-plat to avoid a lot of that linear, very horizontal damage from Kazuya, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Kazuya forcing Kip up onto the platform and playing very patient, waiting for Kip to just stand up and immediately get stunned once more. Great patience there from Willie. This player is so well-versed in the Kazuya game. It's so fun to watch. It's such a unique style of Smash Bros, and it certainly raises questions about the state of the game, but that's not for us to talk about. So, Willie, so far, finding that stock, but at a disadvantage in the state of this game, strictly speaking.
Oh my goodness. Weird interaction with the push, but Kip able to keep himself safe. The big thing, though, is Kazuya online here with that Rage Drive. Has to be careful. Won't find anything just yet, but I mean, both of them so high percentage. They're just looking for any sort of opener to finish off either stock here. Playing so careful. Kip, again, using these platforms and the fruit to keep Kazuya away. again, utilizing this apple in such a unique way, just bouncing it, making sure that Kazuya cannot get in, and it doesn't matter. You get caught with the down B, and you're gone.
And that did not consume the kill button, right? He was in the air when he used it, so the rage drive's still online for Kazuya. So we'll see if he's able to find that. He won't be able to as the bell comes out promptly, and the forward smash will connect. Something I want to point out that I'm noticing with this Kip playstyle so far is I'm not seeing nearly as many fire hydrants as I have in other matchups, and I'm wondering if Kazuya as a character has a really good way of getting rid of them, like if he can just sort of one-shot it. But I'm not entirely sure, but it's something I'm definitely noticing, that even just to buy time, right as I say it, the hydrant will come out. And he has been using it here and there, but not nearly as much as I feel like I'm used to.
I mean, I think we just saw the reason, right? Kip puts down the fire hydrant, Kazuya just walks up, uses his reflector, and insta-kills it, and therefore it's reflected into Kazuya's favor as well. So it's something that Kip certainly needs to be wary of, as Kazuya just can kick away this fire hydrant, become a projectile for himself, and adds a little danger for Pac-Man.
Yeah, for sure, and that makes a lot of sense, right? All of a sudden, this tool that you have in your arsenal to buy time, buy safety, is no longer safe at all. Not only does it disappear, it's turned against you. That's about worst case scenario. So, well explained there by Alexander. Thank you. That's
I mean,
that's
and
exactly
also
what I was looking for.
Yeah. Also, while we're watching this, in case you didn't think Kazuya was good enough, right? Also, for some reason, has a reflector in the kit. Also, what did we just see?
Yeah.
What the heck?
I don't know, man. The down B will connect from the Kazuya, getting Kip all the way up to 90%. Got to be careful with those jabs, finding their way home on the ledge, putting Kip in a bit of an uncomfortable situation, but now back in control. The bell will get him right out of that situation, finding the stun onto the stun man himself and sending him right into the blast zone.
I mean, that bell is such a dangerous weapon that Pac-Man has. You feel like you're safe maybe going up high, but the bell has that sort of bell curve in the way that you throw it. Yeah. And it catches you if you're not ready for it, or maybe if you've seen Pac-Man throw out a bunch of other projectiles, you're like, oh yeah, apple, gotta worry about apple, gotta worry about orange, and then all of a sudden, whoop, now I got hit by the bell.
Yeah, and we are all too familiar of what Kip is capable of with those bells, with all of his projectiles, right? The setups from this player as a whole are incredible to watch, right? It's something to behold, and something that we don't see nearly as much from other characters, but with so much variability and flexibility as the Pac-Man is sliding all the way across the stage. Willie trying to finish this stock quickly, but forward smash won't quite finish it. He's sliding.
Strawberry.
He wants in. The slides are not enough to keep him immune from the strawberry. 100%, 123 for both of these players, and the hydrant gets used right against him. Exhibit A of what we just talked about last game falls in Willie's hands, and he takes full advantage.
No way. Oh, he got the footstool, but wasn't able to capitalize, unfortunately. And again, we're seeing this more and more. Kip trying to use the fire hydrant to give himself a little bit of space to slow down the game a little bit, but just keeps taking damage from the fire hydrant. Does get the bell again, but the back air is not enough to take the stock. Kazuya is living until now. But still, was able to get 38% of extra credit and is fresh, looking for more of these combos. We'll get the grab. See you later.
Yeah, that disgusting angle that we just experienced on broadcast like a week ago. We were talking about how brutal that can be, but Pac-Man is usually going to be one of the exceptions that doesn't have to worry about that angle, because Pac-Man can recover from anything except the blast zone. So where does Willie put him? Straight into it. A stock lead for Willie, 2-1 in this even series.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and you have to be so careful against that Kazuya getting hit with the side B. While it is a rather committal option, if he hits it, that's just free damage, free kill for him. And oh my goodness! No way! Kip just got comboed by his own projectiles.
Yes, so many hitboxes all over the map, all over the air, and somehow Kip finding his way into every single one. Such a bad beat for Kip, as he just ate so much percentage for a small interaction, and now forced off stage once more by Willie. He can go so deep. He's got a stock to work with. He doesn't care what happens to himself off stage.
no.
Catches the bell.
Oh,
Comes out the forward smash,
no!
pushes him into his own bell. These are crazy interactions, and finally Willie able to finish that stock off, take the lead in the series, and this is becoming overwhelming for Kip.
You know, we're talking about the Pat God Kip himself doing such a great job with utilizing everything in his kit. That game, we just watched Willie utilize everything in Kip's kit as well. From Fire Hydrant to the Galaga to the Bell, Kip could not catch a break. He just kept getting hit with everything.
Yeah, that was something to witness, and I'm sure it was not intentional from Willie, right? Like, he just reflected the hydrant. I mean, like, it could have been. I don't know. I guess we'll have to ask him some other time. But, yeah, I mean, such crazy bounces there out of Kip. That was something that I don't think I've really ever seen in Smash Bros. And unfortunately, that means Kip will go down in the series. So, Willie, with an opportunity to advance, book his ticket to Grand Finals with a win right here, or can Kip keep his series alive? We shall see. We are back on to Kalos.
Interesting that we run it back to Kalos. I feel like Willie has had a lot of success here with the Kazuya. And while it's not a terrible option, there are these platforms that Kip can retreat to if need be. I feel like the tri-plat felt like a better choice to keep this Pac-Man safe, but perhaps it wasn't feeling right for Kip at the end of the day. Sorry, I'm watching the reflector happen again, and I'm like, oh no, it's starting earlier.
It's so crazy to watch. This character has so much going for them, and I mean, it's something to behold, but not enough to get away from that forward smash. A great play there from Kip to set up his own plays, start playing on his own terms, and now has an opportunity to try to capitalize, but unfortunately the electric will land true, and the up B will finish the job.
This is why I love seeing high-level Smash, because punishes happen so quickly. If you make a simple mistake, you are done for. And Willie missing that tech on that first stock was all that was needed. And again, we're seeing here Kip getting his projectile caught. He's getting hit by the bell again. It's just happening. I feel like Willie has got the Pac-Man on red now.
Yeah, catching the bell now, caught Kip off guard on that one, caught him on the angle too. I'm sure Kip was feeling pretty safe in that moment, but it looks like Willie actually feels really comfortable catching the projectiles, but he can't catch that apple. The apple once again finding its way onto the kill feed somehow this week is doing real good, and now...
No, I love this though, right? It looks like Willie's got the timing down for the bell, for that catch that you need, and so Kip said, okay, cool, we're not playing with the bell anymore, we're going to use apple, we'll mix up the timing, we'll make it harder for you to catch. Now the orange is coming out as well, going back to what we were talking about where Kip can utilize everything in the kit, and just barely misses that side B that would have been the stock and the game. Fortunately doesn't quite get it, but still putting this pressure on Skazia.
Yeah, kill button is online. He will catch the bell that time around. Nobody re-grabs it. So Pac-Man gets another projectile out, but is promptly caught once more. The hydrant will come out to try to pressure this Kazuya off stage. Kill button now gone and behind us. So with one stock remaining, we will not see it again this game. Kip with two stocks still to work with and racking up damage on Willie. You have to think that this could end at any minute, but with Kazuya, you just never know what's possible.
I love to see this adaptation from Kip coming out. He's using the grab a lot more, and the apple into Fire Hydrant, putting the pressure on the ledge, forcing the jump into the Fire Hydrant.
Yeah, we once again find ourselves in a winner's side series going the distance. Willie making his presence felt all throughout this bracket, and players have been struggling to keep up, but man, have Igloo and Kip done a great job of hanging right there with him.
Absolutely, and I feel like this set has been so fast. It's been so quick. It's either Kazuya wins, dominates, or Kip is styling with Pac-Man.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch as we now load into what will be the last game of this series. Winner moves on to Grand Finals, and Kazuya finding plenty of success so far, but not enough to find a kill just yet.
But still 81%, nothing to scoff at or write home just yet. gonna feel pretty good about that start. Not as good as if they got the spike, but still a great start for the Kazuya. Pac-Man, Kip starting to make his way back into the series here, tying up the percentages. Got to be careful. Oh, he's gone. Sorry.
Wow.
There's nothing to be careful about. You're just dead. See ya.
Man, kill button once again reminding us all why I use that term. Pac-Man was nowhere near a kill percentage, I guess, at least compared to matchups against other characters.
Any other character?
Yeah, but Kazuya just makes that happen. Now Kazuya going real low, doesn't quite interrupt the trampoline just yet, and now both of these players find their way back on stage. Kazuya up to 126%. So, Kip looking to find any way in, might be able to get a grab. A back throw I don't think would kill against Kazuya. So the bell will come out. The bell is the answer, stunning the hydrant. A good setup there. That is what makes Kip so much different than any other Pac-Man we watch. The reflector coming out once more, showing why this character costs extra money. And now Kazuya up to 177% on his first stock.
And Kip is just struggling to finish off this kill. We see him going off stage, going for the back airs, just trying to get anything. Finally gets the bell, finally gets the forward smash, and will tie up the stocks. Never mind, immediately dies to the up B. Willie again maintains this stock lead, and Kip is just trailing by so much. He's trying to stay safe while also trying to get aggressive so that he can even it up. And I mean, when you're in this kind of position, it's so difficult because what do you do? Kazuya wants you to come to him. He wants to be able to hit you with the Rising Dragon uppercut. He just, the Electric Wind God Fist, he just wants you to walk into him.
Yeah, and you have to remember, gentle reminder, this is for a ticket to Grand Finals. There's a lot at stake here. The loser will be forced to claw through the loser bracket, and I mean, that's worth a lot.
Oh,
the reflector coming out
gosh.
one more time just to top it all off. The forward smash finds its way home. Willie will be in Grand Finals. Okay, sorry to those of you at home. They are talking behind us. I can hear as soon as they got out of game, Kip goes, "How are you not dying to Apple?" And I kind of agree. I was thinking the same thing in a couple of those interactions that Kazuya was up to like 190% eating an apple and not dying, which really was surprising me.
I think there was a point where he got hit with an apple and was at 206% and still surviving. Yeah, it was... I mean, what can you say, right? Kazuya's got it all. He's got the combos. He's got a reflector. He's a heavyweight. I mean, what do you do? He's got a rage mechanic. I don't know. He's a great character.
Certainly a great character, a unique character, capable of a lot of things, and Willie is, I mean, so good at putting it all on display, right? This character is very strong. It's easy for us to stand up here and make jokes about how loaded this character is and how many options they have at any given moment. But at the end of the day, it's very hard to go out and do what Willie is doing. This is not an easy character to find this level of execution, and Willie is so good at performing on this character.
And a part of it is just like consistency, making sure that you're hitting these electrics, making sure that you're not overextending, making sure that you're walling out your opponent properly, mixing in enough aerials while also forcing that ground game. And it becomes so difficult for you here.
Yeah, and we're looking back at these replays. This series did go the distance. We cannot count Kip out in the length of this tournament, right? It sucks having to run into Willie on the winner's side, but it almost feels inevitable.
It was going to happen at some point.
It was going to happen, and sure enough, Kip went as far as he could avoiding this Kazuya, but fate catches up to you eventually. And
I love the apple into apple into apple.
It's something to watch. And again, I mean, we see the projectiles, the apple landing on the hydrant that time to finish the job. But this series was so interesting.
And he's gone, just like that. It's so crazy. It does so much damage. But yeah, what a great series. Willie and Kip going the distance. We talk a lot about, oh my gosh. That was a call out and a half. Willie said, do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that reflector is so brutal. It's not exactly the fastest thing in the world, but it's fast enough that it works. I mean, man, does it find its value. But enough with that series. It is now behind us. Kip drops to losers, and our next series will be, if you remember, we took a look at the bracket, and it was going to be Tofu against the winner of Gokeska and Ilim, I believe.
Yep.
And we have received word that the results are in, and it will be Tofu against Gokeska.
Yeah, Gokeska Elim went 3-1, so Elim was able to take one game off of Gokeska, but I mean, when we look at this Fox, especially in a Fox versus Rob matchup, it gets so difficult. Rob is a big body, slow robot, and Fox can just combo you to the blast zone. Obviously, Rob has got some fantastic tools as well, but when you look at that matchup, you just got to be ready to get hit a lot.
Yeah.
And sometimes that doesn't feel great. But I don't really know what to expect going into this because we know Tofu is a Luigi player. We know Gokeska is a Fox player. I don't really know how this matchup goes, but the big thing is that Luigi wants that grab. Once Luigi gets the grab, he wins the game, right?
Right.
That's like the win con, right? The problem is finding a grab on a character that's as fast, as kind of floaty, that wants to be jumping around, wants to be hitting you with these aerials, wants to be really connecting a lot of these moves. Finding that grab on a Fox can be very difficult just because of the speed that Fox is throwing out there, as well as throwing out tons of hitboxes all the time. And we know sometimes in Smash, sometimes the hitboxes make it a little weird, so it looks like you get the grab, but instead you get hit still with like a lingering effect of a move. It'll be very interesting, and I'm happy to see Tofu because we haven't seen them on stream yet, so we got to see the player that took down Igloo.
Yeah, this is an incredible player. This is a player that this region is very familiar with. This is an incredible Luigi threat, and now you said it, for the first time this broadcast, we get to showcase how deadly this player can be. Tofu making their appearance, but Gokeska has had plenty of shine on this very stage as well. I mean, all the way now into the losers semifinals, and we are down to 4 players. Keep that in mind. This top 8 has now advanced to a top 4, I believe, right? With Kip facing the winner of this matchup and Willie coming from top side. So plenty of success out of both of these players as now they load into their first game, and well up to 100% on both of them. This looks like it's going to be a pretty close matchup.
And there you go, Luigi trying to use a little bit of those armor frames from that down B, but wasn't able to find or connect, and Fox is like, oh, free smash? Yep, all right, I'll take it.
Yeah,
and I think Kip will be watching this matchup very intensely to see what he can glean from this matchup. Obviously a bit different, like a Luigi, a Fox, not like Pac-Man at all, but maybe picking up on some of these similar mistakes or habits that he can just grab. And again, so strong with the down B from Luigi. It will kill, and it also gives you a bit of armor as well.
Yeah, look how long Gokeska has held onto this stock. He has survived.
The tech!
What is happening?
Oh my gosh! The tech!
So many interactions.
The tech! Oh!
Again! Tofu can't make it back to stage. Gokeska comes out one stock ahead. Both of these players take a moment to regain. What did we just watch?
That's what I love to see. Oh my goodness, and the crowd is popping off behind us.
Wow, that was crazy. Okay, so let's rewind a bit, though. We were talking about how long Gokeska was able to hold on to that stock, and now that value is making itself known. A full stock ahead into a strange interaction like that, Tofu unable to take this stock off of Gokeska after losing their first one, and now here come the combos. Tofu struggling to get back to the stage, trying to make it back to the ledge and recovering just a little too high, but here comes the grab. This is where this character thrives.
Oh my goodness!
The will land, and we are tied on stocks.
See you later. This is what we're talking about, the Luigi win con. You just need to get a grab and you win the game. That's just, it's that simple. That's all there is to it.
this is Luigi. This is an incredible Luigi player, but unfortunately for Tofu, the area will land unable to get off of the ledge. Gokeska takes an early lead in this series. Whew. Let's take a breather.
That was so hype. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're going fast. We're going quick. We had a weird offstage interaction. We had a 0 to death with the Luigi throw. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Okay, so we knew that this was going to be fast-paced. We knew that Fox was going to have an overwhelming stage presence that Luigi would be forced to keep up with, right? The neutral interactions on stage are going to favor Gokeska because they have more options. They can play the space however they wish, but you said it. If Tofu gets a grab, you need to be careful, and here's Exhibit A. It lands again! Another kill off of one grab. You said it. Luigi gets a grab and wins the game.
Well, you know, I also said that I thought it would be more difficult to get a grab onto, oh my gosh, onto this Fox, but we've seen it time and time again. Tofu just barely missing that combo once more. Gokeska mixing up the DI as well, and Tofu I thought was dead, but is able to make it back. Now we got the ledge edge guarding here from Gokeska. Ledge trapping, excuse me.
Yeah, Tofu on this Luigi. Luigi does have a deceptively good recovery. That up B goes so much farther than the Mario counterpart that we kind of all expect to come out until it doesn't. And now he does get the misfire on the side. He's still able to recover. That's exactly what we're talking about. Luigi's recovery is deceptively insane.
Yeah, and wrap it up. Lady Luck is on this Luigi side as well. Where misfire coming through early on. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that ends up canceling itself out when he needs it later. But you know, the early misfire come out. 2 more side Bs to make it back to stage. The up smash comes out, and now 2 stock lead for Tofu. Might be able to claw this back. Gets the grab at 0%. Got to be careful because he can finish you off like that. A 3 stock is the response from Tofu, and this series is tied.
I don't know what happened. Tofu locked in for a second there. The first game was so back and forth. Gokeska was absolutely dominating in the first half of that game. We had that weird interaction, and all of a sudden we saw the Luigi grab to tie it up. And then this game here, game number 2, Tofu just finding grab after grab after grab. And I said it. I said it. If Luigi gets a grab, it's game over. It's lights out. And Tofu showing us, exemplifying that perfectly.
Yeah, I think there have been, I want to say 3 0 to death so far, and 4 total grabs at 0. One of them, Gokeska was able to fall out of. So that could be something to keep an eye on the longer this goes on, but this could be another one. I don't think they were truly at 0. So Tofu knowing that that one probably wouldn't quite work out, knockback wouldn't be right where he needs it, and now we reset to a relatively neutral state.
Yeah, great DI from Gokeska too, understanding that he needs to get out of that, cannot get grabbed, cannot get caught again like that. But here's the thing, right? Luigi's got other grab options. We're talking about the 0 to death, but can also keep racking up damage anywhere, and that down B is a big contributor to that. Gokeska struggling to get in to find the same success that he saw in that first half of game number 1.
Yeah, Tofu only at 60% right now, finally taking some hits as Gokeska is able to trade blows, but trading blows when you're that high in percentage will ultimately be a bad thing. Gokeska losing their first stock to start game number 3 here as Tofu still more or less has Gokeska right where he wants him.
Yeah, that a great option there with the up smash, but unfortunately wasn't enough to kill. The next one will kill for sure. The problem is you're eating 60-70% just to try to get back onto the ground.
Yeah, and now these offstage interactions are going to make their way back. So far, not as crazy as the last one, as both of these players now make their way back onto stage, but a great ledge guard there by Gokeska, catching the roll, well prepared and well executed, tying stocks at 2.
And that's the joy of Fox in person on LAN. You can react to these things. You have such a fast character. You can get around. If you see that they're going to go for that roll, you can react, get the back air, and make their life so difficult. Luigi, edge trapping so hard, edge guarding, not allowing this Fox to come back. And even when he comes back, he's gone anyways.
Yeah, right up off your screen as now Tofu with a almost full stock advantage in this one and got the grab. Can he get it done?
He misses.
No, he can't. Goes for the up air instead of the re-grab, so it will not quite land. Gokeska able to get out of it, and now Tofu forced to take stocks the old-fashioned way, but it will not matter. The old-fashioned way includes down airs like that. Tofu strikes back once again and takes a lead in the series.
I feel like we got to talk. Tofu's really just kind of showing off a lot of different fundamentals here. Obviously, we were talking about grabs before. Still able to very consistently get these grabs on Fox, which I thought was going to be a little bit more difficult.
No, I agree.
And also really showing off the 2 frames on this Fox, making it so difficult for Fox to come back onto the stage, whether it's using that side B, that Phantom, or even the up B. And then we saw, of course, that down air that, oh, you're in a bad spot? All right, let me just...
Yep, I'm going to come right at you, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it, right? That's the beauty of having stage control, and Tofu putting that on full display as we load into what could be an elimination situation for Gokeska, right? This is it. One more lost game of Smash Bros. In this series means that your tournament run is over. Tofu looking to punch his way up to the Pac-Man waiting for him in the losers finals. So again, you have to think Kip is sitting in this room watching so intently on what is about to happen.
And I mean, we by no means, obviously we've been hyping up Tofu because we haven't seen Tofu all day on stream, but Gokeska, a phenomenal Fox player as well, really thrives in this environment, especially when holding that ledge against this Luigi. We see the Luigi eat 60, 70% just by being on the ledge, trying to get back, and Fox just reacting to everything that he wants to do. Gokeska, of course, ready for that, punishing that, not the hardest punish, but still punishing these options like the down B, has a ton of end lag, can really take any sort of punish from Fox afterwards. The back air as well, making it difficult for Luigi to come back. The Nair getting the touch. Oh!
Wow, both of these characters have such strong recovers. They can go so far off stage to try to punish the other one, but at the end of the day, they both make it back. The down B will land from the Luigi, and once again, we find Tofu in an advantageous state for now, but this time around, it does feel a little bit different. 100% on the Luigi, but a grab at 0. Gotta be careful of this one, because he does it again! Tofu with another 0 to death. The grab at 0. It is true. It is over for that Fox. 1 stock remaining. They are not out of it yet, but this is becoming overwhelming.
And, you know, I really thought that Rage would affect the grab there, but, I mean, Tofu still understanding what needs to happen. Didn't really need to change up anything. Oh, my gosh. No way.
Wow.
The down tilts into up tilt into up B in the air. This Luigi is popping off right now. Holy cow.
That was incredible. I mean, that was such an amazing series from both players. Gokeska looked great in game 1 and just wasn't able to keep up with whatever just awoken in Tofu, right? That was something to witness. Strong Luigi players can be some of the scariest characters in the game, and Tofu just showed the world why that statement is true.
I mean, we talked about it before, but like Luigi is not a super common character that you're going to see very often, and sometimes you don't have that matchup experience. But the main thing is, like, you know, hey, I'm going to get grabbed. If I avoid getting grabbed, I don't die. But I mean, what do you even do? The adaptation here from Tofu went from barely holding on in game 1 to dominating the sequential games. Like, I don't know what woke up, but it was scary.
And again, like, looking at these replays, Gokeska did look great in game 1, right? Took that game with basically 0% on their last stock, had pretty good control, but it's moments like these that before you know it, stocks are just vanishing right before your eyes. What goes from an even 3-3 matchup just disappears. The evenness of a 3-3 is no longer even because your stocks are evaporating before you can even realize what's going on.
Those last 2 replays of the second game, literally just like no space in between them. Gokeska died, got off the Angel platform, and then died again.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, your stocks are literally evaporating, disappearing in seconds.
It's art to watch a good Luigi perform, and this Tofu is absolutely in that category. And look at this, right? Even when the 0 to deaths aren't landing, they do not panic. They settle in and say, all right, I'll take you out any other way. Luigi has other options. The down Bs were coming out and landing pretty consistently. They weren't always able to find kills, but Tofu does not panic when you're above 0%, which is a tell sign of a strong Luigi player.
Oh my gosh, and here we go again. Watch this. 2, 3, boom. Oh my goodness, you're gone. Lights out. Good night. Oh my gosh. The big question is Kip versus Tofu. How will Kip and Tofu both react to this? Because here's the thing, right? We talk about it. Luigi wants that grab. Kip on the Pac-Man has a lot more options than a Fox to keep Luigi out. He's got this fruit, he's got apple, he's got orange, you know? He's got a lot more fruit, he's got a lot more zoning options like Fire Hydrant as well to keep this Luigi out and to prevent that grab. The problem is, I mean, I thought Fox was going to be hard to grab, but Tofu said, oh, nah, come here, I got you.
It's not a problem at all.
Yeah. So, yeah, what an incredible series, but we're going to be taking a quick break. I need to reset. Our players need to reset. When we come back, you are not going to want to miss this action. Kip versus Tofu, Pac-Man versus Luigi. It's going to be phenomenal. Into Willie the Kazuya waiting at the end of the tunnel here. It's going to be great. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second here.
And we are back in the final matches of the Stars and Spikes bracket. We are in lower bracket final.
Oh my
I
gosh.
am super excited. We just witnessed an amazing match where Luigi and Fox were going back and forth, but a couple of really good Luigi interactions ended up working in his favor. It was beautiful to see. For all of you at home who may just be joining in, welcome. My name is Kevin Clayton, and I am joined by Alexander T. Kresek. Alexander, you were on the desk for those matches.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Oh my gosh, I'm so pumped up. I know I feel like I say that every time I come to the desk, but that last series was incredible. It was electric. It was fire. If you saw that and are not hyped up, what are you doing? Like, oh my goodness. But this next one should be better, if not as hype as before. We've got Kip versus Tofu. Tofu, the Luigi player who just took on Goketsuka on the Fox. Kip, our local Pac-Man player who lost earlier to Willie in the upper finals. So now Willie, the Kazuya Terry player, awaits in grand finals for the winner here. And I don't know what to expect. We haven't seen a lot of Tofu at all. Kip has seen a bit of screen time during this tournament, and of course is a Shenandoah resident here, and therefore we've seen a bit of this Pac-Man. We kind of know what to expect out of him, but Tofu, someone that we haven't seen quite as much today, really pulling out all the stops on this Luigi, going absolutely insane, finding those 0 to deaths time and time and time again.
Yeah, and with a $100 prize pool and tickets to Supernova on the line, it means that both players are going to want this win. So as we hop into game, both players are ready to rock and roll as Pac-Man gets the Gallagher to get things going, trying to get a little bit of damage to start things off, as Luigi is going to be looking for that grab game, but it's going to be difficult when Pac-Man is going to be keeping that distance and has a really good air game.
Yeah, this is something that Chris and I were talking about before we got off the desk, but the Pac-Man has a lot of options to keep Luigi out. Obviously, Luigi, the game plan is get a grab, win the game. But Pac-Man has a lot of zoning, walling options, hydrant, the plethora of fruits, including bells and keys, that he can use to keep Luigi out. So I'm really interested to see how Tofu kind of switches up this game plan. Granted, I thought the Fox matchup would be a bit more difficult for Luigi as well because of how fast Fox was, and Tofu just found the answer. So perhaps he'll find the answer against this Pac-Man, and he's been keeping it competitive too. Kip at 75%.
Yeah, with all of these tools in Luigi's kit, you expect Kip to want to stay at a distance and keep away from that Cyclone. It does so much for Luigi where he's so incredibly strong getting that final hit, but it requires Kip to be close. So if we're going to see Kip keep that distance, it's going to be a lot of bell confirms to try and close this out, but a good tech roll away means that right now it's going to be both players kind of feeling out what their options are to get away and try to keep holding on to this stock.
It felt like Tofu almost had the read for that too, waited a second before using the down smash. And again, using the plungers to just... Oh,
the trampoline!
Oh my goodness! What on earth?
The trampoline coming in again to save Kip. I mean, that up B is so incredibly useful for situations like that, but it won't save you from this down smash on center stage. Luigi sitting at 152, just about anything may be able to KO as Kip starts throwing out more apples to try and take it out. There it is. Center stage, apple to the top last zone. We'll be able to close that out as Luigi gets the grab going, but will not get the confirm needed just this time around.
Great job on Kip to understand that he needs to get away from this Luigi, DIing out towards the stage so he can just utilize the fact that they were on the edge to get away and not get in the cyclone that is the Luigi 0 to death from grab.
And we do see Pac-Man going for a couple of good hits, trying to punish Luigi for trying to go for a crazy Galaga setup of his own, as we do see the Fire Hydrant, again, kind of keeping that distance, preventing that horizontal game plan from both players, trying to keep them on their toes as to which one is going to try to jump over or trade into that Hydrant, as we do see Pac-Man with a little bit of center stage control, backing up to get the game plan started, trying to throw out the bell, but it won't connect this time around. It does connect there, and the side special barely misses. So Luigi holding on to the stock for a little longer.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing Luigi use that down smash to get rid of this hydrant, and you have to be careful.
No.
Oh, unfortunate, not able to make it back. But Kip has to be careful with Luigi doing this. We saw it earlier in the first stock that was taken from Kip. It can lead to a hitbox extension for the Luigi, allowing Kip to think that he's safe from the down smash coming out, instead getting hit by it.
I mean, look at this setup so far. Luigi able to find his grab, goes for the back air this time instead of the Cyclone, trying to get that mix-up on Kip's DI. It doesn't work out this time to close out the stock, but does send him off stage for just a little bit as Kip is finding the reversal and getting a little bit of pressure of his own. The Cyclone able to connect, but it won't be enough as Kip is at 140, able to recover back onto the stage and gets a little bit of chip damage, getting Luigi off stage to set up his game plan.
Yeah, great DI from Kip to stay alive a little bit longer and keep racking up this extra credit. Kip doesn't need to make any sort of massive plays, just needs to keep walling out this Luigi, throwing this fruit, adding percentage time and time again. We're just seeing it go up a little bit at a time, but that's okay. Kip has the advantage here, will get hit by his own bell. Almost lives that.
That is crazy that down smash KO on the right side of the screen. I get it's a bell set up into a smash attack, but holy cow, that's crazy.
Yeah, and again, though, look at the extra credit that Kip has built for himself. 91% has got a good, comfortable lead, at least for now. But again, when we're looking at Luigi, all he needs is one good grab, and Kip disappears. Thankfully, he's out of that zero-to-death kind of range, but still has to be very careful.
As we do see the Hydrants getting a little bit more value. Kip, again, playing that slow game, trying to make sure that Luigi's not going to get anything too crazy off of any of these grabs or potentially Nair setup, as we do see the apple is back, and it's been getting so much value, but a good parry gets Luigi out of a very scary setup.
Kip again slowing down the game, understanding what Luigi is looking for, and will get the up smash to finish out this game number one. Again, like what we saw from Tofu, the Luigi player, we didn't see a lot of grabs. We did see a lot of good neutral gameplay, but this is kind of looking very similar to what we saw against Gokeska, where Luigi didn't really get a lot of grabs in game number one. More was just feeling out Gokeska, feeling out that Fox, and then eventually turned it up into something different. I wonder if we'll see something similar to that, or if we're going to see Pac-Man continue to just wall out this Luigi and prevent him from getting in.
I feel like that's the hard part about this matchup, right? You're trying to get this orb back onto the ground, and it's not easy. I mean, Kip is immediately using the side B to go high. He doesn't want to deal with that any more than the next guy. So as Kip gets a little bit of his game plan going, and Luigi going for the Cyclone to keep Pac-Man off of him, I mean, it's going to be on this Luigi. It's going to be on Tofu to find ways to bring him down, but I don't know your best way to do that. It almost seems like you need a setup of some other way to get Pac-Man in the air and then finish the combo that way.
Yeah, I mean, Kip did a phenomenal job here in the beginning just to make it difficult for Tofu to get in. Racked up a lot of percentage, but I mean, 61% has been racked up onto Kip. Uh-oh, what's the move here? The wait, almost got the second re-grab here. Wasn't able to find it, but gets another grab, and up B Super Punch will do it.
I mean, that is the dangerous spot of this. Kip DIing out on the last grab, decides to mix it up and try holding in, and it gets an up special to the face, but on the other side of that, Kip returning the stock in stride as he gets a little bit of damage with that fire hydrant, getting the forward airs to boot. And I mean, this is crazy to see how explosive Tofu's Luigi is, but Kip playing so patient, trying to get the little bits of chip damage into these sort of crazy combos to try and even things out. The bell almost hitting Luigi on the way up. It's craziness, Alexander.
It absolutely, yeah, I don't even know what to make of this gameplay. Both these players are just playing so well. Kip trying to use the trampoline to get away, and he actually does. Ends up on the second hit there. Allows Kip to trampoline out of their key again, utilized while Luigi's trying to take care of this fire hydrant.
We do see the fire hydrant trying to create a little bit of space for Pac-Man. The trampoline also just preventing Luigi from getting close, allowing Kip the time to set up the bell, get a good neutral special, and get that stock off of the forward smash, and he is sitting pretty right now. 2 stocks in hand and only 33% to boot. I mean, Galaga is online, and it could easily cause Luigi to fall into another 60% combo right off the rip.
I mean, and we're starting to see some of the flaws, some of the struggles of Luigi here. Kip setting up a wall of projectiles and items, whether it's the fire hydrant, whether it's a trampoline, or it's the many fruit that he keeps pulling out there. Luigi oftentimes it just has to wait or gets punished immensely because of these projectiles here. Misses the up B, won't be able to finish off that stock from Kip, but I mean 65%, that would be such an early stock and such a good win for Tofu if he was able to complete that.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Tofu here. He really does try and take his time with this. He's trying to find his opportunity to get this final hit in and prevent Pac-Man from going for any other crazy combo, but it's a lot to ask. As we see, just a moment, a blink of the eye, and the key is thrown into the fire hydrant to keep that damage going and keep Tofu guessing. While the bell is out, it's going to be on him to figure out the best opportunity to continue dancing around what Pac-Man has to offer as the fruit is grabbed and Pac-Man has to go off stage.
Luigi, again, struggling a little bit more to two-frame this Pac-Man. Was doing a phenomenal job against Gokeska's Fox, but hasn't quite found that same success. Pac-Man can be a little bit difficult, sometimes easy, sometimes difficult to really get control of off stage. And now, that fire hydrant just being the bane of Luigi's existence. He knows if he leaves it there, he could just take another hit like that.
And the trampoline is online. Kip is going for a crazy setup. Luigi having to go for the re-grab, gets the forward tilt to the face, and that means that he is gone.
What do you do there in that situation? The trampoline on the ledge there. If you normal get up, you get jumped. If you jump get up, you get jumped. If you hang ledge, you lose invincibility. You eat that down tilt from Kip. If you roll, Kip is there. I mean, he just had it covered. I don't even know what you do there.
Yeah, they have to pray to RNGesus, try and get that misfire on the regrab or something. Like, you need something crazy. And, I mean, it's hard to ask for that. In that sort of situation, you got to look at the previous interactions type deal. That is a guarantee. At that point, you're gone. And Kip doing an amazing job of closing out these games. So as we go to Small Battlefield, trying to get a little bit more game plan going, the Galaga online and 29% onto Luigi. I'm curious to see if this stage will be the answer for Luigi trying to get a little bit more of a game plan going, or is Kip's game plan of really just playing this patient game going to pay off as Luigi gets a couple of good hits in, 60% onto the Pac-Man, and a good nair in return means that it will not end with anything too crazy.
It looked like Tofu didn't quite have the confidence to finish it, even though he was getting all the hits. And I think he was just half a second off from finishing off that combo and getting the kill onto Pac-Man, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to complete it. Still gets a good amount of damage, but not the same that we saw from the Fox in the form of Gokeska, who just kept eating that 0 to death over and over and over again.
Yeah, Gokeska with some really good DI is able to live despite getting hit by a key and the fire hydrant. Does take a forward tilt, but is still able to live off stage. But does he have the double jump? He does make it back to stage. And Kip's setup is worked around, which means Luigi may have another opportunity to get a little bit more damage or potentially close this out.
Yeah, 184 though. Luigi has to be very careful here. We're looking at an apple KO, potentially even a throw KO, not quite. Oh my gosh, the misfire almost was the death of Tofu, but thankfully clashed with the bell for some reason.
Am I missing something, Alexander? Yeah. Luigi's at 220. Okay, there it is. A forward tilt does connect and is able to close out that stock. Kip going off stage with 100% of his own is going to need to find an opportunity to get a little bit of stage control back as the key is thrown and is immediately looking for the next recharge as the fire hydrant is sent off stage. A couple of down tilts don't connect. Man, that recovery is just hitting in the right spot where Luigi is not able to get those down tilts going.
It's really unfortunate for Tofu, who just has been struggling to get in. Kip just barely misses the side B setup and loses his life as a result. But, I mean, he's still fine with this trade. 112 in the form of Luigi. Kip fully in the driver's seat right now. Luigi just does not have an answer for these fruit, for this fire hydrant, for these trampolines.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Even the little hits are making such a difference. Look at that setup. A fire hydrant and Kip's grab all approaching Luigi. And he, of course, holds down the shield as you would expect in that situation. You got a lot flying at you, but it works against you in situations like that.
That is a dirty setup to pull him through the fire hydrant and then get hit by the fire hydrant again. Luigi on 177 here. Bell in hand. There it is. Forward smash takes the stock. Tofu on one last stock remaining. Kip, this is a match point, match stock for him. He just needs to defeat this last stock of Luigi's, and he gets the run back against Willie.
And that is what you want at this point. Reminder what's on the line, $100 on a prize pool and tickets to Supernova. You want what you can get, and Tofu is not out of it just yet.
Yeah,
Gets
hold
the
on a second.
Cyclone to even things out, which means that he wants this series just as much as Kip.
That really high Cyclone able to catch Pac-Man out and get the kill much earlier than you might expect. And now, I mean, we're in the danger zone for Pac-Man. Unless he hits Luigi several times with the Galaga, and hold on a second. He's back. His momentum is back. He's back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, we do see Luigi getting a good amount of damage. The bell is thrown out. This is the second regrab, which means that it won't linger around this time around. Kip is going to need the time to charge. Does find the opportunity, does find the grab, does the Z-drop, but it doesn't connect. And because he was so close to the fire hydrant, he's able to get the up special and close it out.
What a beautiful turnaround to get the stock there. Okay, it really did look like Tofu was dragging behind that entire game, but I mean, that last stock really holding on to that life, bringing it back, was able to get that early Cyclone kill, and then of course the up B kills so early if you get that sweet spot, and I mean, the fire hydrant helped in a weird way in that situation.
I feel like more and more recently I've been seeing situations where Kip has been on the back foot with the fire hydrant. He is very aware of when he should be hitting it back at the opponent, but so many times in the last week have we seen times where the fire hydrant ends up just kind of working against him. And does that mean you stop using it? No, it's part of your game plan. It's so incredibly useful, but it just means you got to be just a little bit more aware, a little bit more ready in situations like that. Otherwise, you could end up in a situation like this. Tofu has a chance to even up this series now, and that is not a great spot to be in when you're dealing with a character who rides on momentum like this.
Absolutely, and again, we're seeing not only the fire hydrant be a nuisance for this Luigi, but also this trampoline. Oh, he's going to get shield poked by the bell. It doesn't quite get taken down, but 101, and the bell is once again in play. Oh, just barely missing the side B. I feel like we see Kip getting the setup there, but not quite able to finish the confirm.
Yeah, and I know Kip has been trying to practice that confirm so often. It just is so useful because the bell is sent at such an awkward trajectory that you need to be ready for it with your smash attack, or you could be ready with that side special, and I think he's trying to become more aware of his timing and his spacing on that. But Luigi, in return, is finding a little bit of spacing of his own, is able to get the up special, and it won't KO just yet, but man, it was close.
Yeah, didn't quite get that sweet spot that you're looking for, but still, it does damage. It sends Kip away, so relatively safe in that regard. I mean, we're almost tied up here in percentage as Kip is getting ledge trapped by this Luigi.
Yeah, we see the plungers coming out in stride, and this may be the tool that he needs, using the Cyclone invincibility to get that get-up attack, but Pac-Man doesn't go down just yet. Another Cyclone will be able to send Pac-Man off of the top, which means Tofu has the lead to start things off, but Kip has a bell, goes for the forward air, and it won't KO just yet as an orange is thrown out. Luigi collects with the orange, uses the double jump, misfires into the stage, and takes the situation, is able to get back on at 194.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if Tofu is the luckiest Luigi player I've ever seen or the most skilled. I don't know.
We can say both, Alexander. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing.
But again, the misfire is saving Tofu's life. will only be saved for a short period of time as Key comes through as Luigi tries to wall out Pac-Man with fire. And I mean, you're fighting against the zoner, the Pac God himself. You can only wall out Pac-Man for so long.
I mean, we're seeing all these options come out. Luigi, once again, trying to find an opportunity to get just a little bit of close interaction. Here we go. A couple of good hits. The trampoline online, getting Kip out of that situation at the cost of a little bit of percentage, as we do see tech situation. Luigi trying to go for the reset, is unable to find it, just barely spaced differently.
Oh,
the
no
forward
way!
smash!
How did that connect?
That's crazy that he was able to hold that shield and hit him all the way on the hand from that forward smash. Very well played, but again, that means that Tofu has the lead this round.
Oh my goodness, Tofu making the comeback here. Kip very dominant in these first couple of games. Now, that doesn't matter though. The double parry out of Kip with the bell, moving on.
Oh man, I told you Kip wants the series just as bad as Tofu. The percentage buildup is getting crazy. 2 up smashes is sending Kip at a super high percentage. Kip holding onto the shield long enough to not eat that up special means that he will not go down just yet. The series will not be evened up unless Luigi finds that final hit, and Kip is willing to play it slow in return. 52% on this Luigi means that a couple more good hits from these fruit, a couple more fire hydrant setups is what Kip needs, but Luigi is definitely looking for that final hit, whatever it may be.
Kip has got to be careful. Luigi coming up and pressuring his shield means that Kip is jumping a lot in neutral, and if Tofu realizes this and finds a way to capitalize on it, it might be lights out for this Pac-Man player. Will find the grab. This might be it. The back air confirms it, and we're all tied up.
Very well played from Tofu. Again, Kip holding out, not wanting to eat that up special, but Luigi, instead of going for the Cyclone or trying to do a delayed setup to the top blast zone, calls out the DI out and gets that back air, sending Pac-Man flying into the blast zone fast enough to even up the series, Alexander. It is 2-2, and I cannot believe how close it is. I thought this matchup would be so Pac-Man sided, but Tofu is doing a really good job of proving me wrong.
I mean, in a way, this is exactly what we saw against Gokeska, just a little bit more elongated. It took a little bit more time for Tofu to lock in to really get this Pac-Man red, but now that it's been a couple of games, Tofu is looking much more confident in this matchup. It has adapted so much to be able to take on this Pac-Man, really contest a lot of these areas like the fire hydrant, like a lot of these projectiles, and make it difficult for Kip to do exactly what he wants.
Yeah, Kip looking for setups of his own. Tofu trying to get aggressive with these up Bs, trying to get that early lead like he got in the previous match, keep that momentum in his favor. But Kip playing that smart game, playing patient, staying in his shield just a little bit longer, trying to punish these sort of setups that Luigi has going. Luigi using the trampoline himself to get out of a very dangerous bell situation means that now we do see a follow-up from Kip and taking that stock, but Tofu definitely has opportunities. He's definitely finding his moments to get that momentum going, but a couple of good reads means that now he's sitting at 36 and Kip has another Galaga.
Yeah, another Galaga to be thrown out. Tofu just barely missing that up B once more, and something that we didn't even mention before, but I feel like I have to at this point. The reason why Tofu is in the loser side is because of Kip. They played each other off stream earlier in the day. Oh, the chop! They played each other earlier in the day, and Kip won 2-0 in the series. And again, this is what we're seeing out of a player like Tofu, who takes a second. Oh my gosh, the 0 to death does not connect. Kip able to get out of it.
I was so ready, Alexander. We've seen Tofu even up matchups in just the craziest ways, and that moment could have been it, but I do think a little bit of rage sends Pac-Man just a little too far for that setup, and he was able to hold down that shield, get it off in time as the bell is back out, and now it's on Tofu to find his opportunity to get in. An air dodge, a very aggressive one at that, means that the bell setup will work in Kip's favor, and It is now a Kip lead. Can Tofu bring it back to a one-stock situation, or is Kip going to hold on to this and try and bring it back against Willie?
I love the patience out of Kip here. It looked like he was a little bit flustered in games 3 and 4, but here he looks so calm, so patient, willing to let this Luigi kind of run around him a little bit or make these big mistakes like that directional air dodge into a bell. And I love to see this out of Kip, especially because the Pac-Man doesn't need to approach. He doesn't need to push forward. He just needs to wall out this Luigi, and there's not much Tofu can do about it.
Yeah, that's where the momentum shifted back in Tofu's favor, was when he had those initial leads. This time around, him being on the back foot means that it's on him to get close to this Pac-Man, and you have to be feeling that pressure. Kip sort of doing that dash dance, trying to get a little bit of a bell confirm, goes for the aggressive forward smash, trying to catch Luigi running in. It doesn't work out this time around as Tofu gets a little bit more damage going. Kip able to re-grab the bell, throws it upwards, potentially looking for a grab setup, but Tofu understanding that he needs to back away in a situation like that. The bell is out once again, and Luigi's the one who's able to grab it, has to use the side specials to get back on the stage, and will be able to make it and use the bell to cover some space.
Again, and Kip playing so safe when Luigi has the bell, playing underneath the platform, and also utilizing that fire hydrant to just build a bunker for himself, and there's not much Luigi can do. Has to try to get around, but how do you do it against a Pac-Man? Is able to hit that up B, just barely misses. The spacing slightly off, and now Luigi, just avoiding the fire hydrant and the bell, is able to get the kill, and we're down to a 1-to-1. Stuck the apple.
Not the apple
way!
again. What is up with these apples, man?
Oh my goodness. I feel like if we had a tally going for how many apple kills we've seen today alone, we must have seen 5 or 6 at least.
Too many, Alexander.
Too many.
I feel like I never see the apple used as much as it is now.
Yeah.
Kip has gotten so much value off of it. It takes off the top, and it's... I don't get it. I don't get how it keeps happening.
Well, we get to see the replay, so we figure out how we got here. Kip started out so strong in this. Actually, I mean, Tofu got the first stock, but I feel like after that, Kip was just ready. An unfortunate death there from Tofu. Yeah, again, the down smash from the corner getting it.
Yeah, and again, that bell setup there, it felt like Luigi lingered for so long. I feel like that was so close to Luigi's flying instead of eating that hit, but it pays off for Kip. He gets that first round, uses the forward smash to even things out there. And again, keep an eye on the percentages in these replays. It's when Kip has that advantage early on that he tends to keep it. If Tofu gets that initial advantage, Kip is the one feeling like he needs to approach, and Tofu is able to snowball it. This is a very snowbally matchup in that regard, and so it's so difficult for Tofu to find his ins, but when he does, it pays off just like that.
Yeah, I mean, and look at this Tofu surviving at 177, and then he's gone. And look at this, such an early kill from Tofu to catch Kip early on. The fire hydrant, this is where we start to see a little bit of that momentum shift towards Tofu, getting that first kill by the ledge. If it doesn't work at first, try again, and Tofu took that to heart.
And I mean, these up specials got him so much value, but Kip's bells did the same thing. 2 parries on the Cyclone. He knew that he wanted to be in these grand finals. He wanted this run back against Willie. And so even though Tofu was able to bring it back, it wasn't until this last match that we got to see a lot of Kip's momentum shift back in his favor, playing slow, playing patient, and making sure that Luigi is not going to get away with anything too crazy.
The chop. I love that. Great roll behind. I mean, yeah, looking back at these replays, this series was so close. I thought that Kip, or at least it felt like Kip, was just kind of dominating those first couple of games. But looking back at this, it was just so back and forth. Only a stock differential, and for the most part, the winner having over 100%. It could have gone either way. Tofu making some great adaptations later, and then Kip staying calm, cool, and collected, having that patience to really end out the series. But Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break here, rotate out the casters, and get into grand finals. Yes, it is the run back. Willie versus Kip. Kazuya Terry versus Pac-Man. Will Kip get the run back that he wants, get the win that he needs, or will Willie just sweep and stay on the winner's side of the bracket? We'll find out when we get back. See you in a minute.
"32 people entered the building today with an opportunity to walk out a winner. 30 have been put down and out, and that leaves us with 2. Welcome back, everybody. Chris Clayton joined once again, and as always, by my lovely brother Kevin, as we prepare for grand finals of the Stars and Spikes Open Bracket Tournament. We are live from our Shenandoah Esports Arena here in Winchester, Virginia, as we prepare to wind all this down with one more head-to-head matchup, one we've already seen today, as Willie from the winner's side looks to take on Kip from the loser's side.
It was such an exciting matchup when the two of us saw Kazuya versus Pac-Man. It was intense as both players were going back and forth. Pac-Man, who's able to control the space and keep Kazuya at bay, and Willie finding his way to really take an advantage. It's so interesting to see that they've made it back with more time to adapt to each other. It'll be crazy to see how this goes. As we should take a look at the bracket, Chris, there's a lot that has happened.
Yeah, before we get too deep into the weeds of this matchup that we're preparing to get into, I want to take a quick look back at how we got here and appreciate all of the people behind us who had an opportunity to compete and show their journeys. We had some interesting matchups, right? We see Willie up top there. We expected this from him, more or less. He is the top seed in this bracket. We also had Igloo make a heck of a run there from the middle of your screen, as this is the top half of the bracket. We move down to the bottom half as, again, Elim coming out on top as the top eight representation from the winner's side, and then Kip rounding it out so that we had a nice little Shenandoah top 8 moment on winner's side. That was fun and all, but we move down to the losers. Lots of boxes on your screen, but ultimately Trypophobia making a hell of a run, getting knocked out there in round number 3. Vale moving on to round 4. A couple big names go. Keska coming out on top over DJ Shoryu. Tofu beating Dummy, the runner-up of the high school tournament earlier in the day. Lots of action, lots of fun moments that have all led us to this moment. We made it to top 8. We saw the SU cannibalism on the top side of the map. Willie and Kip matching matching up in the winners finals. Willie barely coming out on top in that one, and Kip forced to go all the way through the losers bracket, making his way back to this moment right now.
And so many great highlights. Tofu's run up to this point was beautiful and had a very real chance of evening this out. Can you imagine, Chris, Luigi 0 to deaths versus Kazuya 0 to deaths? That would have been craziness. But instead, we're going to have a matchup where it's going to be controlled pace-wise by Kip. It's going to be on Willie. Okay, how do I find my opportunities to get in? Where are these openings in this crazy setup game plan? I am so curious how this will play out.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We have a heck of a matchup coming our way, and it was so close the first time these players went at each other, right? There's not a ton for us to speculate about. We just watched it, and I think one of the big questions will be, who does Willie play? Right, we know that Kazuya and Terry are on the board. We saw Willie switch between the two rather comfortably up against Igloo in the top 8 round. So I'll be curious to see what Willie deems appropriate in this situation.
Yeah, and on top of that, these two players hold a very special spot in Shenandoah's roster. You have someone who is usually starting almost every crew battle. Kip has taken on entire crews on his own because people don't know the answer to Pac-Man. And on the other side of that, Willie has been the anchor because he locks down this form. He makes sure that people are aware, you got to deal with whatever I've got going on. So as we hop into game, be ready to see the sort of differences in their game plans. Does, again, Willie have these answers, or is Kip going to take advantage of the craziness of Pac-Man setups? We will have to see.
Yeah, grand finals are underway. We are live from our Shenandoah Esports Arena. We've got an audience. The energy here is intense. Shenandoah's varsity opener against Shenandoah's varsity closer. Willie takes on Kip. We are well into stock number 1. Pac-Man over 100%. Willie opting for the Terry pick. We haven't talked about that yet. An interesting choice, but ultimately we'll see how that pays off. Both of these characters certainly have their strengths. As now Terry gets over 100%, we will see those strengths that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I feel like Terry is definitely just a more well-rounded pick for this sort of situation, especially on Battlefield. You can definitely utilize the platforms a little bit more uniquely with Terry than you may be able to with Kazuya. But as we get into this, I wouldn't be surprised if it swaps around in later counter picks as the jab power dunk will take Kip down a stock, and Willie is at 140, the go meter online, grabbing the bell, and could eat a lot of damage in return.
Yeah, this was something that we saw make a massive difference in these players' first matchups as they go off stage and Kip comes out on top of that interaction. A big pattern that we noticed was how often Willie was comfortable catching projectiles, especially the bell, and it ultimately ended up biting Kip in the end with the Kazuya reflector in that matchup, going out for a hard read, but it really choked out Kip's options, knowing that Willie could just catch whatever was thrown at him, right? It creates interesting situations, and we're already seeing some of that today.
Yeah, that forward tilt matching with the melon is getting really good value as Kip does throw out a bell, but is caught in the end lag, eats a burning knuckle, and goes down at around 100. I mean, that value is a lot. Kip holds on to stocks for an incredibly long time, but this time around, he's losing it a little early, caught out on his best KO move.
Oh, the bell will land the side. We can't quite find the angle, but this is where Terry is most dangerous. The go meter is online. This is where we've seen Willie get so much value over his opponents. The Power Geyser, the Buster Wolves are starting to come out, but they won't find their way home just yet. Kip doing a great job of defending the ledge, putting that long-lasting forward smash hitbox out, and Willie falls right into the ghost. We are tied 1 stock to 1 stock.
Keep an eye on Willie. He doesn't have a jump. Kip trying to use that forward smash. It won't connect this time around, which means that both players are able to make it back onto the stage. And Willie is getting very close to that scary percentage, 91%. If I had to bet, Kip's going to start looking for this bell now rather than trying to get him to that 100. The Nair does send him into that zone, a very dangerous spot to be in. So the bell is online, and he pushes Willie into the bell with his shield, but it doesn't poke as the Buster Wolf Wolf goes through the fire hydrant. Terry phasing through reality itself and getting a little bit of value, but is feeling the pressure. 158%. Kip trying to use the apple that has gotten him so much value in this bracket before, is doing so much, has the bell online. Another Buster Wolf, and it connects through the fire hydrant and KOs Kip. 168, and Willie walks away with the win.
Okay, Pac-Man's fire hydrant can result in some really interesting interactions, and it's usually a result of the water being spewed out of it that can affect, you know, the projectile speed. We see Kip take advantage of this all the time. He'll huck a projectile at it and have it get launched somewhere where you don't expect. But weird interactions like that are so hard to prepare for. You would think that Kip, generally speaking, is going to come out on top in the goofy little interactions that Pac-Man as a character sort of creates. But moments like that, man, show Willie's experience and confidence in his own game knowledge that got him to this point as we load into game number 2 of Grand Finals.
I mean, who expects to phase through the fire hydrant, Chris? You don't expect that sort of interaction. So Kip is going to need to be aware of that going forward as he gets a lot of value out of these forward smashes. 3 forward smashes in a row, is able to close out Terry and get a stock lead early on.
Yeah, great stuff there from Kip. Good timing on the forward smashes, too. That's not easy what he just did. It might seem simple, but it truly, those matter. Those timings matter to get those sweet spots and ultimately get the kill in the end. A stock lead for Kip for the first time in a while, right? We saw that Kip was able to compete for their entire matchup last time, but Willie was just able to claw out and stay ahead for most of that matchup. Now Kip with an opportunity to really make something special happen here. The go meter is on. I need to announce it every time it happens because of moments like that. It can be so overwhelming. The bell finds a stun off the ledge. Kip unable to capitalize, but gets back to stage and says, "That's enough for me."
Yeah, and look at this setup already. Keeping Terry in the air, trying to prevent him from going for that setup right there. 2 jabs into the Buster Wolf will be able to close out that stock. And I cannot believe it, Chris, as we see Willie is sitting at such a high percent, but is able to very quickly close this into an even game.
Yeah, I've been seeing Kip get a lot of value out of his grabs this whole this whole bracket. As he does find the kill there, taking Willie's second stock. But Pac-Man's grab is so interesting, right? It's so easy to sit here and say that that grab is trash, but I was talking to one of the players out here just last series about how impactful that grab hitbox is. That hitbox is active the entire time the throw is out. You can get crazy value off that, and I'm seeing Kip get a lot more value than I feel like I'm used to.
Yeah, I mean, every single time you see that grab, it's definitely a lot better than it used to be, and so Kip is definitely punishing Willie on these sort of shield setup sort of situations, and so a bell is thrown, hits Willie into the fire hydrant, doesn't get the stun value, but does get him at a high percent, 145 sent off stage. Another bell is sent out, and it is Z-dropped, but Kip is unable to get the setup. Willie going for the power geyser, and it doesn't connect just yet as Kip is trying to find an opportunity to close this out. The grab won't be enough, but it does at least send Willie off stage.
Yeah, forward tilt is enough to finish the job. Straightforward answer there from Kip as he finishes with 2 stocks still remaining. Ties up this series 1-1, and man, I mean, if the first matchup between these 2 players taught us anything, it's that they are very close. And this series so far has been no exception.
Yeah, I mean, every single time we see these characters and these players, they're doing such a great job of controlling the space and really just having a commanding presence with whoever they play as. But I'm shocked that every single time these players are sent in a situation where one has the advantage over the other sort of off stage, they keep it. I feel like our players have gotten really good at defensive games, getting out of sticky situations, but they're doing a great job of reading their options to get back onto the stage. But Chris, we are on Town and City as the counter pick, and Willie is on Kazuya Mishima. It's a very scary demon man versus the Pack God. What are we gonna do?
The scary demon man is back on my screen, Kevin. I talked so much with Alex earlier, my other co-caster from today, that this character has so much going for him, and we saw so much of that value come to life in this matchup on the winner's side. The Reflector found so much value, among other things. We heard Kip's reaction about how long Willie was surviving the apples, right? Because Kazuya is a heavyweight. We could go on for this entire matchup and a bracket reset about what this character is capable of, but not capable of much when you're getting stunned by a bell. A strong start from Kip to not be phased by the character swap from Willie.
Yeah, and a Rage Art is taken out of the equation. So now you only have 2 opportunities for that, and Willie definitely got a lot of value from those Rage Arts the last time we saw this matchup. So that is a huge win for Kip, but the match isn't over just yet. Look at the damage buildup. A couple of good fruits. There's that Reflector into the electric. A Fire Hydrant back in Kip's face is once again a reoccurring theme. The Fire Hydrant, while creating so much value, can backfire in his face. A down special from Willie won't be able to kill just yet, as Kip is able to make it back to the ledge.
Oh, does catch that electric, though, off the ledge, and he will go down for it, but not before getting a lot of value from that stock. Kazuya now over 100%. This kill button is online, and you have to be conscious of that. But when you're racking up damage like this, it might go away before you even know it. Kip doing a great job of asserting pressure 24/7, but oh no, he's been grabbed. He does fall out of the combo for now, so escapes relatively unscathed, and we are approaching the territory of losing the button. Sure enough, the key will connect. Kazuya up to 160% on his second stock. Kip is in great control right now.
Yeah, the one laser was able to take out that Fire Hydrant. That could be very vital later on. But for now, Kazuya is sitting at 185 off stage, eating as many fruit as Pac-Man can throw. And while we do see these down air connects, again, Willie's Kazuya is living for a really long time.
Yeah, these projectiles, these weird Fire Hydrant interactions that I was just talking about in game number 1 are rearing their head, not able to connect, but the apple sure will. Kazuya comes right off the platform, finds an electric, but down 1 stock once again. Kip gonna try to look to snowball this into something even greater, but Willie is doing a great job of clawing back, and sure enough, claw back he will. Another electric lands, the up smash confirms, and we are tied in game number 3.
We see a couple of crouch dashes. There's that grab, but it won't get too much as there's water from the Fire Hydrant, this time saving Kip's life and preventing any sort of 0-to-death shenanigans, as we see Kip taking it slow, getting a little bit of a setup going. The Galaga is out. Willie throwing out a lot of that Reflector, but eating 65% this time around as the Hydrant is sent skyward.
Yeah, look at how these players have changed their playstyles just a little bit. Neither one of these players wants to be the one to lose this game. This is a very pivotal game, and this is a best of 5, but to go to a set point here, and it's worth mentioning, I haven't said it yet, there is still a bracket reset. So Kip will have to beat Willie in 2 best of 5s consecutively if he wants to win this Stars and Spikes tournament. So we'll get there when we get there. We are still in game number 3 in this very close matchup, but 100% on to Kazuya. A stun from the bell, and a forward smash finds its way home. Kip will take the lead in this series and force us to game 4.
Chris, Town and City has been the go-to for Willie, where he wants to pick that Kazuya. I'm imagining Final Destination is gone, and a lot of SU's players tend to get rid of Hollow Bastion. We've seen Willie do really well on that stage, but Town and City has gotten him a lot of value. So for a win with Terry on the initial round, and now swapping to the Kazuya, I don't know, it's a very scary game.
Yeah, I gotta be careful with interactions like that too. We do know that Pac-Man's recovery is insane, so interactions like that shouldn't cause too much pain, but interactions like this can rack up an insane amount of damage, and all of a sudden those spikes that I was just talking about become way more deadly. Sure enough, 1 more electric on the neutral stage leads to an up B and a kill for Willie.
Uh-oh, Chris, he's playing the Kazuya. He's got the combo going, and Kip is already at 66% off of 1 good grab. I mean, it's so much value. We see it from Kip as well with those Galaga combos, but man, it's crazy to think about how this electric setup can do so much as Willie goes for the 10-hit combo on the platform.
Yeah, that's too much fun, but probably not what he meant to do if I had to bet. But bell lands once more, an easy forward smash for Kip. He is finding these bells a lot more than he was in the first set, and that's going to be a massive difference maker in this series if that trend continues. Super Armor on the Galaga, not quite finding Kip on the punch itself, but that punch will find its way. Up smash on the platform absolutely kills a Pac-Man, and now Kazuya with that one stock lead. Kip forced to claw back to try to take this series now and force a bracket reset.
Chris, I feel like I see Kazuya throw out these smash attacks, I blink, and then Pac-Man went to the top last. That was crazy how fast he goes down, and Willie is getting a lot of advantage because of it. Kip is unable to find his setups, has to use the double jump to get around the laser. Willie going for it all with that uppercut, but it won't connect just yet, as 2 jabs into the grab will not be enough this time around. Parries the bell, grabs the bell, and he has the Rage Art online, Chris. It could end with one good use of that kill button to knock Kip out.
Yeah, the kill button would certainly do it, but I was going to say he might not need it, but the up B won't finish it that time. It will finish him that time around. Second time as a charm. The up B lands. We're going to game 5 once again between Willie and Kip.
Every time, Chris. Every time I feel like Kip has something solved, we see Willie find an opportunity to get in and keep that advantage. Again, we've seen so many times where these players have done a really good job of taking back their advantage, getting back into that neutral state. And yet, this time around, they're doing such a good job of holding on to their advantage, punishing each other for habits, and keeping them in this disadvantage for really long periods of time. So it's going to be on this first interaction going into this Game 5. That could decide who keeps this momentum starting things off.
And how scary is that, right? Game 5 is dependent on an early interaction, could be dependent on an early interaction, because you're right, we know what Kazuya as a character is capable of. That's been the line all series, all bracket long. Anytime Willie's on screen, it's, hey, be ready for what's coming. And we do opt to move to PS2 for map number 5 here.
Yeah, a bit of a nice choice for both sides, almost as if it was a handshake, saying, hey, we can both get a little bit going here, as Kip is the one getting that initial momentum. Keep an eye on the stock count because of it, and the water saving the Pac-Man from 2 grabs. I do think that this initial momentum will be enough for Kip to reset this bracket, but we will have to see how it continues. Kip is only at 18% to start things off.
Okay, so there's your early interaction, right? That is going to be a massive advantage for Kip if he's able to hold on to it, but we know that Kazuya can make that so difficult. A smart play there by Kip to force the up B out, but he's going to go down to a stun on the ledge. Kazuya answers right back, and we're back to a basically tie game here. 2 stocks remaining on both sides. Kip looking to force a bracket reset with a win here.
Yeah, we do see a lot of damage built up on this Kazuya, but the Rage Art is online. 120 into this Kazuya's favor. The laser thrown out, the key reflected, but it doesn't go back and hit Kip. Instead, Kip is able to dash around, get a bell online, and Willie is the one feeling the pressure. Does get hit by the bell, but it doesn't connect this time around.
Yeah, it does not connect, and that's might come back to haunt Kip, because we know that Kazuya can come strike right back in the blink of an eye. We've already seen a 0 to death today from this character. That 155% is not the end of the world for Willie, and that is a terrifying thought. But a stun from the bell into another forward smash will be the end of Willie. One more stock remaining from Willie. Can he cling it to this stock? Can he take this stock all the way to a tournament win? Or will Kip be able to force the bracket reset and send us to another best of 5?
Man, look at how Kip is dashing around Willie's shield and all of these different setups. We are seeing a couple of jabs and electrics coming out from Willie, but he's just barely dancing around what Willie has to offer. Kip is doing a great job of holding on to this advantage. Now staying high, does not want to deal with a Mishima, and is really keeping his distance.
Yeah, man, these trampolines are really creating some interesting moments. And we talked about interesting fire hydrant interactions. Something I did not consider, and something I'm noticing Kip do a lot, is sort of panic throw out his up B, right? Leaving that trampoline out to just be a hitbox, be a strange thing for Kazuya to have to deal with, and it's worked out a couple times.
I feel like Kazuya is the kind of character who you always expect to be grounded for the entire match.
Wow, wait,
but
what?
One up special took out the Pac-Man. Pardon me, I did not realize that that's how that played out. As we do see Bell stun into electric stun. I mean, that's a lot of value there. The Rage Art is online, Chris. Willie is not out of this. He may be at 110, but I've seen crazier things happen on this desk.
No, not at all. You can't help but feel like this is almost even, and how bad is that? The stun lands on the platform. This might be it. Can he get the confirm? The up B lands. It will send off the top. Willie is the champion. Stars and Spikes. No bracket reset for Kip. Willie says we are done right here, right now.
How, Chris? He was on the back foot, Chris. Everything was working against Willie, Chris, and yet it still works out for him. He finds the one opening he needs off of the trampoline that has caused so many problems, gets one good side B, and knocks out the Pac-Man.
And that hurts so much if you are Kip, and I'm sure you can see the effects behind us. I mean, 2 times going toe-to-toe with Willie all the way to Game 5 and just not quite able to squeak out in the end. Heartbreaking, but so close. Such a valiant effort from Kip 2 times going against Willie. But Willie coming out on top saying, I am still the best player here, undisputed, does not drop a series, and he will walk away the champion of today.
Let's make this a point, talking about Shenandoah here for a second. These two went toe-to-toe, back and forth the entire time, and while Willie walked forward with this win, that does not take away from how strong both of these players are. These two are forces of nature to be reckoned with, whether it is at a tournament like this or in the crew battle setting. They perform and make it interesting every single time.
They sure do, and they certainly made it interesting for us, and we are not done yet, but we are going to take a quick break because the Smash Bros. Action is now behind us. We do have a winner, but we are going to present that winner and all of our winners with their spoils after this break. So don't go anywhere. We got some replays to bring you back up to speed of how we got here. We'll be right back on the other side of this with our award presentation. Welcome back to our Shenandoah Esports Arena here in Winchester, Virginia. Thank you so much for joining us through this tournament. We've had a lot of fun, but the action is now behind us, and it's time to award a winner. My name is Chris Clayton, and I am joined by our event lead, Bailey Ontiveros, who will be presenting our awards to their respective winners.
Yep. Thank you, Chris. Happy to be back on. I was able to present the high school winners earlier, and I'm very happy to be presenting the winners for this. I'm very thankful for everyone who was able to come out and join online. Thank you, and let's get into the winners. So in third place, we have Tofu with a total of $10 for the bracket. Tofu, if you'd like to come get your prize. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. And in second place, we have Kip with a total of $30. Thank you, Kip, for coming out. Appreciate it. And in first place, with a total of $60 and a free entry ticket to Supernova 2025, we have Willie. Thank you for coming out. Very, very proud of you. And again, thank you all for coming and watching. And another round of applause for all of our great competitors. You guys did amazing. And yeah, I'll give it back to you, Chris.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bailey. And like she said, thank you to all of you for watching, all of you for coming out, both competitors and spectators. We had a lot of fun here. I do want to take a moment to shout out the fact that this was a student-run event. I'm going to embarrass Bailey a little bit here, but this is an awesome thing that we get to do here at Shenandoah. This is our event management's final project, and they put on a heck of an event. So I want to shout out our students. I want to shout out our production team that worked very hard to bring you such an awesome show. We had so much fun. We certainly hope you did as well, but that will do it for us. So thank you so much for joining us for all the fun. Be sure to drop us a follow on whatever platform you are watching so you don't miss out on any of the esports action here at Shenandoah, and we will see you next time.